Chapter 151, Thor. At the same time, Odin was relieved to see that Thor had finally become a qualified king at that moment. Because he unexpectedly heard his son, who had always been a brute, say, "Asgard is not a place, it's a people." Only a wise king could say such words. In the end, Odin was very regretful to see Thor actively triggering the twilight of the gods, and then leading the people of Asgard to charge into the universe. After reading Zane's prophecy, Odin stood still with closed eyes for a long time, and occasional flashes of sharpness appeared on the tip of the spear Gungir in his hand. Obviously, Odin's heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface at this moment. In the end, Zane could clearly see a tear left in Odin's remaining eye, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his lips. After opening his eyes, Odin stared at Zane seriously for a long time, then solemnly bowed to Zane. "Thank you, Lord Zane, for allowing an old man to see hope for Asgard." Zane knew what Odin was thanking him for allowing him to see his reckless son eventually grow into a qualified king. Odin finally let go of a huge burden in his heart, perhaps this was what they called, hoping for one's son to become a dragon. So Zane accepted Odin's gratitude calmly and nodded with a smile. As for seeing the scene of his own downfall, Odin, who had lived for thousands of years, felt no fluctuation in his heart. He even felt a little anticipation. After so many years as king, he was indeed a bit tired. Heimdall, who had always stood behind Odin, saw Odin, the king of the gods, actually bowing to Zane. His lips moved subconsciously, as if he wanted to stop this king he served. But in the end, he did nothing. He guessed that Odin must have seen something extraordinary in Zane's prophecy. Otherwise, in this vast world, there was nothing that could make the king of the gods bend his spine. Although Heimdall was also very curious about the contents of the prophecy, he knew that as a subordinate, he shouldn't have too much curiosity, so he remained silent. "No need to thank me, it's what I should do," Zane replied with a smile. Finally, after exchanging glances with Odin, both of them smiled and then shook hands amicably. "Lord Zane, would you like to visit my palace? Today happens to be the coronation ceremony of my incompetent son, Thor, the god of thunder." Odin smiled and extended the invitation. Zane was also curious about the cultural traditions of Asgard, so naturally, he accepted Odin's kind invitation. Then, accompanied by Lorna, who was looking around everywhere, Odin slowly walked towards the palace of Asgard. At this moment, Odin no longer looked like a dignified king of the gods, but more like a kind old man. He proudly introduced the scenery along the way to Zane and recounted the history of these architectural landscapes. Upon hearing Lorna's exclamations as she clung to Zane's arm, Odin became even more enthusiastic in his introductions, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Odin, who had let go of a big worry in his heart, now seemed to be returning to his true nature. At this moment, he resembled a little old child showing off his toys. But just when the atmosphere was extremely harmonious, a roar resounded directly in the air. "Intruders, I, Thor, the god of thunder, hereby decree your destruction in the name of the gods." Zane, Lorna, and Odin all turned their gaze from the beautiful scenery of Asgard to the direction of the voice. They saw a hammer dragging a big man with a ridiculously low-cut instant noodle-like head, flying straight towards the still-suspended ark. Then, Thor, the god of thunder, who crashed into the surface of the ark's energy shield, was instantly bounced away by the huge reactive force. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell embarrassedly into the lake of Asgard, creating a huge splash. Zane keenly noticed that after seeing this scene, Odin's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, Odin found it difficult to associate the wise and valiant Thor in Zane's prophecy with the current brute of a son. The difference was too great, they were simply two different people. Could it be that I still have an illegitimate child who looks exactly like Thor? Odin speculated maliciously. Just as Thor, the god of thunder, looked like a drowned rat, trying to fly out of the water again to challenge the ark, Odin lifted the spear Gungir in his hand and slammed it heavily on the rainbow bridge, instantly causing a deep roar to echo throughout Asgard. Thor, the god of thunder, then redirected his attention from the ark to the rainbow bridge. He also sensitively noticed that the two people beside his father were smiling at him with a smile on their faces. If Thor hadn't seen it wrong, the smiles on Zane and Lorna's faces seemed to be mocking. Yes, mocking. As a prince of Asgard and the future king inheriting the throne of Asgard, how could Thor tolerate the insult to his dignity by Zane and Lorna, who were obviously not from Asgard? As a pure-blooded Asgardian, Thor regarded honor as more important than his own life. Seeing Zane and Lorna, two obviously non-Asgardians, insulting his dignity made Thor's heart suffer 10,000 points of genuine injury. Just as he was about to step forward to demand an explanation from Zane, he was once again pinned in place by Odin's furious gaze. After hearing Odin's words, Thor reluctantly put down the Mjolnir, which he had already raised above his head, hesitatingly saying, "But, father, these two." Thor subconsciously wanted to argue about the insult Zane and Lorna had just made to him. But he was directly silenced by Odin's angry eyes. "Sorry, Lord Zane, for letting you see this," Odin said to Zane apologetically. "It's okay, he's still just a child, it's normal to be impulsive. Young people nowadays are so energetic." Zane generously expressed that he didn't mind. But his tone, full of old-fashioned arrogance, dealt Thor's heart a genuine blow. "Damn it, I'm not a child." I'm over 1,300 years old for God's sake. Thor's heart ranted wildly. Just as he was about to step forward to demand an explanation from Zane, he was once again pinned in place by Odin's furious gaze. After hearing Odin's words, Thor reluctantly put down the Mjolnir, which he had already raised above his head, hesitatingly saying, "But, father, these two." Thor subconsciously wanted to argue about the insult Zane and Lorna had just made to him. But he was directly silenced by Odin's angry eyes. At this moment, Odin felt that he had completely lost face because of Thor. One moment he was proudly introducing the glorious history of Asgard to Zane, and the next moment his son, who was about to inherit the throne, made such a big mistake. Moreover, Thor didn't look like a king at all, he was simply a brainless warrior. If Odin hadn't lived for thousands of years, he would have already thought about destroying Thor, this brute, and then giving birth to another. Chapter 152, Gungir. Finally, he could only force out an ugly smile towards Zane. But apologizing was impossible for him, that would probably be more unbearable than being killed. Zane was also generous enough not to hold it against him. Now Odin was treating him as an equal. In other words, Thor was just a mischievous kid from a friend's house to Zane. This is the change brought about by strength. There is no backward concept of judging by age in the universe. Everywhere, strength reigns supreme. As long as your strength is strong enough, it doesn't matter if you're just a fraction of someone else's age. You can still make others call you whatever you want. So Zane couldn't be bothered to argue with Thor, the mischievous kid. His attention was focused more on the spear Gungir Odin held in his hand. This divine spear can be said to be one of the top artifacts in the Marvel Universe. The Gungir was forged by the dwarves, with runes engraved on the spearhead and the handle made from branches of the World Tree. The spear's ability is quite simple yet powerful. Once thrown, it will always hit its target 100%. And it can penetrate anything it hits, then automatically return to the owner's hand. When Odin throws this spear, it emits lightning that pierces the sky, hence its name, Gungir. Moreover, the spear is also the core key to the Bifrost, the strategic weapon of Asgard. In the original story, Loki almost destroyed the Frost Giant's planet by using Gungir to pass through Bifrost. This shows that the Bifrost is not just a teleportation device for Asgard but also an ultimate weapon capable of destroying planets. The spear Gungir is also a symbol of the throne of Asgard, wielded only by the reigning kings to conquer the 9 realms. Unfortunately, after Odin's death, this divine spear fell into obscurity. After Odin's fall, its symbolic significance far outweighed its practical use. After passing through the hands of Loki, Hela, and Thor, this artifact was treated as nothing more than a hard stick and showed no power. And eventually, it disappeared with the destruction of Asgard. This is the tragedy of this divine weapon. Zane could even hear the cry of this divine spear. So Zane naturally expressed that he had already reserved this divine spear. It can be said that the spear Gungir is the most suitable weapon for the king's treasury. It could even be considered the treasure of the treasury. Only in Zane's hands can this divine spear unleash its greatest power. Unfortunately, Gungir is still in Odin's hands, and Zane cannot snatch it away even if he wants to. As long as the owner of Gungir is still alive, even if it is lost, it can reappear in the owner's hand even through endless space. This setting is quite tricky. But Zane can wait. After Odin dies, Zane will definitely not let this divine spear gather dust anymore. Gradually, as Zane's gaze towards Gungir became more and more fervent, Odin suddenly felt something and turned his head to look at Zane. And at the moment when Zane felt Odin's gaze on him, he shifted his gaze away. He looked at Thor and showed a gentle expression towards him. That kind of expression, as if an elder was forgiving a junior, couldn't have been more magnanimous. Thor felt blinded. It's not like I said anything. Why do you look at me with that look as if I'm your child? Thor's heart was in turmoil at the moment. If it weren't for Odin standing by, our hammer god would definitely swing his hammer to let Zane know the power of the small hammer. And after seeing that Zane didn't blame Thor, Odin also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want the friendship he had finally established with Zane to be shattered by his immature son. But whether it was his illusion or not, just now, Odin always felt like someone was cursing him to die quickly behind his back. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Odin naturally ordered the defense system of Asgard city to be shut down and instructed his subordinates to guide the Ark to a specific landing pad in Asgard. After all, letting the Ark, this fierce behemoth, hover over the Bifrost would inevitably cause panic among the residents of Asgard. And Odin also instructed Asgard's researchers to bring Skynet to study the technology of Asgard. After all, since Zane directly told him about the Twilight of the Gods, as the king of the gods, he naturally had no reason to break his promise. But the star map still had to wait until they returned to the palace. Under the witness of the thousands of citizens of Asgard, Odin would personally hand it over to Zane. On one hand, it was to solidify the friendship with Zane, and on the other hand, it was to let the whole of Asgard know that Zane was his ally. Don't make any more blunders like Thor's. Once, Zane could forgive Thor's rudeness and recklessness just to save face for him. But if it happens again, even if it doesn't directly break apart, it will inevitably create a rift in Zane's heart. Odin spared no effort to cultivate his relationship with Zane, even to the point of trying to please him, not without reason. In fact, Odin was not doing it for himself, he could feel that his end was near. Even if he fell into his Odin sleep, he could only delay it for a dozen years. And Odin, known as the king of the gods, had unimaginable power. Even if he was about to fall, even if his power had declined to the extreme, he still had confidence that as long as he lived for one more day, the other 8 realms would not dare to make too big of a move. Everything Odin did was for the future of Asgard. More precisely, it was for Thor. In fact, Odin did treat his children equally. Although Loki was adopted by him, and he was also the child of a frost giant, Odin still treated him as his own. The affection developed over a long time of being together, making the bond of blood seem fragile in comparison. Odin's decision to let Thor inherit the throne was not because he was his direct bloodline. It was because Odin saw in Thor a quality that a king must have, the capacity to embrace everything. And Loki didn't have that kind of capacity and breadth of mind. Chapter 153, Ally. Just like his godly name, Loki was merely a schemer who played with politics. His nature destined Loki to never become an outstanding king. That's why Odin, from a young age, more or less favored Thor and deliberately nurtured him. However, this excessive indulgence turned Thor into a thoughtless brute, while Loki developed a sense of resentment due to his favoritism. This was unexpected by Odin. Thor now lacks 2 things to become a true king: the courage to shoulder responsibility and the experience of loss. Only when Thor possesses these 2 things can Odin peacefully close his eyes. So Odin continued to lead Zane and Lorna to the palace to attend the succession ceremony. Although the god of thunder, Thor, was resentful in his heart, he didn't dare to be unruly in front of his father, Odin. But our prince, when he thought of himself about to inherit the throne of Asgard, immediately felt relieved of his inner turmoil. He even revealed an undisguised silly smile on his face. With Odin's one-eyed peripheral vision catching Thor's silly grin, his forehead was instantly covered in black lines. Seeing what Zane prophesied, the more Odin looked at Thor's instant noodle's head, the more displeased he became, and his idea of banishing Thor grew stronger. How could a king be a brute without his own thoughts? Thor is now powerful because he inherited Odin's power, but innate strength is not without its drawbacks. At least now, when faced with a problem, Thor's first thought is not to find a solution but to swing his hammer directly. Just like he did to Zane just now. This flaw can be easily remedied by sealing Thor's power and then banishing him to a place far from Asgard. The feeling of powerlessness without power and the helplessness of a foreign land will always make a boy grow into a man quickly. And the place of exile must not be too dangerous, otherwise, Thor will be in trouble as soon as he is banished, right? Considering all factors, there is only one choice left: Midgard, Earth. Odin was already thinking about waiting for Thor to show some flaws in his succession ceremony, which would cause him to miss the throne, and then banish him after a lesson. Without experiencing ups and downs, without tasting the pain of failure, one cannot become a competent man. Odin spared no effort for Thor. However, the god of thunder, Thor, was still immersed in his own world, fantasizing about how imposing he would be when he inherited the throne of Asgard and ruled over the 9 realms. The smile on his face became sillier and sillier, and if others saw it, they would directly call him a simpleton without hesitation. Our big boy Thor didn't notice Odin's deep love for him or the turning point of his tragic life that was about to come. Zane had already guessed Odin's thoughts slightly. He glanced at Thor and sighed imperceptibly. It must be said that sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Zane had no intention of revealing it. For now, let Thor enjoy the innocent and happy time of childhood. When the succession ceremony begins, he will face one bad news after another. Brothers, mother, father, home, friends, and people will all leave him. Otherwise, he would not have grown from a boy to a man in just over a decade. Perhaps this is the price of growing up. At the coronation ceremony, the thousands of people of Asgard all turned their eyes to the 2 towering figures below the throne. It was Zane and Odin. Odin raised the spear slightly, then struck it heavily on the ground. For a moment, a huge and profound sound echoed throughout the palace. The entire palace instantly became extremely quiet, and everyone stopped talking, eagerly awaiting Odin's speech. Today, before the coronation ceremony, I, the king of the gods, Odin, will announce a joyous event for Asgard. At this moment, I represent Asgard in forming an alliance with Lord Zane Sai. As Odin spoke, he pointed to Zane, who was standing beside him, casually observing the Asgardian people below. And Zane also graciously nodded, indicating to the people below that he was their ally, Zane Sai. Seeing Zane cooperate with his actions, Odin's face also showed a kind smile. Next, I will present the star map of Asgard to Lord Zane. May our friendship endure forever, like the stars. After speaking, Odin picked up a crystal ball from a golden tray held by a guard, and it seemed to contain countless stars swirling inside. Then, he stood upright and handed it to Zane with both hands. Facing Odin's sincere gesture, Zane also smiled and accepted the star map with both hands. Even in his heart, he felt a bit guilty about hoping for his ally to meet an early end. Wasn't this a bit unethical? After Zane casually stored the star map in King's treasury, Odin continued. From now on, whenever anyone sees Lord Zane, they shall treat him as they would me, with the utmost respect. As Odin's words fell, everyone in the palace immediately knelt down in unison. Their right hands clenched into fists placed over their left chests, then they shouted in unison. "Greetings, Lord Zane." Zane looked somewhat stunned at this scene of everyone bowing to him, then turned to look at Odin, who was smiling kindly. Suddenly, he understood that he had been played by this old fox. His previous guilt felt like it had been fed to the dogs. Originally, Zane was planning to pick up 1 or 2 souvenirs from the treasury of Asgard. But now, seeing how Asgard treated him, how could Zane bring himself to do it? This was a downright plot. Zane dared to say that Odin, this old rascal, must have seen through his little thoughts and then secretly arranged such a scene. No wonder when Odin handed him the crucial star map just now, no one felt surprised, and no one objected. It turns out this old fox had already given a heads up. In the end, Zane could only smile awkwardly at the Asgardians bowing to him below. Then he embraced Odin, who was smiling brightly, with a face full of smiles. However, Odin's wrinkled old face, when he smiled, looked like a blooming chrysanthemum, making Zane have the urge to crush it. As he embraced Odin, Zane whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, gritting his teeth. "You old rascal sure know how to play, huh?" And Odin let out a laugh that was completely inconsistent with his identity and image. "You're still too young, kid." At the same time, the two of them simultaneously gave each other a heavy pat on the back. Then, with beaming smiles on their faces, they looked at the people of Asgard below. "May the friendship between me and Asgard endure forever," Zane also said at the right moment. Chapter 154, Ether. Suddenly, cheers erupted below, and even the entire Asgard began to set off magical fireworks, celebrating this solemn moment. No need to think, this must have been arranged by Odin in advance. The old man's not dead yet, indeed, the ancients don't deceive me. Actually, Zane was willing to cooperate with Odin because he also agreed in his heart to form an alliance with Asgard. After all, the universe is vast and dangerous, and rushing in alone would definitely be a disadvantage. Having a solid ally is also good, especially when this ally's attitude towards oneself is beyond reproach. Otherwise, if Zane didn't want to cooperate, then no matter how many tricks Odin had up his sleeve, it wouldn't work. It must be that Odin, with his thousands of years of life experience, saw Zane's attitude and approximate personality in just a few minutes, so he dared to play like this. Otherwise, if it backfires, it would only bring a nightmare-like enemy to Asgard. It must be said that to be able to be the king of Asgard and maintain the prosperity of Asgard for thousands of years, besides strength, Odin still has some other things. Although in Zane's eyes, Odin is just an old schemer full of bad intentions. Although on the surface Zane is cooperating with Odin now, he is still very unhappy in his heart. And Zane's personality has always been to vent his dissatisfaction, or else it would be so uncomfortable to keep it inside. While the people below were still cheering and rejoicing, Zane approached Odin and then said with a smile on his face, "Old man, there will be consequences for scheming against me." But Odin faced Zane's threat without changing his expression, and retorted unwillingly. "You brat, what can you do to me? You think if I wake up those sleeping dark elves, won't Asgard be in big trouble?" Zane said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing Zane's words, Odin's smile froze instantly. During the war against the Dark Elves, the king of Asgard was Odin's father, Bor. Although Odin did not participate in that devastating battle, he had heard from his father about the terror of the Dark Elves. They were a bunch of lunatics who wanted to plunge the entire universe into darkness, and their technology was extremely powerful. Although they were suppressed by Asgard, Bor still reminded Odin before he fell to be careful of the Dark Elves' resurgence. As for the hiding place of the Dark Elves' ultimate treasure, the Ether, Reality Stone, Bor took this secret to his grave. Even Odin did not know where the Ether was suppressed. And Odin had seen in Asgard's records the method to awaken the Dark Elves, which was to bring the Ether into the world. Zane's words already revealed a lot of information. Odin couldn't be sure whether Zane knew the whereabouts of the Ether. But thinking that Zane could accurately predict the Ragnarok, Odin suddenly believed 80% of what Zane said. Seeing Odin's face changing like a chameleon, Zane suddenly felt his waist no longer ached and his legs no longer hurt, and even the air smelled much fresher. "You brat, do you really know where the Ether is hidden?" Odin asked solemnly. "Guess." Zane joked. This time it was Odin who started to feel frustrated. Odin's wrinkled old face suddenly turned red with anger caused by Zane. "Brat, spit it out, what else do you want?" Odin said one word at a time. "Hee hee." Zane chuckled twice, didn't say anything, just looked at Odin. Odin was a little annoyed by Zane's gaze. He understood that although he could defeat Zane with his strength, if Zane was determined to leave, he couldn't stop him. By then, if Zane were to bring the Ether into the world again and awaken the Dark Elves, Asgard would be in big trouble. So now Odin was actually hoping that Zane would make some requests, as long as they weren't too excessive. Look, this is the difference between having family and business and being a lone wolf. Odin had too many concerns. Behind the highest glory lay the pressure of a mountain and endless troubles. Odin really couldn't do much to Zane now. As for the despicable act of holding Lorna hostage, Odin, as the king of the gods, couldn't do it. Zane took advantage of this point, which is why he dared to trick this old schemer. After making Odin worry for a while, Zane also put forward his own conditions. I want to go to the realm of the dwarves to forge a weapon of my own. You, old man, will provide the materials, and I want the top quality ones. Zane said with a smile on his face. He believed that Odin would definitely agree to his request for the greater good of Asgard against the Dark Elves. In fact, the moment Zane made this request, Odin nodded in agreement. Even secretly, Odin breathed a sigh of relief. It would be easy for Asgard, with its accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years, to create a weapon for Zane. Even if it used the top-quality materials, it would be nothing to Asgard, at most just a bit heartbreaking. Although this was nothing for Odin, he still pretended to be a bit at a loss on the surface, fearing that Zane would add more conditions. Fine, you brat, I agree. Odin pretended to be a bit pitiful. And when Zane heard Odin's affirmative answer, he nodded in satisfaction. By the way, he also gave Odin a look that said, "You know your place, old man. Now, can you tell me where the ether is hidden?" Odin asked solemnly. I don't know about that. Zane still had a brilliant smile on his face, and from time to time interacted with the people below. Every time he waved, he could cause cheers from the young girls and women below with his extremely handsome appearance and outstanding demeanor. Seeing this, Lorna, who was standing next to Lady Sif, gritted her teeth. But she also knew that she couldn't embarrass her men at this time. She could only hold back her anger, thinking that she would settle the score with Zane when they were alone. But at that time, who would be begging for mercy was uncertain. And after hearing Zane's rogue answer, Odin was almost spitting out blood from anger. He had never seen such a rogue person like Zane. What about the dignity of the strong? What about the conscience? Zane showed disdain for those things. Can you eat them? You. All right, just kidding. Seeing that Odin was almost bursting with frustration, Zane stopped pretending to be confused. This kind of playful banter was still acceptable, but if it went too far and backfired, both sides would look bad. Didn't Zane and Odin, although secretly at odds, look like they were long-lost friends on the royal palace hall? Chapter 155, Destroyer. But as long as Asgard is prepared, those crippled fellows probably won't be able to stir up much trouble. After all, the Dark Elves are just defeated underlings of Asgard. Unconsciously, Odin suddenly realized that in the short few hours since Zane arrived in Asgard, he had completely resolved several major issues that had long troubled him. Even at this moment, Odin felt a sense of relief. Zane's request this time, rather than being a threat, was more like a well-intentioned reminder. Without Zane's reminder, when the Dark Elves launched a sudden attack later on, Asgard would suffer heavy losses, although it wouldn't be destroyed. After understanding the goodwill behind Zane's threat, Odin's attitude towards Zane changed. If before, Odin made Zane an ally of Asgard because of his strength and potential growth in the future, then at this moment, Odin truly regarded Zane as his confidant. And in his heart, Odin silently made a decision to take out some of his precious collections to have the Dwarf King craft a unique weapon for Zane. This could be considered a goodwill gesture towards Zane, not to mention that Zane's strength also meant greater security for Asgard. This simple truth had long been understood by Odin, who had lived for thousands of years. Seeing Odin's change in attitude, Zane also understood that this old schemer had already seen through his true intentions. This is the benefit of speaking with smart people. You don't need to explain everything like a fool. Speaking with restraint, both sides understand each other's intentions. This not only demonstrates one's cunning and wisdom but also avoids getting oneself into embarrassing situations. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire palace hall became extremely harmonious. In the end, Odin quietly approached Zane and said with great solemnity. You brat, thanks, I've got the message. Why bother with all this useless talk? Why not be practical? I think this spear of yours is not bad. It's a pity to just leave it as a decoration in your hands. Saying this, Zane looked at Gungir with a regretful expression. Instantly, Odin subconsciously tightened his grip on Gungir. The frustration that emerged from the bottom of his heart immediately diluted his gratitude towards Zane. Indeed, this brat is just a sly-tongued troublemaker, a real pain in the neck. Just now, I was still feeling grateful to him. It seems that age has made me dull. Wait a minute, a pain in the neck. If he's a pain in the neck, then what does that make me? At this moment, Odin's face turned even darker, not because of Zane's provocation, but because he was disgusted with himself. It must be said that ever since he had let go of his burdens, Odin had become much livelier. Looking at the situation, it seemed that he had been corrupted by Zane. However, despite Zane blatantly showing his interest in Gungir, Odin didn't get angry at all. Instead, he intentionally waved it in front of Zane a few times. Giving it to Zane was impossible. After all, Gungir was not just a powerful weapon and a symbol of the throne of Asgard. It was also the key to many weapons in Asgard. But letting Zane drool over it a bit was something Odin could do. At this moment, Odin had never felt so generous before. Zane. This bastard is definitely not the Allfather of the gods, he's just a despicable old man asking for a beating. While Zane and Odin were confronting each other, the time for the succession ceremony had arrived. Accompanied by solemn horns, the future King Thor, wielding the hammer Mjolnir, casually strolled into the hall, entertaining the crowd with his poses. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him, showing Thor's high reputation in Asgard. The solemn background music seemed to herald the bittersweet life that Thor was about to embark on. Watching Thor's flamboyant performance and the continuous cheers from the crowd, Zane's gaze towards Thor became more pitying. It's just that everyone's attention was focused on Thor, so they didn't notice. When Thor walked to the end of the palace hall and knelt before Odin's throne, he finally saw the pitiful look Zane cast upon him. Before Thor could retaliate with his own gaze, Odin stood up and spoke. "Thor Odinson. My son, my firstborn. You have long been entrusted with the hammer Mjolnir, the hammer forged from a dying star. Its divine power is unparalleled. It can be a weapon to destroy heaven and earth, and a divine tool to create heaven and earth. As a companion to a king, nothing could be better. I, Odin, have guarded Asgard and the 9 realms for thousands of years. But this moment has finally arrived. Thor Odinson, do you swear to defend the 9 realms?" "I swear," Thor said, looking straight into Odin's eyes. "Do you swear to uphold peace?" "I swear." "Do you swear to renounce all personal desires and dedicate yourself to Asgard?" "I swear." A brilliant smile spread across Thor's face as he awaited the crown that was about to be placed upon his head. Blinded by this immense honor, he didn't notice the complex expression in Odin's eyes. Nor did he notice the faint smirk in his brother Loki's eyes. At the same time, several frost giants infiltrated Asgard's treasury through a loophole, killing 2 guards, and set their sights on their clan's treasure, the casket of ancient winters. In the palace hall, Odin's gaze flickered as he watched Thor below, and he finally read out Thor's declaration of succession. "I, Odin, in the name of the king of the gods, hereby declare you as..." Just as Thor was about to suppress the excitement in his heart, Odin's words suddenly stopped. Then, Odin heavily struck the ground with Gungir, activating the guardian of Asgard's treasury, the destroyer. This destroyer was not as useless as described in the original work, although it was only a guardian of Asgard's treasury, it could be considered one of the most powerful weapons in Asgard. Originally forged by the greatest dwarf craftsman in his kingdom to combat the Celestials, Odin commanded it to be brought before the other gods. Each god bestowed a portion of their divine power upon it, granting it the most powerful and versatile capabilities. The destroyer had combat capabilities not inferior to Odin's, but after Odin's death, no one could fully control the destroyer. His 2 wastrel sons even turned this ultimate weapon into a pile of scrap metal. Under Odin's control, the destroyer easily dealt with the few frost giants who had sneaked in, reducing them to ashes in an instant. But the interruption of the succession ceremony had already become a fact. This ceremony, which determined the ruler of the 9 realms, was extremely sacred, and it was not customary to be interrupted halfway and then continued. Chapter 156, Busties. So Thor could only wait for another day to inherit the throne of Asgard. At this moment, Thor's heart was raging, and without the slightest restraint, he showed it all on his face. Meanwhile, Loki watched everything from the side, secretly delighted, and even the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. Suddenly, Loki felt a gaze locking onto him, and when he turned to look, he found Zane looking at him meaningfully, with a smile that made him extremely nervous. He couldn't have figured it out, could he? It's impossible. Besides me, no one else knows about this. Loki's mind raced. But he remained calm on the surface, slightly nodding to Zane. After that, he followed Odin and the furious Thor to the Asgard's vault to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Zane, under the guidance of the Lady Sif, went to rest elsewhere with the other gods. Now it was Odin's family affair, and Zane couldn't be bothered to get involved. Right now, Zane just wanted to stand aside and watch Odin deal with his 2 good-for-nothing sons. In fact, like Zane, Odin had long suspected that the invasion of the frost giants was the mischief of his second son, Loki. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen, right at the moment of Thor's coronation? A few foolish frost giants easily breaking through Asgard's heavy defenses and directly into the heavily guarded vault. Did they think it was child's play? If Asgard were so easy to infiltrate, why would Zane bother trading with the old coot Odin? He could just use the god's absence to turn Asgard upside down, couldn't he? So, this had to be an insider's job within Asgard. And that insider had to be Loki. Actually, Loki also knew that this was a minor affair, at most causing some trouble for Asgard and his own older brother, Thor. But he enjoyed this kind of mischief-making, and the fact that no one ever found out made it even more satisfying. To be honest, Loki's life was quite tragic, despite being the son of Laufey, the king of the frost giants. But because of his weak physical condition at birth, he was abandoned without hesitation by the frost giants, who believed in the survival of the fittest. He was later picked up and adopted by Odin, who won the war. In a leap, he became the strongest prince of the 9 realms, Asgard. But Odin's favoritism toward his older brother, Thor, and his neglect of him, as well as his own naturally gloomy temperament, made him repeatedly hit a wall in Asgard, with no sense of existence. He could only rely on various pranks to seek his own sense of existence, but this only made him even more out of place in Asgard. In the end, he even earned himself the title of the God of Mischief. Only his mother, Frigga, brought him light and warmth, and for a simple reason, in the eyes of the goddess of motherhood, he and Thor were equal. And it was only in her eyes that Loki could find the fairness he longed for. The goddess of motherhood, Frigga, also imparted precious knowledge of magic to Loki, the adopted child. Without the light from Frigga, Loki might have left Asgard long ago. Loki didn't know that Odin loved him too, but a father's love was always hidden. This also led to Loki's increasingly extreme personality, eventually leading to a complete rupture with Asgard. From the moment Odin picked up Loki 1,000 years ago, it was destined. And from that moment on, Thor and Loki began the second half of their lives, loving and fighting each other. And Zane had already grabbed some popcorn, ready to watch the drama of Asgard. While Thor was angry at Odin for deliberately showing indifference to the invasion of the frost giants into the vault in front of him, Zane, on the other hand, sat comfortably with Lorna on a lookout platform at the top of Asgard, enjoying the beautiful scenery. At this moment, Zane also released Busties and Little Bone. During the battle, he had casually thrown these two troublemakers into the realm of dead. Until now, Zane felt that something was missing and remembered them. Little Bone, released from the realm of death, had no complaints. She obediently stood behind Zane and Lorna, admiring the breathtaking scenery of Asgard. In her memory, although heaven was beautiful and dreamy, it was too monotonous and lonely, far less colorful than the current Asgard. But Busties wasn't so easily appeased. She held a grudge against Zane for throwing her into the realm of dead without a second thought. Although the realm of dead was comfortable for Busties as her birthplace, being surrounded by a group of fanatical worshippers who only worshipped Zane all day long made her feel lonely. There wasn't even anyone to chat with, and Busties even missed the constant bickering with Lorna. What's worse, there was no premium salmon, her favorite food, in the realm of dead. So now Busties was angry, and she ignored Zane and Lorna. She lay on the ground like a lump of mud, unable to be comforted. After a while, seeing that Zane still hadn't paid her any attention, Busties became anxious. Meow. Busties tried her best to control her volume, laughing as naturally as possible, trying not to seem too deliberate. The meow was filled with Busties' infinite grievance and resentment. But unfortunately, it seemed that no one heard her, and Zane and Lorna remained focused on the vast cosmic panorama outside Asgard. Feeling completely ignored, Little Black couldn't take it anymore. Meow meow meow. This time, Busties didn't hold back her volume. She howled, like a cat in heat, her voice full of despair. Now, Zane and the others couldn't ignore her even if they tried. Reluctantly tearing their eyes away from the beautiful scenery of Asgard, they turned their heads to look at Little Black. They saw Busties, who had just seemed weak, suddenly stand up. Chapter 157, Worth It. Then she walked over to Zane, affectionately rubbing her head against Zane's body. My dearest master, I'm fine now, no need to go back, Busties said, acting cute. Oh really? I think you should still go back for a while, Zane said, grinning mischievously. Whimper whimper whimper. Busties saw the smirk on Zane's face and knew she was being toyed with by this quirky master again. But Busties didn't dare blame her master, she could only turn her gaze to Lorna, who was laughing in Zane's arms. Blame this wicked woman, the master used to shower her with love. And when Lorna noticed the hostile gaze from Busties, she also began a silent eye battle with her. In the end, it was Zane who pulled out a dozen salmon from the treasure trove to calm down the situation. Two people, one with a skeletal frame and a living panther that looked like a cat, just watched the beauty of Asgard together. At this moment, it seemed like time had slowed down, unwilling to disturb this peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. But there are always some people with poor timing who appear when they shouldn't. Odin, carrying his spear, silently walked to Zane's side. He didn't care about his appearance and directly imitated Zane's posture, sitting on the edge of the observation platform. Obviously, Odin had already dealt with the invasion of the frost giants into the treasure trove. As for the appearance of Busties and Little Bone, Odin was not surprised. The universe is too vast, and in Odin's thousands of years of life, he has seen too many strange life forms. What's a fiery skeleton frame and a cat-like panther emitting the power of faith? Odin has even seen intelligent plant life forms and a giant whose skull alone is the size of a planet. How is it? Beautiful, isn't it? Odin said somewhat proudly. Yeah, it's beautiful, Zane nodded honestly. But the more beautiful something is, the more people desire to destroy it, from ancient times to the present, isn't it? Zane continued. After hearing Zane's words, Odin sighed almost imperceptibly. He didn't deny Zane's words but tacitly agreed. Yes, the more beautiful something is, the more troubles it attracts. In the universe, there is a legend that Asgard is a paradise on Earth. But who knows how much blood Odin's ancestors paid to build and maintain this place over the millennia. In the hundreds of thousands of years of Asgard's history, it has experienced countless crises of destruction, but it has always survived. Odin, have you thought about it? Is it worth it to start a war between two civilizations to teach your son a lesson? Zane turned to look at Odin, who was already shrouded in gloom, and asked seriously. After hearing Zane's words, emotions flickered constantly in Odin's remaining eye, finally turning into a firm determination like a mountain. Worth it. Odin said firmly. He doesn't have much time left, so he can only resort to such a nurturing method. Odin believes that his son can bear the weight of these two civilizations combined. And it's time for him to grow up. Zane nodded without continuing to delve deeper. After all, this is Odin's family matter, and Zane shouldn't interfere too much. Stinky kid, how come I sensed a death aura here just now? Odin casually asked. Heimdall could detect Zane's hidden death god power because of his eyes that can see through the 9 realms. Odin didn't have such abilities, only when Zane showed his power could he detect it. After hearing Odin's words, Zane also realized that it was when he pretended to throw busties into the realm of dead that Odin noticed. But since it's been noticed, it's no big deal anyway, and Zane didn't intend to hide it. But Zane wouldn't show the realm of dead to Odin, after all, that's the foundation of his path to godhood. Unless absolutely necessary, Zane wouldn't easily let others know about the realm of dead. So Zane directly mobilized a strand of death god power to display it in front of Odin. After carefully examining the strand of death god power floating in Zane's palm, Odin's single eye suddenly contracted. Through Zane's death god power, he thought of his eldest daughter, Hela. The power of the two is almost identical, except that Hela's power tends more towards a combination of death and destruction. While Zane's is pure death, pure enough to be terrifying. Even Odin could see his own demise through this strand of death god power. Although he knew it was just an illusion, he could still feel the terrifying aspect of Zane's power. If Hela's power is like violent pushing, then Zane's death god power is like a silent rain, subtly luring people into the embrace of death. A person's tolerance for pain may be endless, as long as the mind is firm, pain will only make them stronger. But even the most resolute minds cannot resist the temptation of beauty. This is the terrifying aspect of Zane's death god power. You know you will die, but you can feel the infinite tranquility and peace after death. At that moment, even Odin was eager for Zane to kill him. What a revelation. In an instant, Odin's mind was filled with myriad thoughts, and finally, he stared intently at Zane. Stinky kid, you must remember, it's you who controls the power, not the other way around. His eldest daughter Hela fell into ruin because her power grew too much, indulging in war and bloodshed, and finally perished. Odin didn't want his ally to repeat the same mistakes, which would ultimately harm Asgard. Seeing Odin suddenly becoming so serious, Zane's mouth twitched slightly. He understood what Odin said a long time ago. Otherwise, he would have slaughtered the earth long ago, for the belief of billions of souls on earth. Zane could ignite the divine fire at any moment, stepping into the realm of gods with ease. Even after beating a bunch of superheroes and leaving, even if Doctor Strange resurrected them later, Zane didn't care. Zane had already passed the stage of blindly pursuing power when he first arrived in the Marvel Universe. Now Zane just wants to explore the Marvel Universe, he has seen enough of the glory of Earth. Staying there would mean waiting for another decade or so to see the flourishing scene. Zane didn't have that patience, it's better to enjoy the scenery of this vast universe. Chapter 158, Loki. Just thinking about the landscapes and exotic beings he had yet to encounter there, Zane couldn't contain his excitement. As for power, while Zane wasn't about to become a laid-back youth who just went with the flow, he also wouldn't be so deliberate anymore. But since Odin had kindly reminded him like this, Zane wasn't the type to refuse to listen to good advice. Well, I'll remember, Zane nodded earnestly. Sigh, I really don't know if making you an ally of Asgard is the right or wrong decision, Odin suddenly sighed, with a hint of concern. Right and wrong have never been clearly distinguished, and the future cannot be seen clearly just by relying on prophecies, can it? Zane replied lightly. That's true, maybe I'm just getting old. When people get old, they tend to get lost in their thoughts. Young people nowadays are really something. After hearing Zane's words, Odin shook his head with a bitter smile, leaned on his spear, and stood up, then left. Zane turned his head to look at Odin's departing figure, suddenly feeling that this once mighty lion had lost its roar. For a moment, Zane's mind was filled with countless thoughts, finally turning into a sigh. It was a lament for Odin's decline as the supreme ruler. Seeing Zane's complex expression, Lorna asked with concern. Darling, what's wrong? Nothing, just feeling that time is terrifying. Even a ruler who dominates the 9 realms can have days of anxiety and grow old. Zane sighed, shaking his head. But we won't, right? Lorna smiled suddenly after hearing Zane's words. Zane also smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Zane possessed the S-rank passive skill, Death River, which granted him eternal life. When his body reached its peak, it would be fixed, and no matter how time passed, even if the world changed, he wouldn't grow old. Lorna was also granted eternal life by Zane on the day of her adulthood. At that time, Lorna, who was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, consumed over 1 million resurrection instances before successfully receiving eternal life from Zane. For a strong man like Odin, he probably wouldn't even think about it without billions of resurrection instances. When he slaughtered the entire nation of Wakanda, Zane received nearly 4 million resurrection instances. And at that time, there were only over 2 million souls in the realm of dead, because some Wakandan souls were too fragile and were shattered and reconstructed by the realm of dead. Of course, such precious eternal life would only be granted to those closest to Zane. As for Odin, this old codger, Zane might just put a few flowers on his tombstone in the future. And even if Zane were willing to grant him new life, Odin's exhausted soul probably wouldn't agree. Previously, he was tempted by that strand of death god power, precisely because his innermost desire was longing for the tranquility after death. At the same time, Thor, who was angered to the extreme by Odin's cowardly behavior, didn't understand what restraint was. He simply grabbed a few friends and was ready to settle the score with the frost giants. And Heimdall, who had already been briefed by Odin, readily opened the Bifrost for him. After Thor and his companions left, Odin also arrived at the Bifrost. He kept an eye on Thor and the other situation in the land of the frost giants, ready to intervene and pull these troublemakers back to Asgard at any time. The anxiety he felt was overwhelming. The subsequent developments were similar to those in from the movies. Thor and his companions caused a ruckus in the land of the frost giants. Then they were pushed to the brink by countless frost giants. In the critical moment, Odin arrived and pulled this group of troublemakers back to Asgard. But this also ignited the flames of war between Asgard and the frost giants. Then, according to his plan, Odin sealed Thor's powers and banished him to Earth. He also threw Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, to Earth, not far from Thor. Everything seemed so logical and orderly. If this wasn't prearranged, Zane would find it ridiculous. The real world is not a script written by a screenwriter, there aren't so many coincidences. But Odin overlooked one thing, that is, Loki discovered the fact that he was also a frost giant during the battle with the frost giants. So there was such a scene. As a prince of Asgard, Loki naturally had the qualifications to enter Odin's treasury and come into contact with the frost giant's treasure, the casket of ancient winters. As a result, his skin, which had been disguised by magic, gradually turned into the same deep blue color as the frost giant's skin after coming into contact with the casket of ancient winters. Even his eyes turned into a cold blood red color. At this moment, after seeing his true face through magic, Loki completely collapsed. He understood why his nature was so different from that of the people of Asgard. He understood why Odin, from top to bottom, favored his foolish and reckless brother Thor. The contradiction between his sense of belonging to Asgard and his true identity gradually pushed his radical heart into the abyss. When Odin noticed the problem and rushed over, it was already too late. "Stop!" Odin shouted as he arrived. Loki, holding the casket of ancient winters with his back to Odin, no longer obeyed Odin's commands as he did before. Previously, he had behaved like a good boy, just to gain the same fatherly love as Thor, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, Loki still held a glimmer of hope and asked with a trembling voice. "Am I cursed?" Odin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gave an affirmative answer. "No." "Who am I?" Loki asked with a slightly hoarse voice. Behind his calm exterior was long-suppressed anger and the madness of a collapsing world. Sensing that he was about to break with his son, Odin hurriedly said, "You are my son." But at this moment, Loki no longer believed any of Odin's words. He felt that his 1,000-year life was just a lie, a conspiracy. And what else? After saying this, Loki put down the casket of ancient winters in his hand, turned into the appearance of a frost giant, and walked slowly towards the somewhat bewildered Odin. "That day, you didn't just take the casket of ancient winters from Jotunheim, did you?" Looking at Loki walking towards him, Odin remained silent for a long time before finally revealing the truth of that year. "After the war ended, I walked into Laufey's temple and saw a baby. For a frost giant, that child was too weak. So he was abandoned, suffering from hunger, and could die at any moment. Laufey, the king of the frost giants, he is your father." After Odin revealed the truth, Loki's world completely collapsed, and he repeated in disbelief. "Laufey's son." Odin looked at the widening gap between himself and Loki. Although it pained him, he still gave an affirmative answer. "Yes." "Why?" "Your hands are stained with the blood of the frost giants, why did you bring me back?" Loki, who was eager to pursue the truth, asked rapidly. There was a hint of panic in Odin's eyes, but he decided to cover up his original intention with a lie. "Because you are an innocent child." It was ridiculous. Such a blatant lie could be heard by anyone from the mouth of Odin, the king of Asgard. Chapter 159, Odin's Sleep. You should know that at that time, they were at war with the frost giants, and there was no innocence in war. On the battlefield, there were only our side and the enemy. But this also shows that Odin's heart was in extreme turmoil at that moment. As the god of mischief, Loki naturally didn't believe Odin's unconvincing lies. "No, that's not it. You definitely have other motives. What is your purpose?" Facing Loki's relentless pressure, Odin fell silent completely. He feared that his next words would irreparably sever his relationship with Loki. But Loki, tormented by his own identity, had no time for such concerns. He hysterically demanded, "Tell me." His roar contained his madness, centuries of grievances, and the helplessness of losing his home. Finally realizing that everything was irretrievable, Odin, in a moment of despair, revealed the truth. "I thought that one day, we would unite and form an alliance, to maintain peace forever. Through you." "What?" Odin's words pushed Loki deeper into the abyss of darkness. But those plans have vanished into thin air. Odin tried to salvage the situation. At this moment, he was no longer a king of gods, nor was he a powerful figure who could surpass Zane. He was just an old man, a father desperate to prevent his beloved son from completely breaking away from him. For the first time, a look of pleading appeared in Odin's eyes. But Loki mercilessly shattered Odin's last thread of hope. So, I'm no different from those artifacts you've seized. Locked up here, until you find a use for me. You could have told me the truth from the beginning. Why didn't you tell me, why? You are my son, I wanted to protect you, to shield you from the cruel reality, Odin said wearily. Odin could swear to his father that this was the truth from the depths of his heart. But Loki, already consumed by madness, was deaf to Odin's words. Now, all he wanted was to pour out his grievances and dissatisfaction to Odin. He no longer cared about their father-son relationship, which he saw as hypocritical. Is it because I'm the kind of monster parents tell their children about in bedtime stories? No, it's not. Odin weakly argued, his voice drowned out by Loki's relentless barrage of words. With this feeble defense, Odin's heart was pierced by guilt for Loki and the pain of their father-son rift. Odin suddenly felt himself growing extremely weak. He sensed that he was about to fall into a deep sleep. And he might never wake up again. Meanwhile, Loki, seeing Odin fall into a deep slumber, instantly lost his previous radical demeanor. Helplessly, he squatted down, unsure of where to place his hands as he looked at the sleeping Odin. Finally, he reached out and held Odin's hand. At this moment, Loki felt as helpless as a child who had lost his way home. Sorry, everyone, this chapter follows the original plot. I really like Loki as a flesh-and-blood character. This is a crucial turning point in his life, so I had to write it. Essentially, Loki is just a child who seeks attention through mischief. He is detestable, but also pitiful. Just as Odin fell into slumber, Zane felt his divine power completely disappear from Asgard. At the same time, the system's long-absent prompt sounded again in Zane's mind. Ding, special event detected, triggering mission. Mission 1, help Asgard resist the invasion of the Frost Giants. Mission reward, participation rewards include a chance to draw C to a rank skills once. Failure penalty, none. Mission 2, help the Frost Giants conquer Asgard. Mission reward, participation rewards include a chance to draw A to SS rank skills once. Failure penalty, none. Only one of the two missions can be chosen, choosing one will automatically abandon the other. After listening to the system's introduction, Zane's mouth twitched uncontrollably. His system was really stirring up trouble. He had just formed an alliance with Asgard, and now it was tempting him to destroy Asgard. Isn't this asking for trouble? Even a blind man could see that the rewards for Mission 2 far outweighed those for Mission 1. And there was even an unprecedented SS rank draw, proving that leaving Earth was the right decision. Zane stared at the mission panel, struggling internally for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, I choose Mission 1. Mission 2 automatically eliminated. Elimination complete. Watching Mission 2 gradually fade away from the mission panel, disappearing completely, leaving only the meager Mission 1. Zane felt a pang of heartache, but he didn't regret his decision. Though Zane was clear that if he went all out and used any means necessary, there was a great chance of obtaining that highest SS rank draw. But what Zane hated the most were those who were untrustworthy, fickle, and treacherous. He didn't want to become the kind of person he detested the most. However, the pain was inevitable. After all, this was the first time the system had presented an SS rank skill. In the end, Zane simply closed the system panel, out of sight, out of mind. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Such opportunities would surely come again in the future. There was no need to rush. Adhering to his principles was the most important thing. Damn it. When that old man Odin wakes up, I'm definitely going to give him a piece of my mind. Consider it my spiritual compensation. That's settled then, happily decided. Unaware of the fate of Asgard being decided by his ally Odin peacefully slept, and was also unaware that this ally planned to continue extorting him. This was what they called people lying in bed, pots falling from the sky. As they say, a house without a master cannot stand, and a country without a king cannot prosper. After Odin fell into slumber, the reins of Asgard naturally fell into the hands of his second son, Loki. And after Loki took over, the first thing he did was to refuse Thor's proposal to return to Earth with his companions. Meanwhile, Thor, who had become familiar with Earth, accidentally discovered the specific location of Mjolnir. He rushed there overnight, only to find that Mjolnir had been confiscated by S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. After a hard-fought battle, Thor finally broke through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defenses and arrived at the hammer's side. Seeing the artifact that had fought alongside him countless times, Thor's face once again showed a proud smile. Chapter 160, Zane's Sigh. Then, he grasped the handle of Mjolnir in the way he was most familiar with. Finally, Thor only needed to exert a little more force. A little more force. More force. Force as if he were a newborn. And this absurd thing happened to Thor, the god of thunder. He couldn't even lift his own weapon. After being exiled to Earth, Thor naively believed that as long as he retrieved Mjolnir and regained his divine power, he could end his exile, return to Asgard, seek Odin's forgiveness, and transform back into the war god who had conquered the 9 realms. But he was mistaken. The bubble of his fantasy burst, and after a roar of frustration, Thor fell weakly to his knees before Mjolnir. It was only at this moment that he realized he was truly exiled. Truly transformed into what he once saw as insignificant mortals. In utter despair, Thor didn't even resist when a few agents bound him. He simply stared at his hammer, as if expecting it to fly back into his hand any moment. But even as Thor was taken away, Mjolnir remained unresponsive. In the interrogation room, Coulson, responsible for investigating the Mjolnir incident, was questioning Thor. Naturally, Coulson was among those resurrected. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D., it seemed like they never took a vacation. Coulson had just experienced a near-death experience and hadn't even taken a break before being sent here by Nick Fury to carry out a mission. Facing Coulson's questions, Thor, lost in his own world, remained silent. It wasn't until Thor glanced up and saw a magazine that had been carelessly left on the interrogation table that he couldn't help but exclaim. Zane sigh. Seeing Thor's reaction, Coulson's pupils contracted suddenly. As a master of psychology, he could clearly discern from the expression on the big man's face that he had indeed met Zane, not just learned about him from the news. Do you know Zane Sai? Coulson asked solemnly. He couldn't help but feel nervous because of the previous battle. The global human elite and some of the superheroes were still in panic. They feared that Zane might return to Earth at any moment and unleash another massacre. In order to prevent Zane from getting angry when he returned to Earth in the future, all negative news about Zane had disappeared worldwide. If any media dared to publicize negative news about Zane, agents would show up at your door that very night to have a chat. And now the media were more or less promoting Zane's positive image. As long as there was something good, it was exaggerated to the extreme. In just a few days, Zane had been turned into a global superhero. Videos of him defeating the Hulk with a snap of his fingers, blasting Electro, and massacring Lizardmen in New York were edited and circulated on the internet. For a moment, it seemed like the whole world was talking about Zane. Even though Zane was no longer on Earth. But at the same time, unconsciously, information revealed by Zane was being studied to devise ways to deal with him. If Zane knew, he would definitely say to the major forces on Earth. A dog will always return to its vomit. 1. In the confinement room, Thor looked at Coulson's nervous appearance and nodded somewhat bewilderedly. Yes, I know him. We almost fought a few days ago. Thor, who was still an honest man, didn't think too much and simply told Coulson the truth. A few days ago. With his keen sense of smell, Coulson instantly noticed the key information in Thor's words. It had been 4 days since Zane left Earth, which meant this unknown man had met him after Zane left Earth. As for the almost fight Thor mentioned, Coulson simply ignored it. He had witnessed Zane's terror with his own eyes. It was a distance longer than the distance between heaven and earth. Those who hadn't experienced that war might never understand Zane's horror. Although this burly man in front of him could take on several battle-hardened agents single-handedly, he was at best on par with Hawkeye and nowhere near a match for Zane. Coulson probably thought Thor was either an alien or a lunatic. Although in Coulson's mind, the probability of Thor being a lunatic was much higher than him being an alien. But as a special agent, he couldn't overlook any possibility. So after telling Thor to be honest, Coulson took out his communicator. After leaving the confinement room, Coulson reported Thor's situation to Nick Fury in full detail. In the end, the old bastard only gave him 3 words, watch and wait. Because even if what Thor said was true, they had no way to deal with it. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. could influence Earth, they couldn't meddle with other planets. So they could only watch and wait. And as Coulson left, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty confinement room, Loki. Loki lied that Odin was already dead and Thor was permanently banished for instigating war. Thor's heart was instantly surrounded by immense guilt, self-blame, and a sense of being unable to return home. Because according to Loki, his exile was a condition proposed by the frost giants. As long as Thor returned to Asgard, war would break out instantly. One had to admit, everyone in Marvel was talented. Loki's words just now perfectly conveyed a sense of apology and regret towards Thor. If he debuted, winning a dozen Oscars wouldn't be a problem. After confirming that Thor would no longer have any thoughts of returning to Asgard, Loki finally felt relieved and returned to Asgard. Actually, he could have just killed the sleeping Odin and the powerless Thor, but Loki still didn't do that. Chapter 161, Jotunheim. Perhaps even he himself didn't know why, and even from beginning to end, such evil thoughts never arose in his heart. In the end, he still cared about his brother, with whom he had grown up since childhood, and Odin, that incompetent father of his. It's just that, being arrogant, he was accustomed to using the cloak of deceit to hide his true feelings. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Zane had seen enough of the beauty of Asgard. Moreover, the system had issued a mission, and Zane didn't have the leisure to wait for those frost giants to come knocking on the door. Compared to being passive, Zane preferred to take the initiative into his own hands. So Zane decided to take the initiative and go to the frost giants' realm, Jotunheim. He would slaughter the frost giants to the point where they wouldn't dare to invade Asgard again, thereby completing the mission fundamentally. Actually, it was mainly because Zane was displeased. You see, that was an SS-level skill lottery. The S rank, King's Treasury, and Realm of Dead, had already made him so powerful. Who knew if obtaining an SS-level skill would make Xander a figure comparable to Odin? When one was displeased, one needed to vent. The frost giants were just the right target for Xander's venting. For these ugly and arrogant beings who didn't know their place, Xander didn't feel the slightest psychological pressure in killing them. At most, he would control the force of his strikes, ensuring that he didn't wipe out their entire race. This would also help expand the number of followers in the realm of death, somewhat offsetting his losses. On the Bifrost, Xander walked casually to Heimdall's side and said indifferently, "Heimdall, open the Bifrost. I want to go to Jotunheim to play." Facing Xander's commanding tone, Heimdall, although displeased, said nothing. He promptly inserted the Sword of Guardianship into the switch of Bifrost, opening the passage to Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. Odin had previously said in the palace hall that seeing Xander was like seeing him. Heimdall, who had sworn allegiance to the throne of Asgard for generations, naturally wouldn't disobey Odin's command. But just before Xander stepped into the spatial passage, Heimdall said in a calm tone, "Your Excellency Xander, please don't go too far." Having experienced a great battle with the frost giants, Heimdall naturally understood that without the casket of ancient winters, the frost giants, who were only second to Odin in strength, were just a bunch of chickens and dogs. That's why he advised Xander not to go too far. If he directly wiped out the frost giants, things would be in chaos. The other realms would feel sad for the frost giants' demise, and then, out of fear, they would unite and launch a massive attack on Asgard. The 9 realms would return to the chaotic state of 1,000 years ago, and even Asgard, which now seemed a bit weakened, might be directly destroyed. This was also the main reason why, in the original story, Thor, even at the cost of destroying the Bifrost, insisted on protecting the frost giants' race. Otherwise, why would Thor break with his own brother for those cold-blooded snakes? Loki, trapped in his own identity, couldn't see this obvious truth, but Odin and later Thor understood it very well. This also showed that Loki was really not suitable to be a king, he couldn't even see the big picture clearly. Xander gave Heimdall a meaningful smile and then disappeared into the spatial passage. In the moment he entered the spatial passage, Xander crossed countless light years at a speed surpassing light and directly descended into the realm of the frost giants, Jotunheim. At this moment, Xander deeply experienced the power of the Bifrost. This artifact not only had the power to destroy planets with amplified power but also could directly teleport armies across light years, making it a weapon of war. No wonder most of Asgard's army wielded spears and swords, at most with a round shield added. Although these weapons were all enchanted with magic, they still seemed somewhat outdated. But in front of the Bifrost, this weapon that could allow the army to reach the enemy's hinterland directly, Asgard's current seemingly outdated armament was indeed the most appropriate. Indeed, every powerful civilization was accumulated from the countless wisdom of its ancestors. If you didn't deeply understand it, don't blindly exaggerate their shortcomings. It was very likely that what you saw as a deficiency was actually the key to suppressing countless civilizations. And upon sensing the iconic pillar of light piercing through the sky from the Bifrost, around the place where Xander descended, countless frost giants, clad only in crude leather armor, showed ferocious expressions. The blood-red eyes emitted a burning bloodthirsty light as they surrounded Xander. Seeing these foolish beings, Xander's face revealed a reckless smile. So, the hunting game officially begins. As he spoke, the originally dim sky of Jotunheim was instantly covered in dazzling golden light. Countless energy cannons, large and small, emerged from the portal of the treasury. Sensing the impending crisis, the frost giants also hastened their steps, conjuring ice blades with the power of frost on their hands, and rushed toward Xander with all their might. And at this moment, the charging time of the energy cannons had also arrived. Instantly, countless attacks, whether in the form of cannonballs or laser beams, mercilessly struck the frost giants. It had to be said that the frost giants also had their advantages. On the one hand, they had tall stature and strong bodies. Even if small energy cannons hit them, they would only be severely injured, not instantly killed. On the other hand, all frost giants were naturally able to control ice. Among this group, there were even a few powerful frost giants who conjured a set of frost armor on their bodies, facing the torrential energy cannon fire as they charged towards Xander. Seeing the tenacity of these frost giants who could only be considered cannon fodder, Xander's desire for destruction in his blood grew stronger and stronger, and even his smile became crazier. Finally, directly grabbing a spear from the treasury, Xander rushed up to fight them. Of course, the energy attacks falling like raindrops from the sky didn't stop. Although Xander was passionate, he wasn't a reckless hothead. He was facing an entire civilization alone. Although the frost giants were low-ranking in the 9 realms, they still constituted a civilization. Xander wasn't so arrogant as to think that he, with his poor martial skills and strong body, could resist the entire frost giant race. Currently, Xander's state was just a case of seizing an opportunity. After all, creatures like the frost giants, who were tough and durable, were rare. Xander also wanted to enjoy the pleasure of close combat. Just as Xander, with his agile movements, dodged an ice blade swung by a frost giant covered in scars all over his body. Then, wielding the spear, he directly pierced the frost giant through the heart. Feeling the unique ice-cold blue blood of the frost giant splashing on his face, Xander was surprised that he didn't feel nauseous. Instead, he felt an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps this was what they called every mage having a warrior's dream deep in their hearts. Chapter 162, Frost Giants. Xander had fought almost exclusively as a mage before. Southwest suddenly engaging in close combat naturally made his blood boil. However, the Frost Giants, almost universally warriors, were extremely fierce. The Frost Giant that Xander had impaled through the heart grinned wickedly, taking a step forward to allow the spear to penetrate his body completely. Concentrating all the power of Frost in his arms, he launched a direct attack on Xander, intending to perish together with him. At the same time, the Frost Giants around them showed no concern for the lives of their own kind, conjuring ice spears and hurling them at Xander and the Frost Giant already on the brink of death. Facing the situation, Xander wore a mocking smile on his face and used Flash to instantly move to another Frost Giant's face. Then, casually drawing a long knife from the treasury, he swiftly beheaded the giant, who looked bewildered by Xander's sudden appearance. Afterwards, Xander seemed to transform into countless figures, continuously appearing in front of every Frost Giant that survived the onslaught of energy cannons, cutting them in half with his long knife. When one of the Frost Giants finally managed to grab onto Xander's weapon, Xander switched to a sword and continued to slaughter the remaining Frost Giants. Gradually, all of Jotunheim became aware of the intruder Xander, and countless Frost Giants rushed barefoot towards his direction. Simultaneously, thousands of giant beasts, frozen in ice, awakened under the command of Loki, the Frost Giant King, and charged into battle. They intended to tear the brazen intruder Xander into pieces. At this moment, Xander seemed to enter a strange state. He could seemingly predict the next move of every Frost Giant, feel the sensation of his weapon slicing through the air, and sense the blade piercing the Frost Giant's skin, flesh, and bones. Every detail was magnified infinitely in Xander's mind. In this strange state, Xander even dared to close his eyes, relying solely on his intuition to evade countless attacks. Each of Xander's attacks seemed to follow the trajectory of fate, leaving every Frost Giant facing him with a sense of inevitable doom, ultimately becoming souls under Xander's blade. As time passed, more and more Frost Giants arrived on the battlefield, and the number of corpses around Xander increased. Eventually, Xander became so immersed in the thrill of battle that he didn't even bother to teleport anymore, allowing the Frost Giants to pierce him with their ice spears. Although these ice spears could penetrate Xander's ordinary clothes, they couldn't break through his skin's defense, leaving only small white marks on his body that were quickly healed by Xander's potent regenerative abilities. Feeling the pain in his body, Xander became even more excited. The overwhelming aura of death emanating from him became even more apparent, complemented by the blue blood splattered on his body and his eyes filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Xander resembled a demon incarnate. From above, countless Frost Giants converged from all directions towards Xander. After enduring the onslaught of the energy cannons, all Frost Giants, regardless of their injuries, resolutely charged at Xander and met their end at his hands. The Frost Giants, with their icy blood, knew nothing of fear. All they knew was that killing the intruder Xander would bring them great honor. As time passed, the number of corpses under Xander's feet increased, gradually forming a small hill of bodies. At this moment, Xander seemed to be an unstoppable force, tirelessly turning Frost Giants into corpses one by one. On the Bifrost, Heimdall had been holding the sword of guardianship, keeping his gaze locked on Xander in Jotunheim. Upon seeing Xander, who appeared like a god of death, Heimdall for the first time in his life questioned Odin. Could this monstrous man truly become an ally of Asgard? In his heart, Heimdall kept asking himself this question, but the answer he arrived at was something only he knew. Thus, Heimdall silently watched as Xander fought with the Frost Giants. No, to be more precise, he watched as Xander unilaterally massacred the Frost Giants. As time passed, instead of slowing down due to exhaustion, Xander's killing speed increased, becoming faster and faster with his growing proficiency in close combat and the continuous boiling of his power of death. In the end, Heimdall only saw one Frost Giant climb onto the hill of corpses, and then witnessed a fleeting flash of sharp cold light. The Frost Giant's head soared into the sky, and hundreds of such incidents occurred within a second. Slowly, an entire day passed, and Xander, as if his eyes were bloodshot, showed no signs of stopping. Just as Heimdall was about to activate the Bifrost to pull back the seemingly berserk Xander, Loki, having just finished tricking his own brother, returned to Asgard. Seeing Heimdall's conflicted expression, although curious, Loki didn't inquire further. After all, he knew that although Heimdall was nominally loyal to him, it was only because he was currently the king of Asgard. In essence, Heimdall looked down on him. But Loki actually enjoyed this feeling of commanding obedience, even if it meant those under him disdained him. Yet, at this moment, even the superficial Loki could only sense the benefits of power. As for the countless hidden crises and mountainous responsibilities behind him, he chose to ignore them completely. Rather than say he was acting as the king of Asgard, it was more accurate to say he was playing a role-playing game, and the role he played was that of the king of Asgard. Heimdall, send me to Jotunheim. I want to have a chat with Loki, the Frost Giant King. Loki held Gungir, trying to appear dignified. However, the word dignified seemed to have never been associated with Loki from beginning to end. His current appearance even seemed somewhat ridiculous. And the most fundamental reason was that Loki lacked confidence. He was accustomed to disguising himself with magic and deceit. But it seemed that as he piled on more and more masks, he had lost sight of his true self. They say the highest realm of deception is deceiving oneself. Perhaps Loki's current appearance was the epitome of this statement. Upon hearing Loki's command, Heimdall's sharp eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. He was hesitating whether to play a trick on Loki, but ultimately, his integrity made him abandon such dereliction of duty. Your Majesty, it is not advisable for you to go to Jotunheim right now, because... Before Heimdall could explain the current situation in Jotunheim, Loki interrupted him. But Loki's interruption rendered Heimdall's well-intended warning unnecessary. Although Heimdall was loyal to his duties, he was also a person with his own temper. So, without hesitation, Heimdall inserted the Sword of Guardianship into the control panel of the Bifrost. Chapter 163, Lord Zane. Even more deviously, Loki's arrival was deliberately set near the battlefield between Zane and the Frost Giants. Finally, Heimdall's perpetually constipated face, for the first time ever, showed a hint of kindness with a smile. He even made a slight gesture of invitation towards Loki. Although Loki sensed that something was off with Heimdall, he only thought it was because Heimdall felt aggrieved by his command and didn't think much of it. Casually stepping into the dimensional gateway, what Loki didn't notice was the relieved smile on Heimdall's face behind him. When Loki stepped out of the pillar of light on the Bifrost, what greeted his eyes was such a scene. Countless Frost Giants' mutilated corpses piled up into a towering mountain of corpses, with countless lifeless eyes staring blood-red into the sky. It was as if they were roaring in defiance to the heavens. The intense visual impact made Loki instinctively hold his breath. At the top of the pile of corpses, Loki vaguely saw a proud figure, slightly weary, sitting on a throne. And in that figure's right hand was the struggling Frost Giant King, Loki, responsible for most of Zane's injuries. It had to be said that Loki, this king, still had some skill. Several well-timed ambushes nearly killed Zane. But in the end, as the number of Frost Giants decreased, this king was finally captured by Zane. Zane wasn't just showing off now, he was genuinely feeling tired. So, he casually took out his magnificent throne from the treasury and sat directly on top of the pile of corpses. At this moment, he was contemplating his gains from the battle with the Frost Giants. Firstly, the conversion speed of the power of death had greatly increased. Then, he had somewhat compensated for his poor close combat skills. Although Zane's close combat skills were still not great, he was no longer a liability. Moreover, Realm of Deed had gained tens of millions more followers. However, the greatest gain was that Zane's combat intuition had fully awakened. As Zane closed his eyes to summarize his gains, he sensed Loki's magical gaze. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked down towards Loki's direction. In an instant, the lingering murderous intent in Zane's eyes almost destabilized Loki's mind, causing his magic to falter. At the moment when Loki made eye contact with Zane, cold sweat soaked his back in shock. He forced out a slightly embarrassed yet polite smile and greeted Zane. Meanwhile, Zane casually choked Loki, who was still struggling, to death and teleported to Loki's side. Seeing Zane suddenly appear in front of him, Loki instinctively took 2 steps back, his nerves on edge, ready to flee at any moment. Although he knew that Zane was an ally of Asgard, the current appearance of Zane was just too terrifying. Seeing the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood behind him, it was evident that this monster had almost wiped out the Frost Giant race. Even the Frost Giant King had been choked to death by Zane like a chick, which understandably frightened Loki. "Lord Zane, greetings," Loki said tremblingly. But Zane just smiled brilliantly at him. Those gleaming teeth, combined with Zane's current appearance, sent shivers down the spine of Loki, the son of a Frost Giant. Even Loki couldn't help but entertain an absurd thought. Is this monster going to eat me? Although the thought was absurd, the frightened Loki couldn't stop his mind from wandering. Loki felt like he was on the verge of tears. Now Loki understood why Heimdall's smile had seemed so strange before. That scheming guy must have known what was happening in Jotunheim and clearly wanted to lure him into this big trap. Shivering with fear, Loki vowed to himself that once he safely returned to Asgard, he would make Heimdall clean the toilets in the palace for the rest of his life. This guy was just too damn deceptive. Seeing Loki's frightened appearance, Zane found it somewhat amusing. He, however, was completely unaware of how terrifying his current appearance, coupled with the gruesome battlefield behind him, was. "Let's go, little Loki," Zane said casually. "Little Loki. Little. I'm 1,000+ years old already." Loki instantly noticed the teasing tone in Zane's words, but despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a respectful and submissive demeanor on the surface. "You're the boss, you're awesome." "Lord Zane, where are we going?" Loki asked, puzzled. And Zane gave him a look that seemed to say, "Are you stupid? Of course, we're going back to Asgard. I need to take a bath and get a good night's sleep. The weather in Jotunheim is really awful, it's been depressing my mood quite a bit, and I've ended up doing some excessive things unintentionally," Zane said with a thick disdain on his face. Chapter 164, Lottery. Zane looked at Loki with a strong sense of disdain on his face. Loki, of course, nodded repeatedly to cooperate with Zane, but his thoughts were completely immersed in observing Zane's expression. He blurted out a rather foolish statement. "Lord Zane, you should go back first. I need to discuss the matter of war with the Frost Giants." Loki didn't feel anything wrong after saying this sentence, but Zane's gaze towards him completely changed. Could this Loki be an imposter? Why is he so foolish? Little Loki, are you sure it's necessary to discuss it? Zane pointed to the mountain of corpses behind him. Races like the frost giants have a birth rate similar to that of the Asgardians, which is much lower than that of humans on Earth. If Zane guessed correctly, the mountain of corpses behind him already represented 70 to 80% of the frost giants' population. Although there are still a few million frost giants in Jotunheim, they are mostly the elderly, weak, women, and some newborn babies. Most of the adult frost giants have been killed by Zane. With things like this, what's the point of discussing war? Asgard could send a few small teams over and basically wipe out the frost giants. In fact, Zane hasn't seen any qualifications for the frost giants to provoke Asgard until now. Without the casket of ancient winters, they even lack high-end combat power. Zane almost wiped out their entire race alone. Loki followed Zane's finger and saw the towering mountain of corpses, and he also realized his mistake. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, he wondered how he had said such a foolish thing just now. It completely contradicts his persona as the god of mischief. But it's not entirely his fault, it's just that Zane's intimidation is too great. Loki was a bit confused and subconsciously prepared to continue executing his previously planned scheme, completely ignoring the change in the situation. Sorry, Lord Zane, I was overly cautious. Loki slightly bowed, expressing his apology. Finally, the two stood together, and Loki raised his head and called out Heimdall, indicating him to open the Bifrost and send them back. Actually, Zane could have teleported back with Loki in an instant. But Zane didn't intend to expose himself, just like the Bifrost, he also had the ability to teleport over long distances. Although they were allies, no one could predict the future. What if one day Zane had to confront the Asgardian soldiers? Isn't that what happened with Earth's superheroes before? It's just that Earth's power is far inferior to Asgard's. Zane didn't need to worry so much, he could just push through directly. At the last moment of leaving Jotunheim, Loki suddenly turned his head and looked at the top of that mountain of corpses. More accurately, Loki was looking at the body of the Frost Giant's king, Laufey, his biological father's corpse. But Loki just glanced at it, he had no sense of belonging to the Frost Giant's race. In fact, his original plan was to lure Laufey to Asgard and then kill him himself. To find a reason to start the war. And then directly destroy Jotunheim with the Bifrost, completely wiping out the Frost Giants from this world. To become the legitimate king of Asgard and eliminate the hidden danger of his true identity. But now with Zane as a variable, Loki's plan was completely disrupted. Even though Loki was adept at scheming, he didn't know what to do now. Almost as Loki finished speaking, a beam of light enveloped Zane and Loki. The next moment, they returned to Asgard. As soon as Loki saw Heimdall again, he gave him a fierce look. As Zane stepped onto the ground of Asgard, the system's notification sound followed. Ding, congratulations for completing the task, helping Asgard repel the invasion of the Frost Giants. Evaluating participation level. Evaluation complete. Congratulations for obtaining 1A grade skill lottery. Does the user wish to proceed with the lottery? Let's do it later. That was Zane's original plan. Now, even if the Frost Giants had 9 lives, they probably wouldn't dare to go to war with Asgard. For the next few hundred to thousand years, their only option would be to reproduce vigorously and restore their vitality. Otherwise, even without external interference, the Frost Giants would eventually perish on their own. As time passed, the mountain of corpses in Jotunheim gradually turned into an extremely hard ice due to the outbreak of the ice element in the bodies. Becoming the highest ice mountain in Jotunheim. The remaining Frost Giants tried to destroy this humiliation, but they couldn't even budge the ice mountain. In the end, they could only treat it as the graveyard of the Frost Giants' race, trying to cover up this shameful history. At this moment, Zane didn't pay attention to Loki and Heimdall staring at each other, he directly teleported back to the accommodation arranged by Odin for him. Then he rushed into the bathroom and took a hot bath. After washing away all the blood from his body, Zane took out a set of new clothes from the treasure trove and put them on. As for the original clothes, they had become almost like beggars' clothes in the battle and were directly thrown into the trash by Zane. After leaving the bathroom, Zane didn't see Lorna, only Busties lying on the balcony enjoying the warmth of the starlight, lazily wagging her tail. Busties, where's Lorna, and Little Bone? Zane casually asked. That woman and the skeleton seemed to have been taken out for a walk by an old woman named Frigga, Busties replied truthfully. Knowing where Lorna went, Zane nodded and then teleported directly onto the soft bed. Not even 10 seconds later, the bedroom was filled with Zane's steady breathing. Fighting the Frost Giants alone had exhausted him. It would have been fine if he had continuously bombarded them remotely with the king's treasury. But because Zane's blood was boiling, he insisted on fighting them with cold weapons for a whole day and night. As Zane fell asleep, Busties, who was still on the balcony, suddenly pricked up its ears. After listening to Zane's breathing for a while and confirming that his master was indeed asleep, Busties shook its body, stood up, and with light and silent cat-like steps, jumped onto the bed in the bedroom. Then it curled its body into a ball and nestled into Zane's arms, exhaling a comfortable sigh. Indeed, my master's arms are the most comfortable. With this thought in mind, Busties closed its eyes, and accompanied by the soft snoring, it fell asleep in Zane's arms. For a moment, the whole room quieted down, and the sunlight streaming through the window bathed Zane and Little Black, creating an extremely beautiful scene. It was unknown how much time had passed when Zane, in a daze, heard a frantic female voice and the distinct scream of a wild cat. And it seemed like something was tugging at his clothes, trying to pull them off. Chapter 165, A-Grade Skill. When Zane furrowed his brows and opened his eyes, he saw that Lorna had already returned, and she was currently grabbing Busties's tail, trying to pull it away. Meanwhile, Busties's two claws were hanging onto Zane's clothes, showing a determined refusal to leave Zane. "You stinky cat, get off my men." "Stinky woman, as a pet, it's only natural for me to sleep in my master's arms." "Stinky cat." "Stinky woman." Seeing this scene, Zane was at a loss for words, then a towering anger rose within him. It turns out he was awakened by these two troublemakers. With a wicked smile on his face, Zane slowly sat up under the trembling gazes of Lorna and Busties. "Who started it?" Zane's chilling voice made Lorna and Busties shiver involuntarily. Then both Lorna and Busties consciously stood aside with their heads lowered, appearing as if they knew they were in the wrong. However, one hand and one paw were unapologetically pointing at each other. Seeing this, Zane smirked. "Since neither of you wants to admit it, then you'll both be punished together." With that, Zane mercilessly flicked Lorna and Busties on their heads. As they tearfully held their heads, Zane smiled contentedly, taking a deep breath. Finally, clarity. For some reason, Lorna and Busties had always been at odds, and Zane couldn't figure out why. They were different species, for goodness sake. How did jealousy even come into play? In the end, Zane could only blame it on the fact that women were a mysterious species, otherwise, there was no way to explain it. Little Bone is the best, always trouble-free. Zane looked at Little Bone, who was watching the commotion with her head tilted, and thought to himself. But just as Zane had this thought, Little Bone raised her bony claw and pointed it at Lorna, who was glaring angrily at her and Busties. "Master, it was Madam who started it," Little Bone said obediently. With Lorna looking betrayed, Zane facepalmed in despair. "I should have known better. There's not a single normal person in this house. I shouldn't have expected anything." Zane thought to himself dejectedly. Little Bone wasn't scheming, she was just too honest, perhaps overly so. In his previous life, Zane had a particularly apt term for someone like Little Bone, airhead. Yes, Little Bone could be described as a genuine airhead. Her previous form was the vengeful angel Zarathos. A mad angel wouldn't possess much intelligence, so when Zarathos was shattered and reformed by the realm of dead, Little Bone was born. She only inherited Zarathos' memories, not any intelligence, which was why she regarded the rules of Jehovah as her own. In a sense, Little Bone was still just a newborn baby, like a blank piece of paper. Wasn't that the definition of an airhead? But an airhead could also be described as a natural schemer. As for the reason, didn't you see how Lorna was glaring at her? After some roughhousing, Zane remembered he still had one A-grade skill lottery left. After washing his hands and face to boost his luck, Zane solemnly addressed the system. "System, commence the lottery." Affirmative, host. Lottery in progress. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the A-grade passive skill, Eternal Arms Mastery. Upon hearing the name of this new skill, Zane's eyes lit up. He opened the system panel to examine the skill's description. A-grade passive skill, Eternal Arms Mastery, originated from the Fate world's Lancelot. In an era when he was peerless in martial arts, it allowed complete unity of mind, technique, and body, enabling the wielder to unleash formidable combat prowess unaffected by any mental influence. After reading the skill description, Zane's mind was immediately immersed in Eternal Arms Mastery. Zane seemed to enter a special space where an indistinct figure imparted various martial arts and combat experiences to him, then sparred with him. He didn't know how long it lasted, perhaps a second, perhaps millennia. In that space, time seemed to lose all meaning. After finally defeating the indistinct figure with a giant sickle, the mist surrounding the figure dispersed. It revealed a knight in armor with long flowing hair and eyes that seemed to hold countless untold stories and melancholy. If Zane guessed correctly, this person was Lancelot, the strongest knight of the Round Table known as the Knight of the Lake, in the legends of ancient Britain in the Fate world. "Thank you." In the special space, Zane sheathed the giant sickle in his hand, slightly bowed, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Only Zane himself knew the extent of his transformation after this seemingly endless learning session. This thank you was sincere from Zane's heart, marking the first time since he arrived in the Marvel world that he had slightly bowed his spine. Although he obtained the A-grade skill, Eternal Arms Mastery, through his own abilities, it was as if he and Lancelot had entered into a master-disciple relationship. There's a saying, when three people walk together, one of them is my teacher. Zane understood this, admitting someone is stronger than oneself wasn't that difficult. One must learn to be grateful. And Lancelot, satisfied, nodded at Zane without saying a word, dissolving into a wisp of green smoke within the special space. With Lancelot's disappearance, the space collapsed abruptly, and Zane's soul returned to his body. Opening his eyes, Zane saw Lorna and Busty still playfully fighting beside him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the passage of time in the real world and that special space was different. Now, Zane deeply understood the terror of his system. He hadn't thought deeply about it before. But with Lancelot's appearance this time, Zane realized that his skills weren't creations of the system, they were copied from various extraordinary individuals across different worlds and even dimensions. Zane could confirm that the Lancelot he encountered wasn't a figment of the system's imagination but a living person. Damn, it's terrifying to think about. Shaking his head, Zane shook off these frightening thoughts. These were things he couldn't comprehend at his current level. There was no use dwelling on them. System, open the character attributes panel. Name, Zane Sai. Age, 21. Race, demigod, god of death. Chapter 166, status. Name, Zane Sai. Age, 21. Race, demigod, god of death. Active skills, S grade, King's Treasury, A grade, God's Absence, A grade, Son of Light, A grade, Flash, B grade, Rat Talisman, B grade, Thousand Faces, C grade, Eyebrow Dance. Passive skills, S grade, Death River, Remaining Resurrection Times, 15,370,000, S grade, Realm of Dead, S grade, Magic Furnace, A grade, Eternal Arms Mastery, C grade, Culinary Master. Number of lotteries, none. Honestly, this time, even though Zane only drew an A-grade skill, Eternal Arms Mastery, it's not inferior to S-grade skills in the slightest. Because it thoroughly melds Zane's various abilities into one. Eternal Arms Mastery not only grants Zane extraordinary combat skills, but also the most crucial combat wisdom. It's about control of the battlefield, seizing every opportunity, and a terrifying intuition for impending danger. Even now, when Zane recalls his past battles, he feels he was incredibly foolish at the time. To put it more vividly, if Zane were to battle the Frost Giants again. Now, Zane would only need half the time to slaughter the Frost Giants, and he wouldn't even sustain any injuries. At this moment, Zane is in a great mood, but Loki and Thor, those brothers who love to hate each other, aren't feeling so good. Just like in the original, during the time Zane was asleep. Loki had already sent the Destroyer, a powerful weapon, to Earth to kill Thor, consolidating his position as king once and for all. But in the end, Thor, awakening the power of the Thunder God, managed to defeat it. So, the Destroyer, Asgard's great weapon, was reduced to scrap metal by these two troublemakers and eventually reclaimed and melted down by S.H.I.E.L.D. When Loki controlled the Destroyer, it was like holding a loaded AK-47. He couldn't pull the trigger, he'd just use it as a club and start swinging. Who knows how Odin, who was asleep, would react if he knew Loki had rendered his own divine weapon useless. Would he disown his son completely? And when Thor returned to Asgard via the Bifrost, he naturally wanted to settle the score with his dishonest brother. After Loki threatened him with Thor's girlfriend on Earth, the two brothers promptly began to quarrel. When they fought on Bifrost, Odin, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Odin's elderly life is quite miserable, he can't even sleep in peace. His decades-long sleep was disturbed after just a few days by his two noisy sons. There was no way around it, if this continued, Asgard might descend into chaos because of these two. Finally, when Thor swung his hammer to knock Loki off the Bifrost, Odin appeared in time to grab Loki before he fell into the endless void. Afterward, just like in the original plot, Loki's desperate bid for approval was rejected by Odin's heartache. Without hesitation, Loki released his grip on Gungir and disappeared into the endless void. Meanwhile, Zane was holding Lorna, standing on the balcony, witnessing the whole scene. This was Odin's family affair, Zane had no intention of meddling. Besides, as an outsider, he had no right to intervene. Right now, Zane was thinking about how to blackmail Odin later. After all, he had helped Odin solve the problem of the Frost Giants. It took a full 2 days for Asgard to return to normal, and Odin emerged from his grief over losing Loki. Of course, with Odin's abilities, he knew Loki hadn't died. He was mourning the fact that Loki had parted ways with him. During this time, Zane showed remarkable insight and didn't disturb the grieving old man. 2 days later, Odin knocked on Zane's door. "Old man, everything has gone according to your plan. Are you satisfied?" Zane looked at the visibly older Odin and said. "Sigh. Yes, everything has gone according to my plan. Thor has finally grown up. But, sigh." Odin wanted to say more, but in the end, all the thousands of words on the tip of his tongue turned into a sigh. Even though everything had gone as he wished, Odin couldn't bring himself to feel happy. After a while, Odin rallied and said to Zane with a bit of excitement. "You brat, let's go. It's time for me to fulfill my promise." "Okay." Hearing Odin's words, a satisfied smile appeared on Zane's face. He knew exactly what Odin meant, to have the dwarves forge a divine weapon for him. As for the Frost Giants, neither of them mentioned it. Zane believed Odin had already taken note of the matter and would surely compensate him. First, the two went to Odin's private treasury to select materials for forging weapons. As soon as they entered the treasury, Zane was stunned by Odin's vast collection. Countless materials and artifacts that were prominent in the Marvel universe were suspended in midair by magic. At first glance, it looked like a galaxy of stars, emitting an overwhelming aura of wealth. Seeing Zane's astonishment, Odin's face also showed a proud smile. He patted Zane on the back. Let's keep going. The things here are not worthy of you. With a newfound understanding, Zane nodded. See, even though he didn't mention it, the benefits have arrived. Zane bet that Odin had initially planned to use these treasures to appease him. When the two arrived at the end of the treasury, Odin raised Gungir and tapped the wall. Instantly, countless magic runes appeared on the wall, gradually revealing a golden door adorned with exquisite reliefs. Odin pushed open the door, eagerly leading Zane inside. In this hidden vault, only a few items were protected by magical shields. But the first thing Zane saw wasn't those dazzling artifacts, it was a withered tree with a fragile sapling sprouting from it. As Zane focused on the withered tree, he didn't notice Odin's eyes fixed on him, his palms even sweating nervously. Although Odin was extremely nervous, he still maintained an outwardly generous demeanor. Brat, pick something. Only kids need to choose. I'll take them all. Zane's gaze remained fixed on the withered tree, not even turning his head. He couldn't sense anything different about the withered tree, but that was its greatest peculiarity. Something protected by heavy magic by the Sky Father Odin couldn't be ordinary. As Zane's peripheral vision glanced at Gungir in Odin's hand, suddenly a flash of insight struck his mind. He seemed to have guessed what the withered tree really was. You want it all? Brat, you're dreaming. Letting you pick one item is already my bottom line. Odin was choked up by Zane's stubborn words, struggling to speak for a while. He was close to passing out from holding his breath. Chapter 167, Death Pearl. Old man, don't be so stingy, how about 3 items? Zane certainly knew that asking for everything was impossible, so he immediately lowered his demands. He knew how to bargain. Odin pondered for a moment with a flicker in his eyes, then gritted his teeth and said, 2 items, that's my bottom line. Deal. Zane immediately sealed the deal, as if afraid Odin would change his mind. In fact, Zane's initial thought was just to take away one thing from this hidden treasury. Getting 1 extra item was a pleasant surprise. Odin, seeing Zane's expression, realized he had been tricked again by Zane's cunning. Blaming this brat for staring at that thing had made him nervous. Zane looked at the dozen or so items in the treasury. He suddenly felt like he didn't recognize any of them. Odin, now standing by, closed his eyes calmly, showing no intention of explaining. Zane could only close his eyes, spreading his death godly power, feeling the aura of the treasures inside through the heavy magic shield. Odin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zane didn't direct his death godly power towards the withered tree. Even his facial expression softened a bit. As the death godly power touched several of the treasures simultaneously, a round gem suddenly absorbed the strand directed towards it. In the next moment, it broke through the magic shield surrounding it and flew automatically to Zane's side, swirling around him as if alive. The most amazing part was Zane could clearly feel the gem conveying emotions of attachment and desire, like a child asking its parents for candy. Feeling inexplicably fond of the gem, Zane tried to channel a strand of his death godly power towards it. Instantly, the gem spun more vigorously, then swallowed the strand at Zane's fingertip like eating noodles. It then flew into Zane's palm, continuously conveying its delight. Old man, I'll take this one for the first item, Zane said, holding the lively gem. Odin nodded, showing a satisfied expression. Actually, he had initially intended to give this gem to Zane. Old man, care to explain the origin of this thing? Zane asked, examining the round gem in his hand. Inside the gem, countless gray mists churned and boiled, giving it an extremely mystical appearance. Staring at it gave Zane a feeling like his soul was leaving his body, even though he was as strong as he was. In fact, even I don't know what it is or where it came from, Odin replied truthfully. I obtained it by chance many years ago. I call it the Death Pearl. But I can tell you, my eldest daughter, Hela, once gained something like an inheritance from this gem. Later, she awakened the attribute of death and became the goddess of death, Odin said honestly. Hearing Odin's words, Zane was even more satisfied with the gem. There might be more precious things in Odin's treasury, but Zane was sure this mischievous gem was the most suitable for him. After choosing one item, Zane glanced at Odin. Odin immediately had a bad feeling. Then, Zane, with a wicked smile, slowly walked to a display, pointing at something on it. I'll take this for the second item. When Zane pointed to the withered tree on the display, Odin froze. Brat, why do you choose this one? Look at this URU metal, it has excellent conductivity for your divine power. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, is made of this metal, Odin said, pointing to another display with a brilliant smile. But Zane was not swayed at all, stubbornly pointing at the withered tree with a smirk on his face. No, I want this one. Old man, don't think I don't know what this thing is. After saying that, Zane looked at the Gungir. More accurately, he looked at the handle of the Gungir. Feeling Zane's gaze, Odin also understood that Zane had already guessed what the withered tree was. Although he felt extremely distressed, as the king of the gods, words spoken couldn't be taken back. He wasn't shameless enough to deny it. Although he was tempted to deny it now, because the last remaining branch of Yggdrasil in the world was far more precious than Zane could imagine. It was not only a divine material but also a living cosmic history book. Odin only regretted not hiding the last remaining branch of Yggdrasil in the treasury beforehand. Yes, the seemingly ordinary withered tree was indeed a branch of Yggdrasil. The handle of Gungir in Odin's hand was also made of this material. Odin raised Gungir towards the display, and in the next moment, a faint light flashed. The magic shield on the branch of Yggdrasil disappeared one after another, revealing its true appearance. Zane gently held this treasure in his hand. However, even with such close contact with the branch of Yggdrasil, Zane still felt nothing unusual. It was as if it was really just an ordinary branch. "Old man, does the world tree really exist in this world?" Zane asked Odin as he gently stroked the branch of Yggdrasil in his hand. Zane's question was not without reason. The records in Asgard mentioned that the 9 realms were supported by the world tree. But in the real world, the 9 realms were just several seemingly unrelated planetary civilizations, with no trace of the world tree. Although the handle of the Gungnir was said to be made from a branch of the world tree in legend, Zane had always thought it was just a legend. It wasn't until Zane saw the real branch of Yggdrasil that he began to wonder where the world tree really existed. Zane didn't suspect that Odin was trying to fool him with an ordinary branch. This old man wasn't that boring. And after Zane input his death godly power into the branch of Yggdrasil, he also felt a kind of fusion with it. The feeling was very strange, as if he had suddenly grown another hand. And when Odin saw Zane inputting his death godly power into the branch of Yggdrasil, he realized it was too late to stop him. Because the branch of Yggdrasil had a very annoying characteristic, it only recognized the first person to input power as its master. Once recognized, others couldn't use it. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to unleash its power. It would be similar to holding an extremely sturdy stick. This was also the fundamental reason why, other than Odin, no one else could fully unleash the power of the Gungnir. Chapter 168, 10d. This is also the fundamental reason why, besides Odin, no one else can fully wield the power of the Gungnir. Now that the facts are established, even if Odin wants to go back on his word, it's too late. Odin looked at Zane, who was continuously exploring the mysteries of the world tree, with some irritation and said, "You brat, I don't even know if such a divine thing as the world tree exists in this world. The piece you hold is the only remaining branch of the world tree in the world. Originally, I intended to leave it to Thor. But since you have a connection with it now, let it be." Odin's expression of heartache was so intense that Zane couldn't help but feel like he might have been a bit too harsh. But Zane just smiled awkwardly at Odin's discomfort, though his grip on the branch tightened even more. There was no intention at all to return this unique divine object to Odin. Zane expressed that once something enters his mouth, there's no way it's going back, not in this lifetime. Actually, it's similar to the nickname Tony Stark gave Zane. Sometimes, Zane does resemble a penny-pinching miser. This is deeply ingrained in Zane's soul from his past life as an orphan, and it's something that can't be changed. If you don't believe me, bite me. Seeing Zane's protective stance over the branch, Odin didn't say anything further. He just rolled his eyes at Zane fiercely and continued to explain. The knowledge passed down from our ancestors in Asgard states that the universe wasn't initially the 4-dimensional universe it is now. It was a 10-dimensional realm. In the 10-dimensional space, everyone was a god, everyone was a king. But for some reason, as time passed, the dimensions began to decline, until it became the 4-dimensional universe we know today. You mean? Zane's expression turned astonished upon hearing this history that overturned his understanding. That's right, this universe is slowly dying, and the process of decline is irreversible. One day, this 4-dimensional universe will decline to 3 dimensions, 2 dimensions, and finally, it will vanish completely into a single line, a single point. As for what comes after, whether it's a reboot or complete death, I cannot say. Seeing Zane's expression grow heavier as he absorbed this information, Odin's face revealed a wicked grin as he continued, "You're worrying too much, brat. Even if the 4 dimensions decline to 3, it will take billions or even trillions of years. Not to mention if you'll live that long. By the time you're of some age, you'll probably be wishing for death, just like I am now." After hearing Odin's words, Zane eased the weight in his heart. But he still kept this big secret in mind. He was lucky to know this truth. Presumably, only a few civilizations in this vast universe are aware of this matter. Our civilization in Asgard is only a few 100,000 years old in your imagination, right? Odin asked. Zane nodded, indicating that's what he thought too. But in reality, the existence of Asgard far exceeds everyone's cognition. We are remnants of the 6th-dimensional space. And this remaining branch of the world tree was brought back by my ancestors' ancestors' ancestors from the 6th-dimensional space. At this moment, Odin's tone became extremely solemn, as if he himself had transformed into a living history book. He was revealing to Zane the ultimate secret of this world. Haha, I've been wanting to write this setting since the beginning of the book, but it felt too absurd in the early stages without immersion. It's just right to write it out when the protagonist steps into the threshold of the universe. This also counts as the biggest foreshadowing in the book, hinting at the protagonist's future path. After hearing Odin's words, Xander felt even more that the branch of the world tree in his hand was precious. It was probably rarer than the Infinity Stones, this thing was truly one of a kind, and he still had 6 Infinity Stones. But Xander also thought of a crucial question. Old man, can we return to that 10-dimensional universe? Without hesitation, Odin shook his head. No, the ancestors of Asgard once tried to return from the 5th-dimensional universe to the 6th, but it was impossible because the 6th-dimensional universe had completely disappeared. Similarly, our current 4-dimensional universe cannot return to 5th dimension. But, we can ascend dimensions ourselves. There are many ways for this universe to become stronger, but they all point in one direction. Whether it's through technological transformation, genetic enhancement, or deification through faith, it's all about elevating one's own dimension. Like me, I've entered the 5th dimension by relying on the power of the Gungir, and now you've already stepped into the threshold of the 5th dimension. Thor and Loki are no different from ordinary people on Midgard, they're all just 4-dimensional beings. After listening to this explanation, Xander finally had a clear understanding of his own power level. In simple terms, beings of different dimensions have different strengths and weaknesses, just like the god of thunder and an ordinary person. But once you transcend this dimension, you'll undergo a qualitative transformation. For example, even though Xander obtained the Eternal Arms Mastery to compensate for his last weakness, his intuition told him that he still wasn't a match for Odin. That's the inherent gap between beings at the divine level. Alright, old people like to ramble when they get old. All this information doesn't really matter. Let me tell you about the power of this world tree branch. Odin smiled and shook his head. Xander didn't inquire further, but Odin's earlier words had been deeply engraved in his mind. He would address them when he had the capability. Odin was right, as shocking as this information sounded, it was ultimately useless upon further consideration. Okay, I also want to know what use this creation of the 6th-dimensional universe has that makes you, the king of gods, so nervous, Xander chuckled. Odin was annoyed at Xander's mention of his sore spot but eventually began to explain the immense power of the world tree branch. After all, if you want to give someone a favor, you have to let them know how precious that favor is for them to appreciate it, right? Weapons made from the world tree branch have 3 functions. The first is indestructibility. Once the weapon is formed, it's nearly indestructible, not even the power of time leaves a mark on it. The second is loyalty. Once infused with power from the world tree branch, the forged weapon can only unleash its full power in the hands of its master. And the third, which is the most precious, is unlimited growth. Weapons made from the world tree branch are alive, they can grow alongside their master's progress, with no upper limit. After hearing Odin's explanation, Xander looked at the wooden stick in his hand with disbelief, thinking one thing. I hit the jackpot. This time, I really hit the jackpot. At the same time, seeing the only fragile little sapling on the world tree branch, a crazy idea sparked in Xander's mind. Old man, can the world tree be nurtured? I see there's still life in this branch. Saying this, Xander touched the tender shoot with his hand, his eyes emitting a dazzling light. Even a nearly withered branch of the world tree had such great effects. One could imagine that if the world tree were fully grown, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single step. You're dreaming too big, kid. The world tree is a relic of the 6th dimension or even higher dimensions. It's not something the power of our 4-dimensional universe can nurture. Chapter 170, Weapon. If possible, Asgard wouldn't be left with only this one branch. I know what you're thinking. You want to use your divine power to nourish it, right? Sorry, our Asgardian ancestors tried to seek divine blessings, but let me make it clear here, it's utterly useless. We've also tried the power of the Infinity Stones, still useless. The energy required for the world tree is simply beyond our dimension. Odin ruthlessly shattered Xander's illusions, and finally extinguished all of Xander's whimsical thoughts. After being doused with a bucket of cold water by Odin, Xander sobered up from his fantasies. After all, Asgard was once a 6th-dimensional civilization. Even an ordinary street sweeper there might have had the same power as Xander. Such a civilization couldn't sustain the world tree. Xander had indeed been a bit delusional. But Xander still couldn't help but ask, removing this tiny sapling won't affect the effectiveness of this branch, right? As he spoke, Xander pointed to the tiny bit of vibrant green on the withered tree. It won't have any effect. In fact, during the forging process, that sapling would be burned into nothingness by the flames of the stars. Okay. After getting Odin's affirmative reply, Xander didn't hesitate. He used his death godly power to separate the fragile sapling from the branch. Then he directly stored it in the king's treasury. He would wait quietly, perhaps one day he would find a way to cultivate it into life. After all, there was nothing to lose by trying. Odin saw everything but didn't stop Xander, just shook his head with a bitter smile. When he was young, he had done the same thing as Xander. In the end, it turned out to be completely useless. Some things couldn't be persuaded, Xander had to hit a wall himself to understand. Afterward, Zane reluctantly scanned the remaining items in this hidden treasury. Finally, under Odin's vigilant gaze, he left reluctantly. After Odin used magic to hide the hidden treasury again, Zane tried to return using Flash, but the Flash, empowered by the Space Stone, couldn't even detect the coordinates there. It was as if that place didn't exist at all. Zane glanced at Odin expressionlessly, seemingly realizing that the waters of Asgard were deeper than he had imagined. Finally, Odin generously picked some auxiliary materials for Zane in the outer treasury. After all, it wasn't possible to forge a weapon with just a withered tree and a gem. Then the two boarded Asgard's ship and followed the guidance of Asgard's star map to the birthplace of most of the artifacts in the universe. There, they would find the dwarves, the most skilled race in forging. There, Zane would obtain a divine weapon exclusive to him. It would be the most intimate companion accompanying him through battles in the future. After more than 10 spatial jumps, a forge appeared in front of Zane, centered around a dying star emitting colorful light, surrounded by 4 huge steel rings. It had to be said that these dwarves were quite something. Instead of using volcanic furnaces or something, they directly modified a dying star, creating a unique stellar forge. Their imagination was boundless. Only such a race could forge the unique divine weapons in the world. When Odin and Zane's ship landed in the Dwarven Kingdom, the Dwarf King, who had received news early, was already waiting outside with a group of people. After Odin and Zane got off the ship, the Dwarf King exchanged a few words with Odin before turning to Zane. "Respected Lord Zane, I will personally forge a weapon for you later," the Dwarf King said respectfully, with a hint of fear. Odin had already told him all about Zane before they set off, including the incident a few days ago when Zane almost wiped out the Frost Giants single-handedly. Facing a killer like Zane, the Dwarf King couldn't help but be afraid. Zane, on the other hand, nodded friendly at the Dwarf King and then reached out his right hand. The Dwarf King was slightly stunned, looking at Odin in surprise. It seemed like he was saying, "Isn't this young man very friendly? How come you said he is murderous?" Then he shook Zane's outstretched right hand and relaxed a lot. "From now on, I'll leave it to you. I've prepared all the materials, so let me know if anything's missing." Zane wore a brilliant smile, his attitude extremely friendly. A sharp contrast to his attitude towards Odin. The reason was simple: on one hand, the other party was going to forge a weapon for him personally. It wouldn't do to offend them. Besides, if the Dwarf King sabotaged the forging process, it would be futile to kill all the dwarves later. After all, many materials were unique and irreplaceable. On the other hand, the dwarves in the Marvel Universe were obviously misunderstood. In Zane's view, they were all over 2 meters tall, and some were even close to 3 meters. They just had disproportionately large heads and short thighs. "All right, Lord Zane, you're being too polite. We have materials from most of the universe here, it should be enough for you." Feeling Zane's goodwill, the Dwarf King relaxed further, reverting to his hearty manner and saying generously. Zane also nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. "Oh, Lord Zane, what style of weapon would you like? A spear, a knife, a sword, or a hammer?" the Dwarf King asked. Chapter 171, Scythe. Zane, who had long made up his mind, said without hesitation, "I want a scythe." The Dwarf King was slightly surprised upon hearing Zane's request. After all, there were very few people in the world who used scythes as weapons. Most people used conventional style weapons. And for Zane to choose a scythe as the weapon he would pursue for the rest of his life was not a casual decision. In mythological legends, the weapon of the god of death is a giant scythe. Moreover, when Zane underwent the Eternal Arms Mastery, he defeated Lancelot with a scythe. It can be seen that Zane has a strong affinity for the scythe as a weapon. With the enhancement of the Eternal Arms Mastery, even if Zane were to wield a stick, he could still perform well. So, using a scythe as a weapon was certainly not a problem. "No problem, Lord Zane, please stand still. We need to scan your body data to precisely design the shape and parameters of the weapon." The Dwarf King took out a device and looked at Zane, who naturally smiled and cooperated. Although Zane felt it was somewhat exaggerated to measure his height, arm length, and other data for making a weapon, he understood that they were the professionals, so he complied. After a faint light swept over Zane's body, the Dwarf King, along with Zane and Odin, exchanged greetings and then left with several dwarf leaders without looking back. Vaguely, Zane heard them discussing things like the length of the handle and the thickness of the scythe blade to swing it more efficiently. Although Zane didn't mind the Dwarf King leaving him there like that, he actually felt fortunate. After all, to have a skilled technical expert like the Dwarf King personally craft a weapon for him made Zane very grateful. In his past life, Zane understood the terrifying nature of these technical experts. They pursued perfection in their craftsmanship, and even the slightest flaw could drive them crazy. No wonder they could create so many legendary artifacts. After the Dwarf King left, Odin took Zane around the Dwarf Kingdom and introduced him to the history of the dwarf race. Zane sensitively noticed that there were only a few hundred dwarves doozy back and forth here, even the minority of children were forging with large hammers. "Old man, is this the kingdom of the dwarves, or just a place where a dwarf clan works? Why are there so few people?" Zane asked in confusion. "Sigh. There are only about 300 dwarves here in the entire dwarf clan. Odin sighed, wearing an expression that was hard to describe. It was a bit of a wry smile. A whole race with only 300 people. Is their birth rate very low? Zane asked in amazement. No, the birth rate of the dwarf race is similar to ours, the Asgardians. Then why are there so few dwarves? Because dwarves are extremely indifferent to that kind of thing. All dwarves are passionate about forging from the moment they start making sounds. The king of the dwarf race is not determined by bloodline, but by who has the best forging skills. Even some dwarves spend their entire lives on the forge without ever finding a partner. If it weren't for my reign during which I forced them to find partners, the dwarf race might not even have 10 people left. So, you shameless old men are a matchmaker. Zane exclaimed, as if he had discovered something remarkable. Odin. Are you happy with this jab? You're already a demigod, why is your mind so fresh? I tried to keep the dwarf race thriving, how did it become matchmaking in your mouth? Ignoring Odin's frustration, Zane found himself increasingly admiring the dwarf race. They were a race that delved so deeply into technology that their devotion deserved utmost respect. In the original story, Thanos wiped out all but the dwarf king. What a waste. After Zane and Odin had been strolling around for dozens of minutes, the dwarf king came running with a holographic imaging device. Lord Zane, we've designed the appearance of the scythe. Please have a look. If there's anything unsatisfactory, we can make adjustments. With that, the dwarf king pressed a button, and instantly, a majestic and imposing giant scythe appeared in the air. Zane was immediately drawn to the appearance of the scythe. Unlike the weapons of Asgard, which followed a minimalist style, this scythe was adorned with intricate yet orderly patterns throughout. The long blade of the scythe emerging from a skull also perfectly matched Zane's aesthetic. The dwarf king truly deserved to be the pinnacle of forging among the dwarves. Not only was his technique superb and fast, but most importantly, he could grasp the customer's preferences. Unlike Odin's Gungir or Thor's Mjolnir, which didn't seem to have anything special about their appearance, the dwarf king had probably already guessed Zane's preferences from the information Odin provided in their brief interactions. Thus, he designed this scythe, which was magnificent without being ostentatious, exuding an aura of dominance. Satisfied, completely satisfied. Truly worthy of the dwarf race. Zane immediately gave him a thumbs up. He really loved this scythe to the extreme. Facing Zane's praise, the dwarf king didn't show any modesty. He proudly puffed out his chest, as if he had received the highest honor. After that, Zane handed over the branch of the world tree and the death pearl to the dwarf king. Zane could clearly see the sudden enthusiasm in the eyes of the dwarf king and his attendants when he took out the branch of the world tree. And when the branch of the world tree and the death pearl fell into the calloused hands of the dwarf king, he began to caress them as if they were lovers. The intense gaze was as if he was looking at his beloved, and saliva was almost dripping out, completely forgetting Zane and Odin's presence. Zane suddenly had a deep understanding of what Odin had said earlier. If these guys weren't forced to find partners, they might indeed face extinction. Later, Zane took out a large amount of vibranium from the treasury, the best material he could offer. Odin also brought out other precious materials, combined with the dwarf race's own inventory. Zane suddenly realized that once this weapon of his was created, it might become the top weapon in the Marvel Universe. Unconsciously, Zane had gathered the best materials for it, to be crafted by the best craftsmen in the universe. Zane couldn't think of any weapon that could be more extravagant than this. Finally, as the dwarf king regained his senses from these divine materials, he awkwardly smiled at Zane and then warmly said, Lord Zane, now that the design is finalized, I can start forging. Would you like to see the forging process? Of course, Zane readily accepted the dwarf king's invitation. As everyone walked to the dwarf king's exclusive forge, the expression on the dwarf king's face suddenly became extremely solemn. Chapter 172, Reaper's Scythe. At this moment, in his world, there existed only the materials and the forge. Zane and Odin, these two powerful beings, were completely disregarded by him. Seeing him like this, if Zane were to disturb him now, he might just turn the blade towards him. Of course, Zane wouldn't do something that foolish. The dwarf king, as if on a pilgrimage, meticulously weighed each material and arranged them in order. Then, he commanded his kin to open the stellar furnace. A scorching beam of light erupted directly from the fissure of a dying star, igniting a furnace. After preheating for a few seconds, the dwarf king systematically poured various materials into it in proportion. His incredibly delicate posture contradicted his rugged appearance. When all the materials melted into scorching iron, the dwarf king solemnly added the death pearl to the furnace. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. 10 whole minutes passed, yet the death pearl showed no sign of melting, floating aimlessly in the molten iron. The dwarf king, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. He ordered his people to adjust the furnace's temperature to the maximum, but still, the pearl showed no signs of melting. Finally, Zane also noticed something was amiss. He silently approached the dwarf king and gently tapped his arm, saying softly, "Let me try." "Please, Lord Zane," the dwarf king, sweating profusely, slightly bowed and stepped back to make way for Zane. Zane smiled and directly channeled a large amount of death energy into the molten metal. With the infusion of the dark gray death energy, the red-hot metal gradually turned into a thick gray color. As the death pearl sank into the metal with Zane's power, the Dwarf King, though shocked by Zane's terrifying power, was also ecstatic to witness this scene. Hastily, he ordered his people to bring out the already prepared mold and placed it beneath the furnace. Zane keenly observed the world tree branch embedded in the mold. Next, the Dwarf King carefully moved the furnace, pouring the dark gray iron slowly into the mold. Even with the furnace's high temperature, his hair and beard burned, but his hands remained steady as rock. As if facing home, the molten metal flowed into the mold accurately, without spilling a drop. As the last drop disappeared from the furnace, the mold was perfectly filled. The world tree branch within the mold radiated a dazzling green light, completely merging with the iron. Finally, the Dwarf King lifted the red-hot mold with a specially made pair of tongs and placed it into a cooling pool filled with deep blue liquid. As a mist rose, Zane suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity calling out to him. Following his instincts, Zane reached out towards the cooling pool. In that instant, as Zane reached out, the mold immersed in the special cooling liquid began to tremble violently. The next moment, the mold burst open, and a scythe enveloped in a gray halo, exuding a thick ominous aura, burst out of the cooling pool. Then, it flew straight into Zane's outstretched hand. As Zane gripped the scythe, their powers began to flow into each other. Almost simultaneously, a gray energy storm pierced through the steel walls of the Dwarf Kingdom, aiming straight into the vast void of the universe. The energy storm lasted a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding, leaving the Dwarf King and Odin unsurprised. Because, when the spear Gungir was forged, Odin experienced a similar situation. However, Odin's energy storm was golden lightning, and its scale wasn't as large as Zane's. After the energy storm completely subsided, Zane opened his eyes and examined the divine weapon in his hand. Compared to the virtual projection, the reality was even more awe-inspiring. At the junction of the handle and the scythe blade, the eyes of the skull continuously emitted gray gas, seemingly indestructible and mysterious. As Zane swung the razor-sharp scythe, it emitted a sharp whistle, as if tearing through space. Feeling the connection with this blood-linked divine weapon, Zane was extremely satisfied. "From now on, I'll call you the Reaper's Scythe," Zane said softly. And the Reaper's Scythe seemed to be very pleased with this name, shaking gleefully. Afterward, the Dwarf King approached Zane with fervent eyes, eagerly saying, "Lord Zane, may I have a look?" "Of course." Zane readily handed the Reaper's Scythe to the Dwarf King. But as the Dwarf King's hands received the Reaper's Scythe, the gray death energy on the scythe suddenly surged aggressively. As if seeing an invader, it ferociously surged towards the Dwarf King's hands. Anticipating that this malevolent death energy might harm the Dwarf King's hands if touched, the Dwarf King immediately let go. The Reaper's Scythe, floating in the air, swayed triumphantly a few times before flying back into Zane's hands, continuously exchanging death energy with Zane's body, forming a perfect cycle. Seeing the Reaper's Scythe's malevolent behavior, the Dwarf King's face showed not a hint of displeasure but rather excitement. "A sentient artifact, he exclaimed ecstatically. Finally, Zane smiled apologetically at this somewhat crazed Dwarf King before leaving with Odin on the spacecraft back to Asgard. Before leaving, as a gesture of apology for almost damaging the Dwarf King's hands with the Reaper's Scythe, Zane left a quantum communicator for the Dwarf clan. And he promised that if they ever faced a life-threatening crisis in the future, they could call for his help, even if it meant traveling half the universe to aid them. Of course, only Zane knew the reason for making this promise. During the journey back, Zane tried to store the Reaper's Scythe in the king's treasury. But the scythe strongly resisted, refusing to enter the treasury no matter what. Chapter 173, Fight with Me. But just carrying around a giant scythe all day isn't a solution either. Just as Zane was trying to forcibly stuff it into the treasury, the Reaper's Scythe transformed into a gray stream of light and directly penetrated deep into Zane's soul. Then it sank into Zane's sea of faith, which was already half gray and half gold. As Zane's understanding of the power of death deepened, half of the vast faith energy in his sea of faith had already turned into the power of death. But with the addition of over 10 million frost giant followers, the scale of the sea of faith expanded again, and the conversion speed of death power seemed somewhat inadequate. However, with the addition of the Reaper's Scythe, the power of death expanded its scale at a visibly accelerated rate, like a catalyst had been added. According to Zane's calculations, it might only take half a month for all his faith energy to be converted into the power of death. Zane's intuition told him that once all his faith energy transformed into the power of death, he would undergo a qualitative transformation. As for whether he would ignite the divine fire and become a god directly, or just get one step closer to the divine realm, that was beyond Zane's prediction. After several more spatial jumps, Zane and Odin returned to Asgard. On the way back to his residence, Odin suddenly said to Zane, "Kid, you're leaving, aren't you?" "Yeah, Asgard is beautiful, but no matter how beautiful a place is, you get tired of it eventually. The universe is vast, and there are countless unknown things calling to me." Zane nodded without hesitation, his face showing anticipation. "You young people are full of energy. I'm old, I just want to protect Asgard until the day I fall," Odin said like an old man in his twilight years. Hearing Odin's words, Zane's mood grew heavier, but he also felt a sense of doubt. Old man, I believe there are many ways to extend your life in this universe, and Asgard surely has such methods. Why don't you use them? As the remnants of a six-dimensional universe, Asgard couldn't be as simple as it appeared. Surely, there were ways to extend life without side effects. You don't understand now, kid. Life and death are the cycles of all things. Living forever would eventually become boring. Odin sighed tiredly. So, you're just bored of living, huh? Odin's face turned dark immediately. The originally solemn atmosphere was completely ruined by Zane's cheeky remark. You brat, if you put as much effort into improving your strength as you do into being snarky, you'd probably be a god by now. Odin said angrily. But Zane just waved his hand casually, his expression gradually becoming serious. Odin. Odin looked at Zane in confusion. When the time comes for you to die, you must have a fight with me. A being like you shouldn't fade away silently. Show your strength to the world one last time. Zane looked at Odin with intense battle spirit in his eyes. After hearing what was essentially a challenge from Zane, Odin also stopped and looked at Zane with a blank expression. After a while, he suddenly showed a smile that didn't fit his age, one full of madness and fighting spirit like Zane's. Fine. But who dies then is still uncertain. Haha, it's a deal then. After speaking, Zane disappeared from Odin's sight without looking back. From afar, Odin vaguely heard a sentence. You were meant to roar through the world, yet you chose to hide your claws and become a useless old man. Hearing this, Odin shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself. This kid really has a lot of aggression. Young people are truly full of vitality. After saying this, he returned to Asgard's palace to continue his duties. The near extermination of the frost giants seemed to have been settled by Zane, but Odin still had to address the attitudes of other realms and mediate various matters. However, who could say that Odin wasn't also looking forward to the life and death battle with Zane? Just as Zane returned to his residence in Asgard, an unexpected guest knocked on his door. When Littlebone opened the door, Thor was standing there with Mjolnir in hand. Zane glanced at him, indicating for him to come in, but didn't pay him much attention. After all, Thor wasn't his father. Even though his recent journey on Earth had made him grow a lot, his brutish ways were ingrained over 1,000 years and wouldn't change overnight. Currently, he wasn't worth Zane's serious consideration, either in terms of thought or strength. He was still just a grown-up warrior, not yet a king like in Avengers, Infinity War. Without going through catastrophic events, how could one become a king capable of destroying worlds? What do you want to ask? Zane finally asked casually after Thor placed Mjolnir on the table and sat opposite him. Lord Zane, I have something to ask you. Are you from Earth? Though phrased as a question, Thor's tone was extremely certain. Zane nodded, openly admitting it, and then sat there calmly, waiting for Thor's next words. Zane had already guessed what Thor wanted to ask. It was likely that this guy had encountered shield people on Earth and learned about Zane's actions there, prompting him to come looking for answers. Lord Zane, did you massacre the superheroes on Earth? Thor stared intensely into Zane's eyes, his muscles tensing, ready to react if Zane made a move. Though Zane had guessed this, hearing it questioned so bluntly by Thor still made him quite unhappy. Little Thor, let me teach you a lesson. When your power hasn't reached a certain level, you should show basic respect to those stronger than you. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died one day, Zane said with a frown. However, the stubborn Thor seemed to ignore Zane's words and persistently asked. Lord Zane, did you massacre the superheroes on Earth? This time, Thor raised his voice, almost shouting the last three words. His motives were simple, part anger at Zane's excessive actions on Earth, especially since his girlfriend Jane was from Earth, giving him a newfound sense of attachment to the planet. Another part was his deep unease about Zane, a highly dangerous being, staying in Asgard. Zane's mood darkened completely. He had just obtained a handy new weapon and was about to embark on a journey to explore the unknown universe, feeling unprecedentedly good. But now, Thor's questioning had ruined it. Zane hadn't immediately retaliated only because of Odin's sake. After all, the old man had gone to great lengths for Zane's new weapon, the Reaper's scythe. So what if I did? Zane replied calmly, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as still as dead water. Chapter 174, Lesson. If anyone familiar with Zane saw his current state, they would definitely stay as far away as possible. Because whenever Zane had this expression on his face, it meant he was truly angry. After receiving a definitive answer from Zane, Thor took a deep breath and said forcefully. Then I have no choice but to ask you to leave Asgard, Lord Zane. Thor, who had been well protected by Odin since childhood, still held a naive belief that justice was justice and evil was evil. In his view, the superheroes on Earth who protected civilians were on the side of justice, and Zane, who slaughtered them, was naturally evil. Believing Asgard to be a force for justice, Thor could not allow a ticking time bomb like Zane to remain here. He didn't realize that someone as experienced as Odin could clearly see Zane's nature and still treated him with respect. Immersed in his own world, Thor suddenly felt like he was the embodiment of justice, radiating with a blinding light. He completely missed the mocking look in Zane's eyes. Zane looked at the naive Thor as if he were a fool. The next moment, the Reaper's scythe appeared in Zane's right hand and unceremoniously slashed toward Thor's wooden head. Zane wasn't one to tolerate being humiliated. Someone coming to his door to drive him away was crossing the line, and Zane wasn't one to take it lying down. Even if this guy was just a kid, Zane didn't mind helping Odin educate him a bit. To make him understand that the strong are not to be provoked but revered. At this critical moment, Thor instinctively raised Mjolnir to block the deadly blade of the Reaper's scythe. But his hair was still sliced off in a few strands by the scythe's edge, and a thin line of blood appeared on his cheek. After narrowly escaping death, Thor took several deep breaths to suppress his fear. Zane had really intended to kill him just now. If not for Mjolnir blocking it, his head might not be on his shoulders now. This confirmed Thor's belief that Zane was too dangerous to stay here. Who would so easily resort to lethal force? As someone who had Asgard's backing, Thor might never understand that Zane's behavior was a reflection of the harsh reality of the universe. Survival of the fittest. Those aware of Thor's background knew that the powerful Allfather Odin stood behind him, naturally showing Thor some leniency. This was the fundamental reason for Thor's unchecked behavior in his early life. In the original story, once Odin died, Thor's fate was wandering in the death of his brother. But Zane didn't have those concerns. From the beginning, he hadn't feared Odin. Even though he couldn't beat him, Zane could rely on his Death River to take Odin down with him, draining the old man's strength until he fell. While the Reaper's scythe and Mjolnir clashed in midair, sparks flew. Unlike Zane's casual demeanor, Thor was straining every muscle to keep the scythe from advancing. Little Thor, let me teach you a lesson. When facing someone who can kill you at any moment, you need to bottle up your anger and suppress your fire. Got it. With these words, Zane exerted more force. The next moment, sparks flew from Mjolnir, and a deep scratch appeared on its previously pristine surface. Before Thor could even lament his beloved hammer being scarred, he and Mjolnir were sent flying out the window. Luckily, the window was open, otherwise, the room would have been covered in glass shards. But it wasn't over yet. Zane's anger wasn't so easily quelled. Using Flash, Zane appeared behind the still airborne Thor. With a sinister smile, Zane's Reaper's scythe slashed towards Thor's waist with a sharp whistle. Knowing the scythe's power, Thor realized that if it struck him, he would be cleaved in two and die on the spot. Despite the heartache, Thor used his beloved hammer to block the Reaper's scythe again. The hammer now had another deep scar, and Thor was knocked in a new direction by the impact. In the next instant, countless Zanes seemed to appear in Asgard's sky. And Thor was like a volleyball, being smacked around by Zane. Mjolnir, his only means of defense, was repeatedly scarred by the scythe's blade. Thor didn't even have the chance to gather his thunder power to counterattack. He could only put all his energy into defending. He could see that Zane's every strike was aimed at his vital spots. A moment's slack would mean becoming a corpse. Amid Zane's relentless assault, Thor finally slipped up, letting his guard down for a split second. The next moment, the Reaper's scythe sliced through him like paper, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. As Zane and Thor fought, or rather, as Zane brutally beat Thor, Odin and Frigga watched from a distance. Unlike the calm Odin, Frigga, seeing her son about to be killed by Zane, rushed forward to stop it but was held back by Odin. "What are you doing? Thor is going to be killed." Frigga cried, tears in her eyes. "It's fine, Zane knows his limit. This will be a lesson for Thor, it's time he understood the world's true nature." Odin said calmly, though his eyes occasionally showed a hint of pain like Frigga's. While Thor felt every strike from Zane was lethal, Odin could see that Zane aimed his attacks where Thor could still defend. It was clear Zane didn't intend to kill Thor, just to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Odin understood Zane's intention. He also wanted to use Zane's hand to accelerate Thor's growth, correcting his naive thoughts. As for why Odin didn't personally guide Thor during his upbringing, there were two reasons. His first child, Hela, the goddess of death, was raised this way, resulting in a world-destroying demon king. Chapter 175, More Benefits. The second reason is that Odin feels a little reluctant, so he has protected Thor and Loki so well since they were young, both physically and mentally. However, seeing Zane, this stinky kid, being so mercilessly cruel to his own son now, Odin still feels very heartbroken. But he harbors no resentment towards Zane, instead, he feels grateful. Although Odin still doesn't know why Thor and Zane started fighting. But Odin, who knows his son's personality well, can be sure that it must be Thor, this spendthrift, who provoked Zane actively. Otherwise, with Zane's somewhat Buddhist-like temperament, coupled with the fact that Odin had just shed blood to create an unparalleled divine weapon for him, how could he possibly provoke trouble on his own initiative? So Odin is very grateful to Zane now, grateful that he didn't just chop off Thor's head with a sickle at the beginning. Although at this moment he doesn't seem at all like a father, even appears a bit cold-blooded. But Odin's long life has taught him to view things from the perspective of separating his own desires from the essence of the matter. In summary, provoking someone stronger than you, no matter how right your ideology may seem to you, is still wrong. And for the stronger to oppress the weaker, even if it's wrong, it's the most correct thing to do. This is the most realistic manifestation of the rules of the universe. There's no right or wrong, only strength and weakness. Very dark, very cruel, and also very simple. As the battle in the sky progresses, with Thor's wounds increasing and his movements becoming slower and slower, it gradually draws to a close. With Zane's final blow directly piercing through the nearly disintegrating Mjolnir, then leaving another shallow wound on Thor's chest. Thor, who is now powerless to continue the fight, falls on the Bifrost like a dead toad, leaving a large, glaring bloodstain on the originally tidy Bifrost. At this moment, Zane looks in the direction where Odin is, giving him a look that says, "Old man, it's your turn to step in." Odin naturally understood, nodded towards Zane. Zane's anger has almost subsided when he could no longer find the arrogance after torturing Thor just now. After all, no matter how much he tortures, he can't kill this brat. After all, the old man treats himself as an honored guest from beginning to end. Zane still has to give Odin face. Otherwise, why would he have been messing around with Thor for so long? After communicating with Odin through eye contact, Zane lands on the Bifrost, placing the Reaper's scythe on Thor's neck. "Little Thor, do you understand now?" The icy indifference in Zane's eyes towards life fills Thor with an unprecedented fear. It's the fear of death, the extreme reluctance to part with one's own life. As Thor resignedly awaits his fate, the veteran Odin finally makes his appearance. Odin directly wedges the Gungir between the Reaper's scythe and Thor's neck, then calmly says, "Lord Zane, can you give this old man some face? I apologize to you on Thor's behalf, can we just let it go like this?" As he speaks, Odin continues to send signals to Zane from angles Thor can't see. But now it seems like Zane can't see Odin's signals at all, speaking for himself. "I give face to someone who gives me face. This matter isn't over." Odin. Odin is completely baffled. Damn, why is this stinky kid not following the script again? Wasn't the script supposed to be me giving you a way out, then you say a couple of tough words, and the matter is resolved, just like that, now what are you up to? At this moment, Odin suddenly sees the wicked smile at the corner of Zane's mouth. The cunning Odin immediately twitches at the corner of his mouth, understanding that Zane is trying to extract some benefits again. He's truly a vampire, not letting go of any opportunity for extortion. But now Zane's intentions are nakedly revealed, Odin really dares not refuse. This is the most frustrating part for Odin. It seems that ever since he met this stinky kid, he's been extorted by him all along, and in the end, he has to thank him. What a pit. After pondering for a while, Odin grits his teeth and says to Zane, "Lord Zane, your wife, Lady Lorna Dane, my queen said she has extraordinary magical talent, would you mind letting her accompany Frigga for a few days of study?" Not at all, your majesty, you are too kind." After getting what he wanted, Zane retrieves the Reaper's scythe and continues nurturing it in the sea of faith. Then he greets Odin and turns around to leave. As if he was just chatting casually, not beating the crown prince of Asgard to a near-death state just now. Before this, Zane had heard Lorna say that the queen of the gods, Frigga, praised her for her excellent magical talent, which Zane always kept in mind, so he just extorted Odin a little bit more. And Odin, who had been whispered by Frigga, naturally understood Zane's intentions, so he simply gave a favor in return. Although Lorna's current strength is considered a bit above average on Earth, it's still not much in the universe. Although she's always protected by Zane, having her own strength improvement is still necessary for her safety. After Zane left, Thor, who had recovered from his injuries, opened his eyes weakly and said apologetically to Odin, "Father, I'm sorry, At this moment, Thor truly understood the words Zane had said to him before and realized just how reckless he had been. Seeing Odin's face full of wrinkles and his hair already gray, Thor suddenly realized that his father seemed to have really aged. "It's all right, child, go and heal your wounds." Seeing Thor's expression full of apologies, Odin also smiled with relief, secretly praising Zane's actions. As for Thor's Mjolnir, which was damaged by the Reaper's scythe, Odin generously expressed his intention to send it directly to the dwarves for reconstruction. After all, he has an abundance of URU metal, so this is not a problem. The greatest reward for him is to see his son further grow. If Thor knew what his old man was thinking at this moment, he didn't know if he would just shake his head or have his soul ascend to the heaven. It's all a trick, but this trick on his son is unique. After that, Zane and his group stayed peacefully in Asgard for half a month. It wasn't until the Skynet fully received all the basic technology of Asgard, and Lorna had completed her basic studies and returned with a stack of magic books, that the group bid farewell amidst the farewell of the people of Asgard and boarded the Ark. By the way, Thor, who had recovered from his injuries, was among the people bidding farewell to Zane, but his actions and expression were somewhat awkward. Before leaving, Zane also gave Odin a quantum communicator, promising that if Asgard ever encountered a life-threatening crisis, he would definitely come back to help by pressing this communicator. Of course, privately, Zane also gave Odin a personal communicator, telling him to inform himself when he's about to perish, then they could have a hearty battle without regard for life or death. Naturally, Odin accepted with a smile. Although it seemed awkward, as if Zane was hoping for his early demise, Odin also understood that this was Zane's greatest respect for him. He couldn't bear to watch himself quietly pass away like this. This was Zane's way of holding a grand funeral for him. The Odin who had long seen through life and death had no reason to refuse, he even felt a bit impatient in his heart. Finally, in the eyes of the reluctant maidens and wives of Asgard, the ark carrying Xander and his group left Asgard. Chapter 176, Xander. They couldn't bear to part with him, after all, a man like Xander, so handsome and powerful that he could single-handedly take on frost giants. In martial Asgard, he was undoubtedly the most perfect spouse in every woman's heart. Unfortunately, Xander had already given his heart away, even though some women in Asgard didn't mind sharing a husband with Lorna. But Xander refused them without hesitation. Xander's heart was vast, so vast that it couldn't be satisfied with the entire earth. Yet Xander's heart was also small, small enough that it was filled with only Lorna, leaving no room for anyone else. In the private bedroom of the Ark, Xander and Lorna, a bedroom separate from the Ark, where not even the internet could enter without Xander's permission. Lorna nestled in Xander's arms, unconsciously sliding her fingertips across Xander's chest, making Xander's heart itch. Xander thought Lorna was inviting him to war. After all, Lorna had been following Frigga, the goddess, for over a month. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and what you can't have becomes even more desirable. But just as Xander's hand was about to become naughty, Lorna leaned close to Xander's ear and exhaled a warm breath, causing Xander's body to tingle. In a daze, Xander didn't notice that Lorna's hand had already moved slowly downwards to his most sensitive spot. Darling. Lorna's tone was so gentle, as if she were constantly plucking at Xander's heartstrings like a spring breeze. MMM. Xander closed his eyes and made a contented sound. Those women earlier seemed to look at you strangely, saying, "Have you done anything to upset me in the past half-month?" Lorna's emotions suddenly took a turn for the worse as she spoke to Xander with a fierce tone. As she spoke, she lightly grabbed Xander's sensitive area, indicating that she held his happiness for the rest of his life in her hands. Confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. There's absolutely nothing, darling. I only love you. Facing the situation, Xander remained calm and looked into Lorna's eyes with affectionate tenderness in his own. Seeing Xander's unwavering gaze, Lorna's heart fluttered, almost giving her away, but she gritted her teeth to maintain her fierce appearance for the upcoming effect. I don't believe you. What do you want me to do to make you believe me? Hee, let me check if your ammunition is sufficient. With that, Lorna wildly uncovered Xander's defenses and buried her head. Xander was stunned. Damn, who knew this was possible? 666. Then he enjoyed Lorna's tenderness. In this fierce battle, there was darkness all around, with no light from the sun or moon, and water splashed everywhere. Even Lorna used newly learned magic to transform into various special uniforms. Princess dresses, teacher uniforms, stewardess uniforms, and so on. Letting Xander enjoy a great deal, secretly thinking that learning this magic was worth it. The next day, Xander walked into the cockpit of the Ark with a radiant glow, while Lorna. She was still sleeping in the bedroom. This young man had no sense of moderation. Seeing Xander's appearance, Skynet asked, "Boss, where are we going next?" Xander pondered for a moment, a mysterious smile playing on his face. We're going to Xander. All right, boss. Knowing the destination, Skynet immediately began the spatial jump according to the star map of Asgard. Now the importance of the star map was evident. If they were to travel at the speed of light alone, it would take hundreds of years for the Ark to reach Xander. But with the spatial jump points recorded in the star map, the Ark could reach Xander in just a few days. It still took several days or even half of the time to travel from one spatial jump point to another. And Xander was the civilization despised by the antagonist Ronin in Guardians of the Galaxy. Xander's purpose this time was quite obvious, to obtain the power stone in the orb. His magic furnace still had 8 empty slots. Xander didn't want to miss out on the power stone, a powerful weapon. Considering the timeline, it was about the beginning of the Guardians of the Galaxy plot. Star-Lord should have brought the orb back from that abandoned planet by now. Now going back to that abandoned planet would probably lead to a near miss with the orb. It was better to wait on Xander. Please don't mind the timeline too much, some adjustments were made for the sake of the plot, but it doesn't affect the storyline. After 2 days of boring sailing, a vibrant planet appeared ahead of the Ark. After breaking through the atmosphere of Xander, the Ark received a message from Xander. Unknown spacecraft, please follow the guidance to the spaceport. Repeat, please follow the guidance to the spaceport. Skynet turned to Xander, asking for his decision. Xander nodded, indicating for Skynet to follow the guiding spacecraft. He didn't want trouble now. Xander was Xander's first visit to an extraterrestrial civilization, and it was quite meaningful. Xander was quite interested in exploring here. And when the Xandarian Starfleet headquarters saw that the Ark was acting as expected and not showing any hostility, they breathed a sigh of relief. They could tell that the Ark, with its menacing appearance, was not to be trifled with. And the Xandarians, who already had a radical faction of the Kree as their enemies, didn't want to provoke another tough adversary at this time. Commander, how should we treat the people on this spacecraft in the future? Asked a chubby man who looked similar to a human from Earth. The female commander, eyes fixed on the huge and menacing Ark, glanced at the terrifying energy reactions displayed on the instruments, pondered for a moment, and said, Ignore them, proceed as usual, no surveillance, no probing, let's hope they mean no harm to Xander. But if they do something outrageous on Xander, don't show any mercy. Understood, Commander. After the Ark docked, Zane and his crew faced a dilemma when they encountered a sweet-looking Xandarian girl asking for docking fees. Fresh out of Asgard, Zane didn't have the credits she wanted. No wonder Odin, that old trickster, had such a radiant smile on his face when Zane left. Apparently, there was still this waiting for Zane. Chapter 177, Raccoon. Facing the increasingly stiff smile on this girl's face, Zane began to feel a bit awkward himself. Damn it, there's always a loophole in the best-laid plans. The money issue, which Zane had been ignoring, now stumped him. Even if Zane wanted to exchange Earth specialties from the Ark for money, it was probably too late now. Sir, is there a problem? Asked the Xandarian girl calmly, showing no impatience, appearing very professional. Seeing this calm girl, for some reason, Zane suddenly had an impulse to destroy Xander. Just then, an ugly-looking alien, who had just paid the docking fee, passed by Zane and his group. Seeing Zane's somewhat embarrassed demeanor, he sneered and muttered some words Zane couldn't understand. But any intelligent being could understand his meaning, loser. However, Zane, being ridiculed, felt no anger at all. Instead, he felt a bit happy because his credits had finally arrived. The next moment, the king's treasury expanded around the ugly alien. Several spears instantly shot out, accurately piercing through his limbs, pinning him to the ground. Ignoring the screams of the Xandarian girl and the security robots that were coming to investigate, Zane walked calmly to the ugly alien, who was wailing continuously, and looked down at him, saying calmly, "Ugly bastard, hand over all your credits, or else." As an intelligent being, the ugly alien naturally understood Zane's words, so he said without hesitation, "Go to hell, bastard." Zane's smile remained unchanged, but around the ugly alien, 5 golden ripples appeared again, and the next moment, 5 swords stabbed into his body once more. Ah! A scream that echoed through the entire spaceport attracted everyone's attention to Zane and his group. The girl who collected the docking fees had been frightened by Zane's cruel behavior and was trembling in the corner. She secretly vowed in her heart to quit her job as soon as she got off work. It was too damn dangerous. It turned out that the most dangerous extraterrestrial visitors this girl had seen were just those cosmic raiders. But even the raiders who wandered on the fringes of interstellar law would consider the Xandarian security forces. None would be as reckless as Zane. As the wails of the ugly alien grew weaker, those who were initially bystanders on the landing pad slowly gathered around. Everyone sensitively noticed that although Zane was blatantly committing crimes under the surveillance system, the security robots showed no intention of stopping him. They even prevented others from disturbing Zane, as if to protect him. However, when they saw the Ark, which occupied 2/3 of the landing pad behind Zane and his group, they understood why Xander treated Zane this way. Might makes right. Some trouble-averse people had already dispersed, but there were always some fanatics whose thought processes differed from those of normal people. "Hey, Groot, this ship looks good, let's steal it." "I'm Groot." "Don't worry, I Rocket, I've never been afraid of anyone." After Zane got what he wanted from the dying ugly alien, he settled the poor guy's miserable life with one sword. Zane couldn't bear to use the Reaper's scythe to sever the ugly alien's head. Blame it on him for appearing before Zane at the wrong time and in the wrong way. Afterwards, Zane walked towards the girl who was trembling in the corner. Then, with the girl's terrified and incredulous eyes, Zane paid the docking fee for the Ark. Just as Zane happily decided to go sightseeing on Xander and wait for Star-Lord to deliver the orb of the universe to him, Skynet suddenly approached Zane and whispered, "Boss, 2 intruders were apprehended on the Ark just now. How should we deal with them?" "Why ask? Just destroy them, it's a good opportunity to try out those new fertilizers for the ecological garden," Zane said casually. Skynet nodded and connected to the Ark's duplicate, ordering the magnetic energy robots to dispose of the 2 intruders. Just as the 2 thieves were about to be turned into new fertilizer, Zane vaguely remembered that he seemed to have heard the words Groot in the crowd just now. "Skynet, wait a minute, let me see the images of the 2 intruders," Zane said somewhat uncertainly. "Sure, boss." Skynet opened its palm, and the next moment, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were projected into the air. It was none other than the tree-like Groot and the raccoon-like Rocket. At this moment, they were struggling in the hands of the magnetic energy robots, but they couldn't break free from the robot's grip. Even Groot had been dismantled almost completely by the magnetic energy robots. And ahead of them was a flaming incinerator. If Zane hadn't asked a question just now, these 2 main members of the future Guardians of the Galaxy might have become new fertilizer. 5 minutes earlier, Rocket, after eyeing Zane's Ark, brought his only friend, Groot, to the back of Zane and his group. He tried to cut a hole in the surface of the Ark with a laser cutter to get inside the ship. But how could the Ark, made entirely of vibranium, be cut by him? In the end, except for a transparent hole opened on Groot's stupid head by the reflected laser, the Ark was unscathed, not even losing a speck of paint. Even so, Rocket, determined to get the Ark, didn't give up. Taking advantage of his small stature, Rocket climbed into a ventilation port on the surface of the Ark. Then, from inside, he opened a small window of the Ark and brought Groot, who was outside, in. However, just as these two idiots were preparing to take over the entire ark by going to the cockpit, hundreds of magnetic energy robots silently surrounded them. The result afterward was self-evident. After a bitter fight, the two were disarmed and captured. So now, Zane saw these two interesting guys invading the ark and smiled, saying, "Don't kill them for now, throw them into the ecological garden. Oh, and throw this guy into the raccoon group. Don't forget to record a video, I'll watch it later. It'll be fun." Zane pointed at the projection of Rocket, and his smile became more and more sinister. Chapter 178, Cute Raccoon. In the ark, Rocket Raccoon felt relieved when he realized that the robots didn't intend to send him back to be rebuilt. But then, he revealed his tough guy persona again. "Hey, big guy, don't give me a chance, or I'll twist your head off and shove it up your ass," Rocket barked, showing his teeth at the magnetic robots. Though he tried to look fierce, his appearance, identical to Earth raccoons, made him oddly cute. However, as guardians of the ark, the magnetic robots lacked emotional modules and ignored Rocket's threats. Expressionless, Rocket and Groot headed to the ecopark. As for Groot's reaction during the journey, let's just ignore this goofy guy. Probably only Rocket on the ark could understand what Groot meant by, "I am Groot." When Rocket and Groot were thrown into the raccoon habitat on Earth, Groot stared blankly at the chaotic raccoons and the stunned Rocket. A newly grown twig pointed to Rocket and the cute raccoon standing upright in the ecopark, aware of their arrival. "I am Groot. I'm not the same as these low-class mammals." Rocket roared at Groot. "I am Groot. I'm unique, how could I look like these guys? I am Groot." "Fine, as long as you're happy." Seeing he couldn't reason with Groot, Rocket plopped down on the ground. His eyes rolled, pondering how to escape the ark with Groot unharmed. With 22 successful escapes under his belt, he was confident they'd make it. But little did he know, this situation might deviate from his expectations. Meanwhile, the raccoons in Ecopark, sensing no malice from the newcomers, cautiously approached. Some bold female raccoons even came up to Rocket, grooming him affectionately. Perhaps even Rocket himself didn't realize his appeal among the raccoons. But as the raccoons, devoid of intelligence and driven only by animal instincts, kept crowding around him, Rocket, touched somewhere deep inside, went mad, grabbing a nearby twig and shooing them away. Maybe even Rocket didn't notice the faint envy in his eyes as he watched these pure raccoons. Born out of illegal genetic experiments, Rocket had always been an outcast, ridiculed and scorned. He had armed himself with a temper and guns, driving away those who meant him harm. Until he met Groot, finding a glimmer of warmth in this cold universe. He had thought he was the only freak in the universe until he saw so many like him, yet naturally existing. Rocket felt a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, anger, envy, and a hint of joy. As the shoot-away raccoons gathered around Groot, emanating a natural aura, they found solace. Some daring raccoon cubs even climbed onto Groot, curious about the green leaves. "I am Groot," Groot happily exclaimed. Sitting nearby, Rocket, his emotions mixed, didn't argue with Groot but instead focused on planning their escape. "Groot, stop playing around. Come with me and see if we can find anything useful," Rocket impatiently said. "I am Groot. I don't like this place. Hurry up, let's go." With that, Rocket left the raccoon habitat, leaving behind reluctant female raccoons. Though Groot enjoyed the company of so many Rockets here, he gently dispersed the playful raccoons when the real Rocket left, then hurried to catch up, matching Rocket's anxious pace. Though Rocket was fleeing, he felt more like he was running away. As for what exactly he was escaping, even he wasn't sure. "I am Groot. I'm not unhappy, I just sigh." "Forget it, you won't understand, you wooden head," Rocket sighed, head bowed. It was only when he was alone with Groot that Rocket showed his vulnerable side. Seeing Rocket's dejected expression, Groot blinked, then gently patted Rocket's furry head with his newly grown hand. "I am Groot. Thanks." Whatever Groot said, after thanks, Rocket perked up, refocusing on exploring the Ark's ecopark. Time passed, and after a day of exploration, Rocket realized the place where he and Groot were imprisoned was like a huge birdcage. There were various strange flora and fauna here, completely unfamiliar to Rocket, even after traversing half the galaxy. And there was no trace of technology, meaning no means for Rocket to fashion weapons. Though protected by the mighty guardian Groot, for now, they were safe, but Rocket's heart sank. Unlike Groot, who seemed to enjoy the ecopark's environment, his mood turned sour. To him, Zane's ecopark felt like a petting zoo. And there were no cracks in the ecopark's walls, no way out. Rocket suddenly realized he might not have a way to escape. Frustrated, he hurled the twig in his hand, but then, something unexpected happened. A majestic elephant, leisurely picking up fresh leaves with its long trunk, appeared where Rocket's twig landed. Seeing the enormous creature, Rocket smirked knowingly. 2 minutes later, Rocket and Groot rode the startled elephant, charging toward the ecopark's walls. Chapter 179, Raise Rocket and Groot. Feeling the fresh breeze brushing through his fur, Rocket squinted with enjoyment. In the next moment, he gave in to his primal urge and began to howl. "Woo, aha. At that moment, Rocket felt like he could see himself breaking out of this birdcage, continuing his carefree adventures with Groot throughout the galaxy. Little did he know, his triumphant moment was being observed by Zane. At that moment, Zane was sitting in a fancy restaurant on Xander, enjoying the unique cuisine of the planet with Lorna. Though the taste was a bit strange, overall it was decent. Meanwhile, Rocket and Groot's escape journey was being live-streamed for Zane to watch. As for where Zane got the money, well, it definitely wasn't enough to afford this upscale place just by robbing some ugly dude. When Zane left the landing pad, the authorities of Xander saw everything that Zane did. Unlike regular folks who saw Zane's brutality, the Xandarian authorities recognized Zane's formidable strength. And most importantly, Zane seemed to have no malice towards Xander. You don't see someone causing trouble, broke, and then robbing others to pay for landing fees. That does sound like causing trouble. But let's not dwell on the details. The important thing is that Xander realized Zane had no ill intentions, just a lack of credits. Immediately, Xander sent someone over to give Zane a card, informing Zane that with this card, all expenses on Xander were covered. Of course, Zane gladly accepted Xander's generous offer and took Lorna and the others to enjoy themselves with the card. Finally, while having dinner and sipping on specialty drinks, Zane got bored and had the Skynet open up a video feed to see what those two fools were up to. And so, Zane saw the entire process of Rocket, the little cutie, trying to escape. Just as Rocket and Groot were about to crash headfirst into the boundary of the Ecopark while riding the elephant, Zane, with an amused smile, said to the Skynet standing by. Skynet, let these two interesting little fellows out safely. I want to see what they'll do next. Sure thing, boss. As soon as the Skynet spoke, a fleeting green data stream flowed from its eyes, and the frenzied elephant hit the boundary of the Ecopark. The wall, originally made of vibranium nanoparticles, seemed to collapse like a water curtain upon being struck by the elephant. While offsetting the force of the elephant's charge, it didn't harm the animal. Otherwise, the best outcome for the elephant would have been a severe concussion. Unfortunately, Rocket and Groot weren't as lucky. Although the elephant stopped, the enormous inertia flung them away. Then, the seemingly indestructible wall, like air, allowed them to pass through effortlessly. Rocket had closed his eyes, preparing for the impending pain, but he felt nothing. When the two flew out of the Ecopark unprepared, they skidded across the smooth ground, using their faces as brakes. After Rocket, with a few broken branches, was helped up by Groot, he was stunned by what he saw. The magnetic robots that had effortlessly captured him and Groot before were now orderly moving various instruments, traversing the vast arc. What was most shocking to Rocket was the sheer number of magnetic robots. They were either flying in the air or carrying cargo boxes as large as trucks, passing by him frozen in place. Strangely, there was no sound, no voices, no footsteps, not even breathing. Apart from the occasional sound of spacecraft cutting through the air, there was silence. Describing it as quiet as a pin drop wouldn't be an exaggeration. The entire scene felt grand and eerie. So eerie that Rocket instinctively held his breath and huddled with Groot in a corner. He feared being discovered by the magnetic robots and then being dismembered alive with Groot. Rocket felt like a roasted duck, landing in a pack of wolves. In an instant, Rocket was so nervous he couldn't even feel the pain on his face. Mechanically, Rocket turned his head to look at the semicircular Ecopark behind him. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming desire to go back. Compared to the outside world, it was like a paradise in there. I am Groot, Groot said, slightly trembling with fear. Upon hearing Groot's words, Rocket's fur stood on end. He climbed onto Groot at lightning speed and covered Groot's mouth tightly, gesturing frantically for silence. But in the silent space, Groot's not-so-loud voice seemed to be amplified countless times over. Instantly, all the magnetic robots working stopped and turned their heads in unison towards where Rocket and Groot were hiding. Being stared at by tens of thousands of magnetic robots with their cold eyes felt like having your soul dragged into hell. Anyone with a low tolerance for fear would likely be scared unconscious and left with a lifelong psychological scar. Rocket's fur, which had stood on end, instantly flattened, and his ears, which had been erect, drooped on his head. But he still stood in front of the bewildered Groot, shouting loudly at the myriad of magnetic robots. Come on, you big dummies, let me show you how tough I am. Come on, you big dummies, let me show you how tough I am. Come on, you big dummies, let me show you how tough I am. In the vast space, Rocket's tremulous words echoed incessantly. In another private room of the restaurant, Zane and the others watched the video feed of Rocket's fierce stance, unable to stop laughing. Ha ha ha. Busties even laughed so hard that he spewed out the Xandarian grilled fish from his mouth. Honey, let's take these two interesting guys in and raise them. They're so cute. Lorna shook Zane's arm, acting coquettishly. Sure, I don't want to kill them either. Facing Lorna's rare coquettishness, Zane naturally agreed. After receiving a satisfactory response, Lorna rewarded Zane with a kiss on the cheek. Then, she continued to watch the projection screen with great interest, where the fierce Rocket and the silly Groot were. Actually, from the beginning, Zane never intended to kill Rocket and Groot. They could even be said to be Zane's favorite two people in the Marvel Universe. Of course, compared to Groot's innocence and silliness, Zane preferred Rocket, the tragic product of genetic synthesis. Not for any other reason, just because he was so much like the previous Zane. From his background to his personality, they were very similar. Chapter 180, Recruit Family. Rocket and the previous Zane from the past were both orphans, and both used their tough exterior to protect themselves. Because they knew that even if they showed their vulnerable side to this cruel world, no one would sympathize or pity them. Instead, it would attract other predators, leaving nothing behind but scraps. The difference was that the previous Zane lived in the relatively safe Earth, while Rocket lived in the dark universe where death could come at any moment. It's hard to imagine how Rocket survived in the beginning. Zane thought that if he were in Rocket's shoes, he probably wouldn't have made it to today. This showed just how resilient Rocket, this seemingly tough little raccoon, truly was, which was both admirable and heartbreaking. Upon learning that Rocket and Groot had voluntarily boarded the Ark, Zane felt genuinely happy. One of Zane's original purposes for coming to Xander was to take Rocket and Groot under his wing. Otherwise, why didn't Zane just head straight for the Power Stones? And Rocket and Groot weren't positioned as pets in Zane's mind but rather as subordinates, or partners, or even family. The previous Zane deeply understood Rocket's deepest desire now. He was looking for a home, a family. And Zane was willing to give this seemingly ferocious little raccoon a home. As for Zane's current appearance, well, ahem. Let's just call it a special welcoming ceremony for these two adorable creatures. Yes, it's a welcoming ceremony. Don't agree? Come at me then. Alright, ultimately, it was just Zane's twisted sense of humor acting up again. As for what to do if the original members of the Guardians of the Galaxy couldn't be gathered, Zane just shrugged it off. Doesn't matter to me. Zane had long passed the stage of wanting to maintain the normal development of the original plot. Otherwise, Zane wouldn't have decisively slaughtered all those superheroes on Earth and then left just like that. The scene shifted back to the Arkansas. The magnetic robots that had received orders not to harm Rocket and Groot paused only to confirm whether there were any other invaders on the Arkansas. Upon seeing that the source of the noise was Rocket and Groot, they simply turned back to their work. I am Groot, Groot asked bewilderedly behind Rocket. I don't know why these big idiots aren't bothering us, but let's get out of this place quickly. I don't want to stay here for another second, Rocket said, his mood complex, but summed up in just 2 words, regret. He was regretting so much now. Boss, if you're so awesome, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to resort to robbery just to pay the landing fee back at the landing pad? Boss, your act of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is a bit too much. Damn it, this is a pure scam. Usually, the only 2 types of people who can't afford the landing fee at the landing pad are refugees and newcomers exploring other civilizations in the universe. Seeing how excited Zane and his team were, the experienced Rocket immediately classified them as the latter. That's why he dared to be so reckless, thinking they were just naive newcomers. But as it turned out, experience can be deadly. Seeing that the magnetic robots had no intention of arresting him and Groot, Rocket immediately made a gesture to Groot, indicating that they should quietly leave. Then, a sneaky raccoon and a walking tree, under the watchful eyes of countless magnetic robots, ventured into the unknown territory of the Ark, hoping to find a way out. Suddenly, Rocket was astonished to discover a terrifying fact ahead. That was, the exterior of the Ark and the internal space didn't match at all. Just the space he was in now could fit 5 Ark-type spaceships. Rocket had been too nervous before to notice this issue, but now that he had relaxed a bit, he realized it. What did this mean? This meant that the owner of the Ark had mastered advanced spatial technology, expanding the space of the ship from the inside. And anyone who possessed this kind of spatial expansion technology was not someone Rocket could provoke. Looking at the magnetic robots flying all over the sky, Rocket finally realized that he might have kicked a hornet's nest. Now Rocket's only question was why the other side didn't just kill him directly. Although Rocket was irritable, he also knew that he was just a genetically engineered little monster. In the face of powerful beings like Zane, thousands of copies of him could be synthesized anytime and anywhere, rendering him utterly useless. His head was starting to hurt, and Rocket couldn't figure out this logic. He decided to stop thinking about it for now. The most urgent thing now was to escape from this ghostly place. But Rocket had no idea that his current dilemma was entirely due to the twisted sense of humor of a demigod. And as Rocket, carrying the frustration, walked ahead, completely unaware of Groot behind him, Groot was dumbfoundedly stopping a magnetic robot carrying a weapon. Then, under the gaze of that magnetic robot, he slowly took out a futuristic-looking gun from the box. All the magnetic robots paused their actions again, looking at the confused Rocket who received the gun from Groot. I am Groot, Groot said happily, looking like a child eager for praise. Under the gaze of all the magnetic robots, Rocket, with his furry body trembling from anger, shouted furiously. Groot, he roared in frustration. In the restaurant's private room, seeing the silly Groot and the deceived Rocket, Lorna couldn't help but burst into tears of laughter. These two are just too funny. It'll be so much fun to have them at home later. Zane was also laughing uncontrollably at these 2 adorable creatures. Inside the Ark, accompanied by Rocket's roar, all the magnetic robots paused their actions again, dropping what they were doing and rushing towards Rocket, who was holding a gun. Their orders were not to harm Rocket and Groot, but that didn't mean they could let them wield weapons and destroy the Arkansas. However, Rocket didn't know the purpose of these magnetic robots was to retrieve the gun from him. He thought these big guys wanted to kill him. Quickly grabbing the energy cannon in his hand, Rocket jumped onto Groot. With Rocket's talent for handling terrifying weapons, he immediately felt familiar with the gun in his hand. Run, Groot, run. As Rocket sprayed out blue energy shots from the gun in his hand, the approaching magnetic robots were blown to bits, scattering metal particles all over the ground. Although the next moment, these metal particles would automatically reassemble into intact robots, it effectively stopped their actions. The gun in Rocket's hand was intended to be sent to the King's treasury, and so its power completely exceeded Rocket's imagination. It could directly blast into smithereens the previously seemingly indestructible big guys in his eyes. Chapter 181, Liberty. Rocket's anger ignited instantly, standing arrogantly on Groot's shoulder. He laughed wildly, wielding the energy gun in his hand to turn each magnetic robot into scattered particles. Come on, you big brutes, let Rocket show you how it's done. I am Groot. Groot roared, taking big strides towards the weak spot in the circle of magnetic robots. Seemingly unstoppable, the two had no idea about the seemingly helpless magnetic robots. It was because they had received orders not to harm them that the weapons capable of killing them in an instant weren't being used. Thus, the current situation unfolded. After Rocket dispersed the magnetic robots blocking their path with his energy cannon. Unconsciously, the two had already entered another space through a large door. At this moment, Zane also gave orders to the Skynet in the dining room. Skynet, tell them not to chase anymore. Let them do what they want, and don't tire out our little friends. Yes, boss. The green data flow in the Skynet's eyes flashed again. Instantly, the magnetic robots that were chasing Rocket and Groot stopped their pursuit. Then they flew back to their original positions, and the entire space returned to orderly work. After seeing that the two of them were safe, Rocket let go of the energy cannon in his hand, which had become extremely hot due to prolonged firing. Looking at Rocket's trembling little paws, which couldn't stop shaking, his mouth panting heavily. You should know that the weapons designed for Zane's King's treasury were only considered in terms of power. They didn't even consider things like recoil. So after firing for a long time, Rocket was certainly enjoying himself. But his fragile little shoulders were almost dislocated by the huge recoil. I am Groot. Groot, seeing nothing major, looked at Rocket, who was lying on his shoulder. I'm fine, let's keep going. Rocket weakly waved his paw. Naturally, Groot listened to Rocket's words and continued to move forward. Before leaving, he picked up the scorching energy cannon and handed it to Rocket. Rocket, who was fond of this powerful gun, grabbed it tightly despite his sore and weak paws, which had relaxed. After seeing that the magnetic robots were no longer chasing them, Rocket also had some speculations. It seemed like the owner of the super spaceship wanted to play a special game with him and Groot. Thinking of this, Rocket gritted his teeth secretly and tightened his grip on the energy cannon. When I get out, I'll definitely kick that jerk's butt hard. Rocket swore silently. But he should take care of himself first, because they had already entered another area. This place was much more troublesome than the ecological garden. What first caught Rocket and Groot's eyes in the new area was the vast sea of books. Thousands of ancient paper books were arranged around in order. From a distance, you couldn't see the edge, and the entire space was filled with a calming fragrance of books. There were also various statues and artworks collected by Zane from Earth placed around. This was Zane and Lorna's library. When they had nothing to do, Zane liked to come here and quietly read for a while. You wouldn't believe it, but Zane gained a lot from the words of those human sages. The efficiency of the conversion of the power of death could be so fast, and the knowledge in these books also contributed a lot. The most conspicuous thing in the entire library was the classical desk and chair set in the center. There was also a female statue standing behind the desk, over 40 meters tall, wearing a crown of thorns. Strangely, the statue was now closing its eyes and leaning lazily against the bookshelf, as if sleeping. And why this library was more troublesome than the ecological garden was precisely because of this Statue of Liberty. After being blessed by the fire of hell without bones, the Statue of Liberty had returned to its original state. After returning to her intelligent state, her biggest hobby was reading books, and she wasn't very enthusiastic about fighting anymore. So, naturally, she was recognized by Zane as the librarian of the library. Skynet also specially created a giant magnifier for her convenience in reading, where she could only see books the size of ants in her eyes. Now that Rocket and Groot happened to come while the Statue of Liberty was sleeping. So, this unruly guy Rocket sensed that the entire library was safe, and he became reckless. Groot, go find something valuable. Rocket's eyes sparkled with gold as he looked at the classical library. In Rocket's eyes, this library must be the private property of the owner of the Ark. The belongings of such a powerful being were surely worth a fortune. Taking a few things would probably be enough for him and Groot to live on for a lifetime. Since the owner here wanted to play a game with them, it was only fair to take something as a reward for passing the level. I am Groot. Groot agreed and went foolishly to flip through the books on the bookshelf. Rocket, who had dug up all the books from the shelf and piled them on the ground, didn't notice. The originally closed eyes of the Statue of Liberty trembled gently twice. After searching the desk for a long time, Rocket despondently found out. There didn't seem to be anything valuable here, just a pile of primitive books. Groot, stop, there's nothing valuable here. Rocket said somewhat angrily to Groot, who had piled up a small mountain of books under him. Chapter 182, Death. I'm Groot. Stop searching, you idiot. There's nothing here but a pile of incomprehensible books. I'm Groot. Groot sighed in frustration, then stepped away from the books piled under his feet and walked towards Rocket. Just as the two were about to leave the library, which they had made a mess of, Rocket's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered the plight he and Groot had been in since they entered the Ark, then looked back at the library, and suddenly grew bold. Then Rocket raised the energy cannon in his hand and aimed at the central desk in the library, made of golden wood. It takes a price to play with me. Rocket roared, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Instantly, a bluish energy cannonball shot out from the barrel, heading straight for Zane's exclusive desk. If the desk, completely made of solid wood, were hit, it would undoubtedly turn into a pile of splinters. It might even cause a fire, turning all the precious books in the library into ashes. Just as Rocket was roaring, the eyes of the Statue of Liberty suddenly opened wide. She was awakened by Rocket's roar. The next moment, a golden light flashed across the Declaration of Freedom in the statue's hand. Then a faint golden power of faith rushed in before the energy cannonball, forming a faint golden shield on the desk, blocking the malicious cannonball fired by Rocket. When the Statue of Liberty saw the messy scene in the library, for the first time, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes, which were usually filled with intelligence and wisdom. You should know that the Statue of Liberty treated this library, specially built by Zane, as her own home. If strangers made a mess in your house and even wanted to destroy it afterward, what would you do? Immediately, the Statue of Liberty stood up, looked down at the dumbfounded Rocket and Groot, and shouted angrily. It's you two little brats who messed up the Master's library and want to destroy it, right? The furious Statue of Liberty couldn't control her volume. The huge sound waves directly made Groot and Rocket's ears buzz. Groot, run! Rocket shouted hoarsely. Then, perhaps because their auditory systems were temporarily malfunctioning due to the Statue of Liberty's shock, or perhaps because Groot's thought process was peculiar. I'm Groot. Groot roared and rushed towards the Statue of Liberty, who was over 40 meters tall. Rocket, standing on his shoulder, suddenly had the urge to shoot Groot, this big idiot, directly. Groot, you're going the wrong way. Rocket leaned over to Groot's head and shouted with all his might. You know what, it was quite effective. Groot immediately hit the brakes, stood still in place, and dumbly scratched the back of his head. I'm Groot. In the restaurant, Zane smiled and pushed Lorna, who was laughing so hard she was clutching her stomach, and Busties, who was rolling around on the table. Okay, let's go meet these two cute little guys, or they'll be dead. After saying that, Zane pulled Lorna, Busties, and Little Bone and disappeared into the private room of the restaurant with a flash. In Zane's exclusive library on the Ark, unlike Groot, who was confused about the situation, Rocket nervously pointed the energy cannon in his hand at the angry Statue of Liberty. The intuition brought by long-term exposure to life and death told Rocket that if he made even the slightest mistake now, both he and the idiot Groot would definitely die. Seeing the Statue of Liberty about to crush them under her foot, Rocket aimed at the Statue of Liberty's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. But those few energy cannonballs were only passable against magnetic robots. Facing the Statue of Liberty, which possessed the power of faith, they only caused a few ripples on the thin shield covering the Statue of Liberty's body, not even leaving a singe on her bronze face. The Statue of Liberty's large foot had already come crashing down on their heads with a loud roar. Now, even Groot, who was slow to catch on, realized the urgency of the situation. Seeing Groot rushing towards the Statue of Liberty, Rocket suddenly felt the impulse to shoot Groot directly and eliminate this big fool. Groot, why are you doing this? Why? Rocket said sadly. I'm Groot. Inside the tree ball, Groot gently produced a tender bud to wipe away the tears flowing from Rocket's eyes. Just as the two were about to stage a tearful parting scene, suddenly, a magnetic male voice came from outside the tree ball. Stop it. If you use more force, the two idiots inside will die. Yes, Master. Suddenly, Groot felt a lightness all over his body. The tree ball, which had been constantly bursting due to the pressure, suddenly stopped bursting because the pressure disappeared. Then the two inside the tree ball felt a sway, and at the same time, the familiar male voice came from outside the tree ball again. Come out, you ferocious little raccoon. Aren't you bored staying inside? While Zane was speaking, Lorna also spoke with a smile. Come out, we mean no harm. Rocket's keen intuition could clearly feel that there was indeed no malice in the voice outside, but instead, it was filled with a thick smile. Inside the tree ball, the innocent Groot also seemed to feel that he might not have to die, and joyfully said to Rocket. I'm Groot. Chapter 183, Home. No, don't open it. Rocket, alert and suspicious, immediately rejected Groot's suggestion. Rocket, who knew the darkness of human nature well, was not as naive as Groot. He didn't trust anything anyone said. Who knew if the people outside were trying to trick them? If Groot opened the defense, they would both be in immediate danger. Outside, Zane chuckled as he watched the two idiots show no sign of coming out of the tree ball. He patted Busties on his shoulder. Busties immediately understood Zane's intention. The next moment, Busties disappeared from Zane's shoulder in an instant, then reappeared lazily licking her paws on Zane's shoulder. Meanwhile, the tree ball that Groot had formed with all his might was already shattered. Inside stood Rocket, with a surprised expression on his face due to the sudden change of scene, and Groot, who had shrunk to the same size as Rocket. But Rocket's surprise only lasted for a moment. The next moment, he used his body to shield the weakened Groot and raised the energy cannon in his hand, aiming at the smiling Zane. With his experienced eye, Rocket immediately identified Zane as the leader of this group of people. However, when he saw Zane's face, Rocket reluctantly lowered his gun again. He had recognized Zane as the dangerous man who had massacred and robbed on the tarmac before, and also the owner of the super spaceship. Rocket didn't think that his small energy cannon could threaten Zane's existence. "What's the matter? Come at me, it has nothing to do with the idiot behind me. Stealing your spaceship was my idea, and destroying it is also my idea." Rocket's eyes were filled with determination. He was clearly prepared to sacrifice his life to appease Zane's anger. Seeing the reluctance and determination in Rocket's eyes, Zane also put away his smile and became serious. For anyone willing to die for something, there should be a minimum level of respect. Whether he was a stranger or an enemy, or even a ferocious little raccoon. "Are you sure?" Zane looked at Rocket expressionlessly. "Sure, whatever the consequences, I'll take full responsibility," Rocket said without hesitation. But behind him, Groot, the tree person, pushed his shoulder and said sadly but firmly, "I'm Groot." Unexpectedly, Rocket suddenly roared ferociously, "Groot, listen to me, or I'll leave you." In an instant, the branches emanating from Groot stopped spreading, and tears welled up in his shiny eyes. Everyone present became serious, and the entire library echoed with Rocket's roar. While Groot didn't see Rocket's expression behind him, Zane's group clearly did. This ferocious little raccoon was now in tears. Lorna, who was standing next to Zane, gently tugged at his sleeve. But Zane's face remained expressionless. "Fine, I'll spare you. Whatever happens next, the tree person behind you will definitely be unharmed," Zane said solemnly. "Come on." After saying that, Rocket threw the energy cannon in his hand to the ground and closed his eyes slowly, watching Zane approach with a warm smile. "Thank you for being in this messed up life, Groot," Rocket muttered softly to himself. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Closing his eyes and waiting for death or torment, Rocket felt the tall figure of Zane standing in front of him. The next moment, when he thought it would be pain, it turned out to be warmth as a large hand gently patted his head. "You're such a tough little guy, pretending to be strong like this, aren't you tired?" Zane squatted down and looked at Rocket with a smile. Rocket opened his eyes in astonishment and, seeing the warm smile on Zane's face, suddenly felt the urge to burst into tears for some reason. Rocket, sensitive as he was, saw no contempt or disgust in Zane's eyes but rather the respect and admiration he had always longed for. But his long-standing facade of aggression and pride prevented him from bowing to Zane. So despite feeling a little reluctant, Rocket rudely pushed away Zane's hand on his head. Then, he snarled at Zane with his sharp teeth, trying to look fierce. "Kill me if you want, or let me and Groot go." Zane expected this defensive attitude from Rocket. People like Rocket had built thick walls around their hearts. Thinking he was the protagonist, he expected everyone to worship him like an idiot. But this was the real world, and every person was not an NPC from a game, each one was a real being with flesh, blood, and stories. "Let you guys go." "Sorry, you're mistaken." Zane didn't get angry when Rocket pushed him away. He still wore a bright smile on his face as he stood up. Then he said to the Skynet behind him, "Skynet, take them to freshen up, then arrange a room for them. Apart from not letting them escape, satisfy all their requests." After that, he left Rocket with a warm smile and walked away with Lorna and the others. Only Rocket was left behind, shouting incessantly. But did his opposition matter? Sorry, no one was listening at all. Even Groot, who realized that Zane meant no harm to them, clumsily started to pick up the branches that had been severed by Busties. And Rocket, who seemed to have escaped death, turned his head to shout at Groot. "Come on, Groot." Afterward, the two magnetic robots took Rocket, who was struggling despite himself, to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Rocket lazily soaked in the artificial hot spring, watching Groot happily drinking from the fountain next to him. To be honest, Rocket couldn't understand what Zane was thinking. Rocket didn't think there was anything on them worth Zane's attention. But why was Zane's attitude toward them like this? Finally, unable to figure it out, Rocket simply enjoyed the feeling of hot water flowing over his fur in the hot spring. Regardless of Zane's intentions, he was powerless to resist, so he might as well enjoy the moment. Yes, Rocket was just that kind of guy. That was what they called being carefree. Afterward, the two washed-up individuals were led by a magnetic robot to a room that had just been assigned to them. Rocket was shocked to see the luxurious decoration inside the room, while Groot wasn't as complicated as Rocket had imagined. He simply ran happily to a large flower pot specially prepared for him by Skynet. Quickly, he rooted himself into the fertile soil and enjoyed the feeling of nutrients continuously being transported to his body from the soil. "I am Groot," Groot said to the conflicted Rocket. "No, I'm not happy at all. That guy definitely has other motives," Rocket retorted. Chapter 184, Questions. In fact, as Zane said, except for not being able to leave the Ark, all their requests were met. No one was stopping them at all. Even when Rocket demanded his original equipment from the surveillance, a magnetic robot immediately returned the equipment to him. With a gun in hand, Rocket seemed to have more confidence. Dragging Groot, who still wanted to go back to the flower pot, Rocket began to wander around the Ark, looking for a way out. But after wandering for half a day, Rocket sadly discovered that every exit was heavily guarded by magnetic robots. Even ventilation ducts were covered with surveillance, making it impossible to leave. Until a magnetic robot appeared in front of them. "Please follow me, it's mealtime." After wandering around aimlessly for half a day, Rocket was also a bit hungry, so he didn't resist. Resignedly following behind the magnetic robot with Groot, he wanted to see what Zane was up to. When they arrived at the dining room under the guidance of the magnetic robot, Zane and others were already waiting for them at the table. Impatient as ever, Rocket wanted to ask some questions immediately but was interrupted by Zane. "Save your questions for after dinner, let's eat first." Zane pointed to the chairs specially arranged for Rocket and Groot. At the dining table, Rocket, full of doubts, nibbled on the luxurious food that was once out of reach for him. Instead of finding it delicious, he felt a taste akin to wax. Sometimes, one shouldn't think too much, just like Groot, being a bit clueless is not a bad thing. Didn't you notice that Groot was happily drinking the high-grade nutrient solution provided by the Skynet? "I am Groot," Groot said to Zane. Not understanding what Groot was saying, Zane looked bewilderedly at Rocket. Rocket, feeling annoyed at Zane's gaze, reluctantly translated. "This idiot says, 'Thank you, you're a good guy.'" Zane automatically filtered out the sarcasm in Rocket's words and happily said to Groot, "You're quite good at judging character." With Zane's shameless remark, the awkward atmosphere at the dining table due to the arrival of new guests eased. People seemed to open up to conversation, and they started asking Rocket and Groot various questions. After all, Zane and the others were newcomers to the universe, unlike Rocket, who had seen much more. Zane watched this increasingly harmonious scene with a smile, even the rice in his bowl seemed to taste better. It must be said that bringing Rocket and Groot here was the right choice, as the atmosphere at the dining table was much livelier than before. And although Rocket was a stubborn little guy with an impatient face, he proudly answered questions for Skynet and the others. Even though he used foul language, those who had already understood his character through video didn't mind. Unconsciously, even Rocket himself didn't realize that a smile had slowly formed on his lips. Perhaps it was because there were warm meals here unlike the compressed food. Or perhaps it was because here he didn't have to worry about someone pulling out a gun and blowing his head off at any moment. Or perhaps it was because here, no one treated him as a mere monster, but as an equal life. Time is a mysterious force, it can turn people who were once as close as brothers into strangers. It can also make those who were once wary of each other let down their defenses. After dinner, Rocket sat dumbfoundedly as he watched Groot play with Lorna and the others. He didn't even notice when Zane sat down next to him. They sat like this for who knows how long until Rocket, without turning his head, suddenly spoke. "Why? Does there have to be a reason?" Zane looked affectionately at Lorna swinging back and forth on the swing made by Groot's ability, occasionally laughing like silver bells. Since Rocket and Groot appeared, even Zane hadn't noticed how much more they laughed. "Aha." Rocket turned his head, staring seriously into Zane's eyes and nodded. Zane once again placed his hand on Rocket's head, and this time Rocket didn't push it away. "Because I find you all likable. Or maybe it's because you remind me of myself before." Rocket looked at Zane in astonishment, finding it hard to imagine what similarities there could be between himself, a small monster, and Zane, an existence so powerful he seemed unreachable. Seeing Rocket's confusion, Zane smiled and shook his head without explanation, instead massaging Rocket's head with his hand. You have to admit, Zane's touch was damn good. "Rocket, join us." Faced with Zane's sudden invitation, Rocket was so shocked he couldn't even close his mouth. After all, just by looking at Zane and his group, you could tell they were way too powerful. And he and Groot were just two monsters rejected by society. This just didn't add up. But what was even more terrifying than disappointment was having hope given to you only to have it ruthlessly torn away before your eyes. Rocket was in this dilemma. After a while, in a deep voice, Rocket said to Zane, "If I join you, and one day I come across something I really like, but it belongs to someone very troublesome, what would you do?" After hearing this, Zane's smile remained bright. Without even a pause, he replied, "I'll give you the best gun, the best ship, and let you go take it. And if you can't, come back to me, and I'll help you take it." After hearing Zane's answer, Rocket's heart trembled, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Then what role do Groot and I play in joining you, cannon fodder? Pets? Or strange collectibles?" No, if you're willing, you and Groot can be our family. Family? We're just monsters. Rocket muttered with his head down. No one could see his expression at the moment. Monsters? Look at that panther-like cat over there, and the skeleton frame that's on fire. Do you still think you're monsters? Zane pointed to Busties, who was scratching leaves off Groot's back, and Little Bone, who was pushing the swing behind Lorna. Busties pricked up her ears alertly. It seemed someone just said something about her and looked at her beautiful form. Rocket looked at Busties and Little Bone, momentarily speechless. All right, now it's my turn to ask you. Zane suddenly became serious. What? If a civilization offended me, let's say the Xandarians we're staying with now, could you open fire on innocent Xandarian people? Including the elderly, women, and children. Rocket was about to say something, but Zane interrupted him. Chapter 185, Fellow Planetmen. Don't rush to answer me, think about it tonight. Once you're on my ship, there's no turning back. From now on, the Ark, or rather the spaceship, will have no restrictions on you and Groot. You and Groot can leave anytime, and I guarantee that there will be no repercussions afterwards. The choice is yours, whether to stay or go. It's entirely up to you. Zane stopped speaking and instead wore a relaxed smile as he watched the others playing with Groot in a bundle. It wasn't until Groot picked up Rocket, who seemed lost, and greeted Zane and the others before following the guidance of the magnetic robot back to the bedroom. Zane didn't hold much hope for Rocket's ability to find his way. Lorna also noticed Rocket's unusual behavior after talking to Zane, so she looked at Zane curiously and asked, Zane, what's wrong with him? It's nothing, I just gave him the choice. Will Rocket and Groot leave? Lorna asked with some concern. Although they had only had a short time of interaction during dinner, she had really taken a liking to Rocket, the fierce little raccoon, and the naive and cute tree-being Groot. Who knows? Those who should leave will leave, and no matter how you try to keep them, they won't stay. Those who should come will come, even if you don't actively seek them out, they will become a family. Zane watched as Groot's figure receded into the distance, a mysterious smile on his face. But what he got in return was a blood-curdling scream from Lorna. You crazy woman, why are you biting me? Zane growled at Lorna, who was biting his arm. Humph. You're acting deep again. What's the real story? Lorna huffed. I don't know, Zane said awkwardly, rubbing his nose, his eyes wandering. So, everything you just said was nonsense. Haha. Don't pay attention to those details. Rocket didn't know how he got back, only that when he regained consciousness, he was already lying on the soft big bed in the bedroom. Looking at Groot, who was worriedly looking at him, Rocket seemed to be speaking to him and himself. Groot, do we really want to stay here? I'm Groot. Understanding Groot's meaning, Rocket fell silent. Yes, so far, the only ones who hadn't disliked them were Zane and his group. But the last thing Zane said kept replaying in his mind. He didn't doubt Zane's promise to him, such a powerful being wouldn't lie to him. Now the only thing Rocket was struggling with was, could he do it? That night, Rocket stayed up all night. In the middle of the night, while Groot was sound asleep rooted in the flower pot, Rocket quietly made his way to the Ark's airlock. The airlock detected Rocket's arrival and automatically opened. The magnetic robot on duty didn't stop Rocket either. Rocket stood at the brightly lit landing pad outside for the whole night. His expression went from hesitation to struggle to determination and back again in a continuous cycle. Once you give up trust in the world, it's hard to pick it up again. The next morning, a sumptuous meal was already laid out on the table. But after Zane and the others arrived, Rocket and Groot were still nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until Zane heard the sound of Rocket's little paws approaching from afar that a brilliant smile appeared on his face. You tasteless guy, don't think too much, I just think the food here is not bad. Under everyone's gaze, Rocket slowly walked to the chair specially prepared for him and sat down. Throughout, he avoided eye contact with everyone. Perhaps, maybe, it seemed like this fierce guy was shy. But Groot was very straightforward, his happy appearance was truly self-evident. I'm Groot. Instantly, everyone's gaze once again focused on Rocket, who was shifting back and forth in his chair, waiting for his translation. This blockhead says, you guys are all good people. PFF, naive guy. At this moment, Zane's face lit up with a sunny smile. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Alright, now that everyone is here, let me introduce. This is my wife Lorna, this is Busties, and this is Little Bone. Rocket and Groot nodded, indicating they remembered. Zane had no doubt that Rocket had already memorized everyone's names. But Groot? Zane was more inclined to think that he was following Rocket's lead in nodding. Lorna, this fierce little raccoon is Rocket, and this is Groot. Lorna also nodded happily and ran to Rocket's side to pat his furry head. Although Rocket subconsciously resisted, he didn't refuse. It's just that the expression on his face got even uglier. In the days that followed, Rocket and Groot gradually got used to life here. The initial estrangement disappeared with the passage of time. And after entering Skynet's weapons development department, Rocket burst out with an enthusiasm beyond reason. With his unique talent for weapons, he developed many powerful but unstable weapons. Watching Rocket holding the newly developed energy cannon and blasting one target after another into pieces with an excited expression, Xander couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, as if he was watching a demolition expert in League of Legends. Same short stature, same furry appearance, and the same innate enthusiasm for explosions. It looked so similar. And Groot, under the rich supply of nutrients, had regained his original size. Even the leaves on his body became denser, showing that this naive tree being had been living comfortably in the past few days. When Xander felt a bit idle, scouts sent out by Skynet finally brought news that Star-Lord had arrived on Xander. As early as when Xander and his group arrived on Xander, Skynet had sent dozens of magnetic robots to monitor various interstellar ports on Xander. As long as Star-Lord arrived on Xander, he would definitely be discovered. Watching Star-Lord's proud appearance in the virtual projection, Xander's face also showed a smile. "Rocket, stop playing, how about going out with me for a walk?" Xander shouted to Rocket. The little raccoon, who was immersed in guns and cannons and had entered a state of extreme fanaticism, couldn't be awakened if not shouted at. "What for?" Rocket handed the new energy cannon to a magnetic robot. "To meet a fellow planetman." "Okay, let's go." Rocket readily nodded, then agilely climbed onto Xander's shoulder, and before leaving, he made sure to carry an energy cannon on his back. The next moment, Xander and Rocket disappeared from the Ark and appeared in front of a broker on Xander whose name was same as his profession, broker, where Star-Lord was reportedly trading with the cosmic orb. Chapter 186, Power Stone. While Gamera, leaning against the other side of the door, saw Xander and Rocket suddenly appear and immediately lost her previous relaxed state. She slowly drew her weapon, keeping a vigilant eye on Xander. But Xander couldn't be bothered with her, just looked at the sealed alloy door and smiled faintly. "Rocket, blast it." Without hesitation, Rocket picked up the energy cannon attached to his back and fired several shots at the alloy door with an excited smile on his face. This reckless life was simply exhilarating. Rocket used to be just an interstellar bounty hunter. Despite his seemingly carefree appearance, he was always cautious and careful, unlike now when he was so reckless. Suddenly, Star-Lord, who had been pushed to the door by the broker because of revealing Ronin's name, was blasted into the air and crashed into a display platform. Before encountering his father's awakening divine power, Star-Lord was at best just a normal person with slightly better physical abilities. How could he withstand such an attack? He simply lay on the ground, the cosmic orb rolling off his hand and onto the ground. As for whether he lived or died, Xander didn't care at all. Xander's full attention was focused on the rolling cosmic orb, his eyes bursting with intense light. The next moment, the power of death moved slightly, directly pulling the cosmic orb into his palm. Seeing her target snatched away by Xander, Gamera couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately raised the dagger in her hand and rushed towards Xander. But when she was just about to reach Xander, she suddenly stopped her steps. Because the Reaper's scythe was already at her neck, leaving a bloody mark. She believed that as long as she took one more step forward, she would bid farewell to this world completely. "Behave yourself, otherwise, even if your father is Thanos, you won't be able to keep your head." Xander stared at the rolling cosmic orb in his hand without looking back at Gamera. "He's not my father." Gamera retorted with a towering anger, as if touching on a taboo. But Xander didn't pay any attention to him, directly teleported back to the Ark with Rocket. An Infinity Stone was so easily obtained. If Xander weren't in a good mood now, Gamera might have died already. Xander didn't fear Thanos. With the Reaper's scythe and the newly acquired Power Stone, defeating Thanos was a sure thing. Outside the broker's door, Gamera was left alone in the wind, feeling aggrieved. As for Star-Lord, the protagonist who didn't know any better, he was still lying on the cold ground. After returning to the Ark with the cosmic orb, Rocket curiously looked at the cosmic orb in Xander's hand and asked, "What's this thing? Is it worth your personal trip? Is it valuable?" From a monetary perspective, this thing is currently worth 4 billion credits if someone buys it. Xander tossed the cosmic orb up and down in his hand. Upon hearing this, Rocket's eyes instantly lit up with greed, subconsciously wanting to grab the cosmic orb. But Xander picked it up in one hand. "Forget it, this thing is useful to me. Can't we sell it?" 4 billion. Rocket said unwillingly. "Have some pride. Do we look like we're short of money?" Xander said helplessly. Rocket's mindset was still stuck in the past. In his previous life, not having money meant not having equipment meant not being able to beat others, not being able to beat others meant a miserable death. So most bounty hunters and plunderers were a bunch of guys who were obsessed with money, including Rocket. "You used to rob because you couldn't afford landing fees," Rocket said indignantly, but the smirk at the corner of his mouth revealed his teasing nature. Xander was speechless. Frustrated, Xander stuffed the cosmic orb into his arms, grabbed Rocket's furry face with both hands, and began to ruthlessly knead it. "You, bastard, let me go." After tormenting the cheeky little raccoon for a while, Xander, feeling finally relieved, threw a card that could be used for free consumption on Xander to Rocket. Instantly, Rocket, who had been jumping up to pound Xander's knees, suddenly calmed down. He eagerly took the card and, with Groot, went out to experience the feeling of spending lavishly. Ah, he's still a kid after all. Zane sighed as he watched Rocket's excited figure. Then Zane entered his usual place of seclusion with the cosmic orb. Then he forcefully broke open the cosmic orb, revealing the power stone inside emitting a purple halo. The power stone allows the user to master and manipulate all the power and energy they seek. Moreover, it can support other stones and enhance their effects. Even its immense power can easily destroy a planet. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the user must be powerful enough to fully control the energy of the power stone in order to unleash its power. And if the user does not meet the minimum threshold of controlling the power stone, they will only be backlashed by the powerful energy of the power stone and turned to ashes. At this time, the system detecting the existence of the power stone also sounded. Detected object with massive energy, do you want to merge it into the magic furnace? Merge. Zane immediately ordered the system. He was eager to see the changes the power stone would bring to him. At the moment Zane gave the command, a mysterious power appeared from the void. This was the second time the system's power had manifested in reality. The first time was when he first extracted the space stone from the Tesseract. But Zane was different from 5 years ago. At that time, he could only vaguely sense the existence of the system's power. But now that Zane had stepped into the threshold of realm of the gods, he could clearly feel this power. But precisely because he could clearly sense it, he could deeply appreciate the horror of the system's power. It was a kind of greatness that made people unable to raise any resistance thoughts. At this moment, Zane suddenly felt that he was no different from an ant. When he first bound the system, Zane asked about the origin of the system. Zane still remembered the system's answer clearly. It said it was an accidental product of the source of all worlds. At that time, Zane didn't think much about it. After all, he was just an ordinary person who didn't understand what it meant. Chapter 187, Power Up. At that time, Zane didn't think too deeply about it. After all, at that moment, Zane was just an ordinary person who didn't understand the significance of what was happening. But now, when he connected the system's words with what Odin had once said to him about the dimensions of the universe, something clicked in Zane's mind. Could the system be a product of the higher dimensional universe? Perhaps even originating from a 10-dimensional cosmos. If this speculation were true, it would explain everything. Why could the system freely traverse other planes and dimensions, copying remarkable abilities from exceptional individuals to enhance Zane? And why hadn't Zane been able to locate the system that was already bound to his soul? Because it's a creation of the higher dimensions. Such an existence likely perceives all worlds as easily as an ordinary person views a comic book or a movie. Whether it's the past, the future, or the inner thoughts of every individual, it would be crystal clear to this system. Yet those existing in lower dimensional universes would be oblivious to its presence. The implications are mind-boggling. System, are you a product of the higher dimensional universe? Zane asked, feeling somewhat apprehensive. If his guess was correct, it meant that both his current self and this entire world were under the scrutiny of some cosmic elites. The sheer terror of this realization made Zane question his existence. The system is an accidental creation that originates from all worlds. The system immediately replied. The answer was identical to the very first one, delivered in the same cold, mechanical electronic tone, without a single deviation. Yet, strangely enough, this reassured Zane. It seemed that his God-tier lottery system truly lacked any form of intelligence. Zane couldn't accept being observed by a group of super-intelligent beings in higher dimensions. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Shaking his head, Zane tried to dispel these wild thoughts. After all, this question seemed unanswerable, and dwelling on it would only lead to frustration. Continuing to ponder it would be like wrestling with thin air. So, Zane shifted his focus to the power stone before him. That was the immediate concern. The system's inexplicable force enveloped the deep purple power stone. In that moment, the power stone, like its predecessor, sensed its impending fate. It began resisting fiercely, emitting streams of purple energy in an attempt to break free from the system's grasp. Although Zane sensed that the power stone's energy was far more potent and aggressive than the space stone's, he could only obediently allow it to approach. Without a single splash, it merged into Zane's body, embedding itself in the second slot of the magic furnace. As the power stone fused with the mana furnace, an even more violent surge of deep purple energy erupted from Zane's heart. In an instant, it engulfed his entire body. Despite having undergone 5 years of continuous purification by the space stone's energy and the power of faith, Zane's body was still only semi-divine. Now, facing the tsunami-like force of the power stone, he was only slightly stronger than during the initial space stone fusion. However, this time, Zane keenly felt the deep purple energy washing over every cell in his body, intensifying the pain compared to the previous experience. Some weaker cells disintegrated instantly, only to regenerate under the supply of faith and the magic furnace. Zane couldn't even lose consciousness this time, his soul and willpower were too resilient. He had to endure this painful rebirth. Countless cells were destroyed by the power stone's energy, only to be reborn the next moment, tougher and more resilient, enduring the onslaught. And then, they were destroyed again, repeating this cycle. To Zane's perception, each second felt like a year. In the original story, both Ronin and Star-Lord had wielded the Power Stone, but they had merely used it indirectly with their hands or weapons. Zane, on the other hand, directly merged with the Power Stone, enduring energy levels thousands of times greater than what they faced. Naturally, he suffered far greater agony. The fact that his body didn't collapse outright was a testament to his semi-divine strength. In the secluded chamber, Zane's brow furrowed, and he occasionally let out pained groans. Countless purple veins crisscrossed his entire body, occasionally breaking through his flesh as deep purple energy collided with the reinforced vibranium walls. As time passed, every purple vein vanished from Zane's body. Finally, he opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. A fleeting purple light shimmered in his pupils. Looking around at the walls that had turned into honeycomb coal, he couldn't help but be amazed by the power of the gemstones. Congratulations, host. Your A-level active skill, Son of Light, has been promoted to S-level. System, open the character attribute panel. Name, Zane Sai. Age, 21 years old. Race, demigod, god of death. Active skills, S-level, King's Treasury, S-level, Son of Light, A-level, God's Absence, A-level, Flash, B-level, Rat Talisman, B-level, Thousand Faces, C-level, Eyebrow Dance. Passive skills, S-level, Death River, remaining resurrection count, 15,370,000 times, S-level, Realm of Dead, S-level, Magic Furnace, A-level, Eternal Arms Mastery, C-level, Culinary Master. Lottery draws, none. Seeing the almost unchanged attribute panel, Zane furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Even with 2 infinite gemstones, did it not promote Magic Furnace to SS level? It seems that the barrier between S-level and SS level is much greater than Zane had imagined. As for the promotion of A-level skill, Son of Light, it was within Zane's expectations. Then Zane clicked on the skill description for Magic Furnace, max 9 slots. S-level passive skill, Magic Furnace, embedded with Space Stone and Power Stone, 7 remaining slots, additional attributes. 1. Infinite energy, can replace all skill costs, and the energy from the 2 infinite gemstones will continuously strengthen the host. 2. All spatial skills receive significant enhancement. 3. All offensive skills receive significant enhancement. 4. The host's entire strength is fully under the host's control. Chapter 188, Arrested. Compared to before, the Magic Furnace gained 2 additional attributes after embedding the Power Stone. And the promotion of Son of Light is also the effect of the 3rd attribute. As for King's Treasury and Realm of Dead, the barrier between S-Class and SS-Class is just too high. So there's no change on the attribute panel. But Zane also felt that King's Treasury and Realm of Dead had gained an additional, continuous stream of purple energy flow, strengthening the weapons in the treasury and the spirits in the soul space. Zane also tried it out. The power of these 2 skills was roughly enhanced by 5 times, while the transformed Son of Light was directly enhanced by more than 20 times. That dazzling pillar of light almost blasted a transparent hole in the 2-meter-thick vibranium wall of the seclusion room. Although the Power Stone didn't directly grant Zane the power to easily destroy planets, it won because it could endlessly enhance Zane's power. Zane could clearly feel that the 3 offensive skills were continuously being strengthened. With time passing, someday these skills would break through the barriers and advance to SS class, or even SSS class. Compared to instant power, Zane preferred this kind of silent change bit by bit. Because it made Zane feel that this power truly belonged to him. It wouldn't suddenly leave him one day due to accidents or other factors. However, Zane's biggest gain was not the 3rd attribute. It was the 4th attribute brought by the Power Stone, perfect control over his own power. Before embedding the Power Stone into the Magic Furnace, if Zane's control over his power of death was at the level of a civilian tractor, then now it was at least at the level of a spaceship. The feeling of having every bit of power under his control was just too wonderful. Zane even had confidence now that, without using any skills, he could defeat Odin, who used to be able to suppress him, even though Zane was still a 4-dimensional being and had not transformed into a 5-dimensional being like Odin. Originally, Zane could only achieve 1 unit of effect with 4 units of divine power, but now he could achieve 10 units of effect with 1 unit of divine power, and he could ensure that not a single bit of power would be wasted. This was the horror of having complete control over one's own power. And Zane clearly felt that with the complete control of the power of death, the speed of conversion of faith in the sea of belief suddenly increased a lot. Originally, it would take about 10 days to fully convert, but now it would probably only take 3 days. Suddenly, Zane's mood became stronger than ever. The feeling of feeling his strength increase every minute and every second was just too fascinating. So Zane immediately walked out of the seclusion room, ready to share his joy with Lorna and the others. This time, Zane didn't feel uncomfortable because of the sudden leap in physical strength. After all, physical strength was also a kind of power. Under the influence of the Power Stone, it was completely under Zane's control, so there was no possibility of losing control. During the half-day that Zane spent in seclusion, Rocket and Groot encountered trouble outside. Let's go back to when Zane teleported back to the Ark with the cosmic orb. Not long after Zane left, the guard team noticed the explosion here and rushed over. And because Star-Lord's nervous system was derived from the strongest stud in the entire universe, Yondu, he woke up from his coma soon. But he couldn't avoid the head injury, bleeding, and concussion. Who asked him not to awaken his divine power yet, and he was just a mortal. It was lucky enough that he didn't die on the spot like that broker. But at this moment, the spacecraft of the guard team had surrounded him and Gamera, who was ready to go find Zane and snatch back the cosmic orb. Xander wasn't stupid enough to hold a grudge against Zane just because of a second-rate broker, but they still had to give the public an explanation. So Star-Lord and Gamera became perfect scapegoats. Coincidentally, these two guys were also wanted criminals throughout the entire interstellar space. So they had to bear the scapegoat whether they liked it or not. It seemed that no matter which planet it was, the higher-ups were experts at shifting blame. They even calculated it so accurately that even the ones bearing the blame didn't realize it. Just like now, Star-Lord and Gamera were completely unaware that they had gained another crime on their record. They only thought they had been exposed. What's the first reaction of a thief in front of the police? Run. This was the same everywhere. But just as Star-Lord and Gamera were about to take a step forward, several beams of light anchored them in place. Then the fat guy who had given Zane the unlimited consumption card walked up to the two of them who couldn't move. He started reading their charges based on the criminal code on his tablet. And his voice was particularly loud, obviously not for Star-Lord and Gamera to hear, but for the surrounding crowd. According to the laws of Xander, Peter Jason Quill, you are arrested for killing innocent citizens of Xander and destroying public property security. And you, Gamera, are arrested for destroying public property security. The charges against the two were significantly different. Star-Lord had an additional charge of killing an innocent citizen of Xander, while Gamera was merely charged with destroying public property security. Star-Lord, who had been abducted from Earth by Yondu when he was young and had been wandering on the edge of the law, certainly knew the consequences of killing a citizen of a planet. If he had any value, he would be imprisoned for life and wait quietly for the day the government would use him again. If he had no value, there was only a dead end. And Star-Lord was just a plunderer rejected by all civilizations, obviously without any status or value, so his fate was easy to guess. Civilizations that had stepped into the universe would not waste resources nurturing a waste. Who do you think deserves to be imprisoned for life? Don't be ridiculous. If you could get free food for a lifetime by committing a crime, those starving people would have committed crimes long ago. Different from the unfortunate Star-Lord, Gamera was the crazed daughter of the mad titan Thanos, who was extremely famous in the universe. So of course, she couldn't be killed directly. She would be kept in prison for a while and then when they get some benefits from Thanos, only then she would be released. Although the data showed that Gamera was now helping their archenemy Ronin, they still didn't dare to touch her. This was the difference between having a backer and not having a backer. Damn reality. Star-Lord didn't want to die, so he immediately tried to defend himself. This was his only way out. He never thought that Yondu, who didn't show much affection for him, would come to save him. I didn't. But just as he was halfway through his words, a guard blocked the rest of his words with an iron mask. The guard even made an ugly smile at Star-Lord and made a gesture to keep quiet. Chapter 189, Skirmish. Shoo, don't make it difficult for us. After saying this, ignoring Star-Lord's struggle, they handcuffed him. Gamera, who was only charged with a minor offense, also looked unhappy. At this moment, although she didn't want to admit her relationship with Thanos, she avoided the consequences of taking the blame because of Thanos. It could be said, very ironic. Rocket, who swaggered outside with Groot, also heard the commotion and sensed that there was something interesting to see. He pushed through the crowd and happened to witness Star-Lord and Gamera being arrested. Seeing Gamera, who had just attempted to attack Zane, Rocket immediately let out a gleeful smirk without restraint. This attracted the attention of the people around them. At this moment, Rocket himself didn't even realize his change. Before joining Zane and the others, he used to avoid the presence of the guard team like the plague. He couldn't openly enjoy watching commotions like now. Rocket expressed that he loved his current free and unconstrained life. And in these few days, he had felt unprecedented warmth from Zane and the others. It was a warmth called home. Looking back at his old self now, Rocket felt very desolate. That night, Rocket wasn't thinking about whether he could follow Zane to kill the weak and elderly. Rocket, who had lived in the dark side of society since birth, didn't have a saintly heart. The number of people who died by his hands was countless. Just like Zane, who was selfish, how could he consider the lives of his enemies? That night, Rocket was considering whether he would lose his freedom after joining Zane and the others. He couldn't stand being ordered around by others. The next day, Rocket didn't leave. It was just a gamble for him, a bet against his own life. And the fact proved that he won. Sensing sensitively, Zane and the others truly treated him as one of them, not as a subordinate or a peculiar collectible. Rocket even felt that the miserable life of his first half was accumulating luck for his current life. Now, if anyone wanted to ruin his new life, Zane and the others probably wouldn't even need to intervene. Rocket would be the first to pick up the cannon and blast them to pieces. Only those who had experienced pain and despair could understand the value of what they had and cherish it from the bottom of their hearts. After hearing Rocket's unrestrained mocking laughter, Gamera, who had just been handcuffed, and Star-Lord turned their gaze towards the direction of the sound. Different from Star-Lord, who was panicking like he was about to die, Gamera immediately recognized Rocket. This guy had been standing on the shoulders of that terrifying man before. And now, surrounded by the members of the guard team, they were distracted by Rocket's laughter, and they slackened a bit while escorting the two. Suddenly, a flash of fierceness appeared in Gamera's eyes. She, who had grown up in battles, how could she miss such an opportunity? In an instant, she kicked a guard who was escorting her. And when a few others were about to draw their guns, she quickly rolled and picked up the gun of the guard who fell to the ground. Instantly, she knocked down the guards who had just raised their guns. At the same time, she raised her gun and aimed at the engines of the 3 small aircraft in the air, decisively pulling the trigger. In an instant, the entire guard team was wiped out, and the whole process didn't even take 2 seconds. Star-Lord stood dumbfounded on the side, dumbstruck, continuously swallowing saliva, forgetting to escape. After dealing with the guard team, Gamera turned her sharp gaze towards Rocket, who was on Groot's shoulder. Instantly, Gamera changed the mode of her weapon from lethal to stunning, then pulled the trigger at Rocket. She didn't want to kill Rocket. If she killed him, how could she ask about Zane's whereabouts? A circular lightning ball flew towards Rocket, but just as it was about to hit the unprepared Rocket, it was blocked by the tree shield condensed by Groot. "I'm Groot." Groot roared instantly, waving his vine whip towards Gamera, who was shooting at them. Rocket also picked up the energy cannon attached to his back and aimed it directly at Gamera. He didn't have the same scruples as Gamera. This energy cannon was aimed at killing Gamera. And Gamera, who had fought with her sister since childhood, had rich combat experience and was unbeatable. She agilely rolled to dodge the energy cannon, and the energy blast narrowly missed her, perfectly evading Rocket's attack. Then she picked up another gun from the hand of another guard and fired at Groot and Rocket. But all her attacks were blocked by Groot's thick skin. Star-Lord, who should have immediately fled, watched as Rocket's energy cannon and Groot's vine whip forced the beleaguered Gamera to dodge around in a panic. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in Star-Lord's heart. Then, as if his body were not under his brain's control, Star-Lord joined the fray to help Gamera, who was already on the brink of desperation. Gamera looked at Star-Lord's assistance with a puzzled expression. Although she didn't know why this Earthling was helping her, Gamera didn't have time to dwell on it now. Having someone help was always better than being blown to pieces. Gamera underestimated Rocket and Groot's audacity. After all, this was someone else's planet. Was it really okay to indiscriminately fire energy cannons like this? Actually, even Star-Lord himself didn't know why he was helping Gamera now. Maybe it was because she had a good figure. Star-Lord didn't know there was a term called love at first sight. He gave himself the reason that Gamera had helped him escape from the guard team, and now he was repaying the favor. "Look here, I'll blow your heads into watermelon juice." Rocket crazily pulled the trigger in his hand. Instantly, numerous highly destructive energy blasts scattered everywhere. Some of the energy blasts, due to Gamera and Star-Lord's dodging, landed among the onlookers. Suddenly, limbs flew everywhere. When the onlookers saw themselves in mortal danger, they immediately screamed and fled in all directions. The whole scene immediately became extremely chaotic. As Gamera and Star-Lord watched Rocket's reckless behavior, they simultaneously shouted at him in anger. "You're insane. Those are innocent civilians. Do you want to attract the Nova Corps?" Facing the two's questioning, Rocket just sneered, his actions not slowing down at all, and said indifferently. "What's it to me? Right now, I feel like crushing you, this woman who's causing trouble for Zane and me, and you, this interfering plunderer." But before Rocket could kill Gamera and Star-Lord, hundreds of small spacecraft had already flown above them. "Drop your weapons, you criminals below, or you'll be shot on the spot. Drop your weapons, you criminals below, or you'll be shot on the spot. Drop your weapons, you criminals below, or you'll be shot on the spot." Chapter 190, Prison. Suddenly, everyone below stopped firing simultaneously. These old hands weren't foolish enough to think they could fight against hundreds of ships with just their small guns. At that moment, Star-Lord was filled with regret. He clearly had a chance to run earlier, so why had he stayed here foolishly? What did this have to do with him? Now, he was truly doomed. The next moment, hundreds of tractor beams firmly restrained the four of them. With dozens of tractor beams combined, Rocket couldn't even blink, let alone call for help from Zane and the others. Skynet wasn't monitoring Xander comprehensively, so it had no idea about Rocket's predicament. Zane was still in his chamber, enduring the baptism of the Power Stone's energy. Rocket was truly isolated and without support now. Rocket suddenly realized, with embarrassment, that he might have messed up badly. Then, the group was suspended in midair as their equipment was removed, including the communicator Rocket used to contact the Ark. The card Zane had given Rocket, which allowed unlimited spending on Xander, also went unrecognized by the Nova Corps. This card was specially made for Zane by the Xander government, directly linked to the planet's bank, essentially with unlimited credit. However, it was only for spending and couldn't be used for transfers. The Xander government hadn't publicized this matter, as it was somewhat embarrassing, and only a fool would spread the news. So, the soldiers of Xander had no idea about the precious card. Rocket and Groot, despite having significant backgrounds, were treated as ordinary thugs. During this, Rocket mentioned Zane's existence. He wasn't stupid, why suffer if you had connections? However, the Nova Corps dismissed it as an attempt to escape punishment through lies. After all, Rocket and Groot didn't look like the companions of the Ark's owner. They seemed too mismatched. Then, just like in the original story, they were taken to prison, awaiting final judgment. Unless something unexpected happened, everyone except Gamera was doomed to die. It wouldn't take long, just a few days, for the Xander government to announce their crimes to the public and calm the unrest. Then they would be executed immediately. In prison, unlike the anxious and despairing Star-Lord and the expressionless Gamera, Rocket and Groot seemed surprisingly at ease. To Rocket, prison might feel more like home. Everyone in prison was talented, spoke well, and he loved the atmosphere there. With Groot's powerful presence beside him, Rocket was the boss of the prison. As for the impending death sentence, Rocket wasn't worried at all. Even if he couldn't contact Zane and the others now, Rocket, with his 22 jailbreaks under his belt, was confident he could escape with Groot before the execution. After all, this prison wasn't like Zane's perverted Ark. In the prison, Rocket and the others were walking down the hallway toward their cells, carrying their luggage. Filled with fear of death, Star-Lord subconsciously wanted to vent his emotions. Since he had some feelings for Gamera, he could only complain to Rocket and Groot. "It's all because of you, you little monster. Otherwise, we would have escaped already," Star-Lord angrily accused. Rocket instantly stopped in his tracks, then turned to look at Star-Lord expressionlessly. "Groot, give this winner a good beating." "I'm Groot." Groot nodded, swinging his fist at the stunned Star-Lord. The next moment, before Star-Lord could react, he was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a thud and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The guards nearby didn't intervene. Instead, they stood by with electric batons, smiling and making way for Rocket, eager to watch the show. In the monotonous prison life, their only entertainment was watching these lawless inmates fight each other to death. Rocket then walked over to the prone, groaning Star-Lord. He roughly grabbed Star-Lord's hair, forcing his pain-twisted face to look at him. "Coward, if you call me a monster again, it won't be this easy. People disappearing in prison is normal, got it?" Seeing Groot ready to attack at any moment, Star-Lord, despite his frustration, had no choice but to nod submissively. "I understand." "Humph." Rocket snorted and released Star-Lord's hair, continuing to walk forward, with Groot following closely behind. Rocket was no longer the same. If someone had called him a monster before meeting Zane, he might have endured it. But not now. Never again. Seeing Star-Lord's fate, Gamera wisely swallowed her questions and chose silence. The guards, disappointed that the show ended so quickly, shook their heads regretfully. They had hoped Rocket would kill Star-Lord so they could execute Rocket on the spot according to the rules. It wasn't for any reason other than seeking entertainment. In prison, neither inmates nor guards were good people. In fact, compared to the inmates, the guards, who stayed in such a depressing environment long-term, were even more twisted. Their job was just to prevent escapes, they didn't care if inmates killed each other. They actually preferred it. At least it added some excitement to their dull lives. After passing through narrow corridors and reaching the most secure cells in the deepest part of the prison, the escorting guards closed the gate and left. The arrival of new inmates, especially Gamera, caused an uproar in the prison. "Gamera, you bitch. You're dead. I'm going to tear you to pieces. You butcher, scum." Countless curses and trash were hurled at Gamera. Many inmates here had deep grudges against Ronin's radical faction from Kree. And in the outside world, Gamera was seen as Ronin's subordinate, his accomplice. So naturally, she incited public anger. Chapter 191, Anger. So Gamera naturally aroused public anger. Meanwhile, Rocket stood beside, eagerly watching as Gamera pretended to remain calm. Rocket had absolutely no sympathy for this woman who had caused trouble for both Zane and himself, and whose reputation was extremely poor. He even wished for her demise. However, during the interrogation, Rocket learned that Gamera was the adopted daughter of the universe-dominating entity, Thanos. This revelation dispelled any thoughts Rocket had of personally killing her, solely because he didn't want to cause trouble for Zane. Rocket, not fully aware of Zane's powers, only believed Zane to be comparable to Ronin in strength. Little did he know that Zane, after fully integrating the Power Stone, could easily overpower the current Thanos. But it seemed like Rocket wouldn't need to intervene personally, judging by the way the prisoners were eager to tear Gamera apart, indicating that this green-skinned woman would likely not survive the night. These desperate fugitives had no qualms. Meanwhile, Star-Lord's situation might be even more pitiful than Gamera's. With his fair complexion, he oddly fit the unique aesthetic preferences of some unsightly individuals in prison. At this moment, he was surrounded by several burly men of various skin tones, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. There were no guns or any means of awakening his celestial powers in prison. Star-Lord, stripped of his equipment, was just an ordinary earthling with some agility. There was no way he could escape the control of extraterrestrials twice his size. It's likely our Star-Lord won't even be able to walk tomorrow morning. Truly a tragic tale. Unlike Star-Lord and Gamora, who were newcomers to the prison, Rocket was experienced. He immediately led Groot to confront the largest-looking prisoner in the cell, exchanging a glance with Groot, who was already familiar with the routine. Groot then swiftly bound the enthusiastic chatterbox with vines. Then, with a sudden force, he slammed him onto the alloy floor. Before the big guy could react, he instantly passed out. The loud thud of his head hitting the ground silenced the previously noisy prison, making it eerily quiet. All eyes were on Rocket and Groot. At this point, Rocket spoke up. "Remember, I don't want trouble. But if anyone messes with me, you won't see the sun tomorrow." With that said, he picked up his luggage and led Groot toward one of the cells. The inmates instinctively made way for him. This was the rule of survival in prison: if you didn't show your strength and ruthlessness, you'd be bullied like a dog. After witnessing Rocket's display, Star-Lord wanted to emulate him. However, upon examining his puny arms and the massive arms of the extraterrestrial staring him down, Star-Lord reluctantly shed tears of humiliation. Meanwhile, aboard the Ark, Zane had just finished integrating the Power Stone and was released. The next day, Zane noticed something amiss. Considering Rocket's nature, it was normal for him to spend the night outside. So Zane didn't worry about Rocket not returning last night. But the next day, when Zane tried to contact him, Rocket's communicator showed it was turned off. Something was wrong. Firstly, a communicator made of vibranium-like material was nearly indestructible. Secondly, Rocket wasn't foolish enough to cut off contact. There was only one possibility: Rocket and Groot were in trouble. "Skynet, find out what happened to Rocket and Groot yesterday." "Yes, boss." Immediately, Skynet's eyes streamed with emerald data like a waterfall. At this moment, Skynet had linked to the network of Xander and was searching for traces of Rocket and Groot. In no time, Skynet found the reason for Rocket's disappearance in a surveillance video. Watching the video, Rocket was provoked by Gamora and then got into a fight with her and Star-Lord. Finally, they were caught by the Nova Corps, and Zane's face turned darker. Zane didn't blame Rocket for causing trouble, he blamed the Nova Corps for their lack of foresight, daring to touch his people. As for those civilians mistakenly killed by Rocket, Zane simply ignored them. Yes, he was unreasonable. No matter how heinous his people's crimes seemed to the outside world, if Zane deemed it right, then it was. Even if they were wrong, these riffraff from the Nova Corps had no right to punish them. Unfortunately, being an orphan in his past life, Zane cherished everyone around him in this life. In other words, he was extremely protective. Now, seeing Rocket already arrested by the Nova Corps, Zane, with the Power Stone integrated and full of energy, didn't intend to negotiate with them. Instead, he planned to show them firsthand the extent of their mistake. The next moment, Zane directly teleported to the square where Rocket, Groot, and Star-Lord were fighting. Then, like a sea, killing intent instantly overflowed from Zane's body. After slaughtering in the realm of the Frost Giants, Zane's killing intent could only be described as overwhelming. The substance of the blood-red killing intent, already condensed in the air, spread rapidly in all directions from Zane's origin. Upon contact with Zane's terrifying killing intent, everyone either fainted immediately or fell into a self-induced illusion, viciously attacking anything moving nearby, turning into beasts of slaughter. The area enveloped by Zane's killing intent instantly turned into a hell on earth. The sounds of people's screams and wails echoed incessantly, playing a symphony of hell. Only a few with strong will struggled desperately, but those who remained conscious were the most tragic. The ultimate result was either being bitten to death by those already turned into beasts or witnessing the carnage before them and having their minds collapse. In the globally monitored system of Xander, this horrifying scene was noticed immediately. Chapter 192, Might. Xander, with its globally extensive surveillance system, immediately detected this horrifying scene. They dispatched a large fleet to eliminate the source of the chaos, Zane. Though they had always avoided offending Zane, his actions now crossed Xander's bottom line. If they didn't intervene, who knew what crazed actions Zane might take next? Seeing the combat ships approaching, Zane's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Calmly, he raised his index finger and pointed at them. In the next moment, a beam of light as thick as an arm shot out, and then split into 574 strands, each just slightly thicker than a hair. Coincidentally, Xander had sent exactly 574 ships. These beams, as if guided by some targeting system, precisely pierced through the hulls of the ships, penetrating the pilots' heads inside. Instantly, all the ships lost control and crashed into various parts of the city, causing fires to erupt everywhere. In the past, Zane wouldn't have been able to perform such a precise maneuver with so of light. But now, with the perfect control from the Power Stone and the terrifying intuition from Eternal Arm's mastery, Zane could effortlessly execute actions that were previously unthinkable. Simultaneously, the Ark on the landing pad broke free from its anchor and took off, flying over to hover above Zane. It projected a huge half-body image of Zane into the sky. People of Xander, listen up. You have half an hour to release these two individuals, or say goodbye to your world. Zane's words, amplified by the Ark, echoed throughout the city, accompanied by full-body projections of Rocket and Groot. The final threat wasn't an empty one, the Ark's weapon systems, including the Soul Star Annihilation Cannon, were fully charged. With the Ark now powered by both the Space Stone and the Power Stone, its firepower was vastly enhanced, with each energy cannon's power tripled. The Power Stone, known for its destructive capabilities, could easily turn Xander into a wasteland if the Ark unleashed a full barrage. Detecting the Ark's immense energy output, Xander's leaders were stunned. They realized Zane was dead serious. Immediately, Xander mobilized all resources to locate Rocket and Groot, and sent negotiators to appease Zane. Directly attacking the Ark would be idiotic. Not only was the ship hard to destroy, but its collapse would release stored energy, potentially turning half of Xander into a dead zone. Unaware of their impending release, Rocket and Groot were busy plotting an escape in the prison. Groot, listen, wait until I disable the guards, then get the battery. If you get it first, the whole prison will go on alert, and we're dead. Rocket said seriously. I'm Groot. No, get it last. If you get it first, we won't escape. All right, repeat it again. I'm Groot. Good. Rocket nodded in satisfaction. I'm Groot. Yes, yes, continue. I'm Groot. No, get the battery last. Rocket yelled, exasperated. After Rocket's patient instruction, Groot walked to the watchtower in the middle of the cell. He ripped off the casing of a green-lit device and pulled out a battery, proudly showing it to Rocket, who was now dumbfounded. I'm Groot. Rocket. Instantly, alarms blared, the lights turned red, and a dozen security robots surrounded Groot. Inmate, drop the battery and return to your cell, or you will be shot, the warden's broadcast ordered. Ignoring the command, Groot's branches grew rapidly, holding onto the battery tightly and shouting, I am Groot. Seeing Groot wasn't surrendering, the warden ordered, fire. Groot immediately shielded Rocket with his body, using tree shields to block the bullets. Groot, head to the watchtower. Rocket shouted. Familiar with Groot's troublesome behavior, Rocket quickly adjusted their plan. Groot, carrying Rocket, charged toward the watchtower, smashing a guard and grabbing the cell control device from his arm. Meanwhile, Gamera and the terrified Star-Lord, seeing the chaos, seized the opportunity to grab guns from the guards and fight back, aiming to escape. As Rocket and Groot neared their destination, the prison warden received a direct message from Xander's highest authority, release Rocket and Groot immediately and escort them back to Xander with utmost care, or face severe consequences. Realizing Zane's actions on Xander, the warden broke into a cold sweat as he saw Rocket and Groot advancing under heavy fire. He quickly hit the broadcast button, screaming, cease fire, stop firing now. The chaotic prison fell silent, the inmates bewildered by the sudden order. It wasn't the first escape attempt, but the usual protocol was to increase security and eliminate the escapees. Why stop now? Rocket and Groot didn't care about the reasons. With the security robots halting their attack, Groot charged toward the watchtower. As they reached the watchtower entrance, a squad of guards entered, forming a line. The warden, drenched in sweat, rushed in, shouting. Chapter 194, Helpless Girl. Where are Mr. Rocket and Mr. Groot? Did you hear me? A bewildered prison guard instinctively pointed to the watchtower where Groot was prying open a door. Following the guard's finger, the warden saw Rocket and Groot and was overjoyed. He kept shouting in his mind, they're alive, they're alive. Then he yelled in the direction of Rocket and Groot. Mr. Rocket, please wait. You don't need to escape, you can come back to Planet Xander with me now. Rocket understood from the warden's words that Zane had learned about his situation and pressured Planet Xander. He immediately called Groot to stop. I'm Groot. Groot turned around, looking puzzled at Rocket. Idiot, Zane came to rescue us. Now let's go home. Rocket said with a bright smile. I'm Groot. Groot nodded happily. Then, under the watchful eyes of the prisoners and guards, they slowly walked towards the warden. Seeing their slow pace, the warden was anxious. Because the half-hour Zane had demanded had only 25 minutes left, and the fastest ship in the prison would take nearly 20 minutes to return to Planet Xander. If they dawdled any longer, who knew if the demon would turn Xander into a dead star in a fit of rage. However, he dared not rush them, fearing that any antics from these two would cause delays. That would risk the lives of billions of Xander residents, a responsibility no one could bear. Did Zane send you to pick us up? Rocket asked calmly. The warden quickly nodded and smiled obsequiously at Rocket, saying, Mr. Rocket, let's go quickly. Lord Zane is already waiting for you on Planet Xander. Oh. Sensing the warden's attitude, Rocket guessed that Zane must be doing something excessive. Otherwise, the warden wouldn't be so respectful and urgent. I suddenly feel this place is nice and don't want to leave. Rocket said leisurely. I'm Groot. Groot, confused, looked at Rocket. Rocket patted Groot's wooden head, signaling him to stay quiet. Hearing Rocket's words, more cold sweat appeared on the warden's forehead, and his stiff smile froze even more. Mr. Rocket, what do you want? I want his eye. Rocket said, pointing earnestly at a guard's mechanical eye. Without waiting for the warden to speak, he pounced, and amid the guard's screams, removed the mechanical eye. He then handed the sparking mechanical eye to Rocket with both hands. Rocket played with the eye maliciously before finally uttering the words the warden had been longing to hear. Let's go. In the corridor, Rocket sat on Groot's shoulder, turning to see Star-Lord and Gamora being beaten by guards in their cell. He felt a rush of emotions and summed it up in one sentence. Having family feels awesome. On planet Xander, many might think the most desperate people were the civilians or the government officials. After all, a powerful figure was threatening to destroy their planet. But the most desperate person was actually the negotiator sent to calm Zane. Zane had met her before. Yes, she was the girl who had asked Zane for a parking fee when he first arrived on planet Xander. Believe it or not, it was a pure coincidence. After being scared by Zane, the girl had quit her job the next day. Through family connections, she joined the Foreign Negotiations Department, taking a desk job. Every day, she served tea to leaders and handled trivial matters, busy but safe. She liked the job, feeling her life was bright. But just now, the top leader issued an order to send someone to calm Zane. After seeing Zane's brutal actions, everyone in the negotiations department feigned illness or resigned. No one dared to take the task. Though the future was bright, their lives were more important. But the young girl, unlike the seasoned workers, couldn't hide her feelings. Seeing Zane's face in the video, she involuntarily screamed. It's him. Then, in the eyes of her colleagues, she was promoted from an intern to deputy minister within 2 seconds. She directly had a video call with the top leader. Upon learning she had interacted with Zane, the top leader was overjoyed. He decided she would be the one to calm Zane. As she was flown to the square's edge, she was still in shock. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do to deserve this? Seeing the gruesome scene around the square, she vomited in the spaceship. The prepared minister next to her handed her a vomit bag and gently patted her back. It's okay, you'll get used to it, he said. The girl, still vomiting, didn't notice the metal disc the minister attached to her. The next moment, the spaceship door opened, and the previously warm minister pushed her out. He then quickly shut the door and yelled at the pilot. Quick, get out of here. The girl, who wanted to thank the minister, felt her soul trampled by 1,000 alpacas. Why are these people so cunning? I'm just a kid. Is this really okay? Isn't this like forcing a duck onto a perch? Aren't you afraid I'll scold that man? Well, she wouldn't dare, as her family was still on planet Xander. She only had one thought: if she survived, she would resign again. The metal disc on her back unfolded into a simple flying device. With a hopeless expression, she flew towards Zane's location. In the now empty square, Zane sat on a throne, eyes closed, waiting for Rocket and the others to return. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching rapidly. Chapter 195, Attack. In the next moment, Zane suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the approaching person, with dazzling light radiating from his fingertips once again. Zane guessed the visitor's purpose immediately. It was nothing more than an attempt to negotiate, to quell his anger or buy time. Sorry, Zane wasn't in the mood to waste time with these people. The so-called rule of not harming envoys during wartime didn't apply to Zane. If negotiations could solve problems, why would Zane pursue power? However, upon seeing the visitor's face clearly, the light on Zane's fingertips quietly dissipated, and his expression became strange. It had only been a few days, and Zane still remembered this girl who had made him slightly embarrassed before. Could this be the legendary Fate? It was truly marvelous. When the girl reached Zane, the flying device attached to her back immediately self-destructed, not even giving her a chance to turn back. What a coincidence. Sir, may I ask your name? The girl nervously stammered, trembling in front of Zane as if he might eat her the next moment. You can call me Zane. Don't worry, because of our connection, I won't kill you. By the way, weren't you the one charging fees at the landing pad? How did you end up here? Zane asked curiously. Hearing Zane's words, the girl relaxed a little but was still very nervous. She quickly recounted her unlucky experiences in detail. As she spoke, she felt more and more aggrieved, as if the entire world was betraying her. Finally, she squatted down and cried, making Zane feel extremely awkward. Wasn't she here to negotiate and calm him down? Was she trying to reverse the situation, making him comfort her instead? The negotiation minister and the highest leader of Xander, monitoring the situation from afar, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zane and the girl communicating. As long as they could communicate, they were relieved. The highest leader secretly decided to promote the girl and give her a raise once this matter was resolved. As for the cowardly negotiation minister, he would be demoted to clean toilets. What use was he, sending a young girl to face this situation? The girl, seemingly a negotiation genius, started crying, which, though childish, effectively gained the upper hand in the negotiation. Zane no longer had the cold expression he had initially. This kind of talent must be utilized. After crying for 3 minutes, the girl remembered her mission and looked at Zane pitifully, saying, Mr. Zane, can you stop the attack? No. Zane said firmly. Then, can you give us more time? Half an hour is too short. No. Alright, stop asking. Sit quietly on the side and wait. Okay. Sensing Zane's impatience, the girl obediently sat down, not daring to move an inch. The sensitive girl had already noticed Zane's resolute attitude. She had completed her assigned task. Continuing to ask would be courting death. Time quietly passed as Zane sat meditating on the power of death and the unfortunate girl sat in a daze. Soon, it was 29 minutes and 30 seconds. Zane slowly stood up and said to Skynet. Skynet, if Rocket and Groot are not found on Xander within 20 seconds, destroy 1 city per minute. Zane's tone was extremely indifferent, chilling the girl sitting beside him. Skynet's response was equally indifferent, as if it were a routine task. Since joining Zane, Skynet had always been satisfactory to Zane, obeying orders perfectly and executing Zane's will flawlessly. Having such subordinates was very comfortable. As the auxiliary cannon of the Ark began charging and aiming at a distant city, the girl sitting on the ground received a message. Mr. Zane, please wait a moment. The people you're looking for are on their way and will arrive in half a minute, the girl said anxiously. But Zane didn't even glance at her, coldly counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Skynet, fire. However, Xander hadn't been idle. They discovered Zane's intentions through surveillance half a minute earlier. Immediately, the entire Nova Corps was dispatched. But their target wasn't the Ark or Zane. They weren't foolish enough to seek death, considering the previous hundreds of ships had been obliterated by Zane. Their goal was to intercept the energy projectile aimed at the nearby city. Countless small ships formed a neat formation in the sky, creating a layered energy shield with their connections. Thousands of ships formed a 3-layered shield, using their bodies to protect the city. As the Nova Corps formed their defense, the auxiliary cannon completed its charge and fired precisely at the 30-minute mark. A blinding beam pierced the sky, striking the energy shield formed by the Nova Corps. The immense kinetic energy dented the first layer of the shield, causing countless ships to shatter and emit ear-piercing metallic screeches. Fortunately, they held the line and saved the city's inhabitants. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a faint purple hue flashed within the energy beam. The beam, initially a concentrated column, suddenly expanded, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that reverberated across Xander. Glass shattered in countless buildings below, raining sharp shards on the city, causing chaos and panic. This was just the aftershock. The Nova Corps, bearing the full brunt of the auxiliary cannon, faced the real devastation. The first shield layer's ships turned into flying debris in an instant. Chapter 196, Demands. Even the majority of the ships in the second layer lost control, emitting black smoke as they plummeted towards the city below. They turned into bright fireballs, adding more chaos to an already chaotic city. In fact, Skynet had long detected the actions of the Nova Corps. The reason Skynet still aimed at that city was simply to test the power of the auxiliary cannon. Since the Ark was built, it had never fired before, with only theoretical data available. So running a test was necessary, and of course, it was done with Zane's permission. Now, it seemed that with the power boost from the Power Stone, the auxiliary cannon's attack was far beyond Skynet's expectations. The final, extraordinary explosion far exceeded the cannon's theoretical maximum. As the auxiliary cannon began recharging, the girl received another urgent message. Mr. Zane, they've arrived, the girl stood up and shouted excitedly. Only then did Zane turn his head to look at her and said to Skynet. Skynet, confirm. Yes, boss. In just 2 seconds, Skynet had the answer. Boss, the ship carrying Rocket and Groot has broken through Xander's atmosphere and is on its way here. As soon as Skynet finished speaking, a medium-sized spaceship appeared in the sky above Zane, accompanied by sonic booms. In the next moment, it streaked across the sky and hovered above Zane, a tractor beam shining directly in front of him. The figures inside were Groot and Rocket, who sat on his shoulder. Hey, Zane. I'm Groot. Rocket and Groot greeted Zane awkwardly. Seeing them unharmed, the coldness on Zane's face eased slightly. You too, always causing trouble wherever you go. Hee hee, some crazy chick attacked me, I couldn't just stand there and take it. Things got out of hand during the fight, Rocket said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, looking like a child being scolded by a parent. Groot also looked down, avoiding Zane's eyes. I'm Groot. Mr. Zane, now that the people you wanted have returned safely, could we consider this matter settled? Asked the prison warden who had come down with Rocket and Groot, speaking respectfully. Did I say you could speak? A cold glint flashed in Zane's eyes. Instantly, the warden felt as if some terrifying presence was staring at him. It felt like he had been thrown naked into the Arctic, his fear making it difficult to breathe. In just 1 second, the warden was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. Skynet, how long did it take for Rocket and Groot to get back? Zane asked. Boss, it took 30 minutes and 42 seconds. Got it. Continue firing. Instantly, the fully charged auxiliary cannon emitted a dazzling light again. In the next moment, under the warden's trembling gaze, the Ark fired another bright energy beam. As expected by Skynet's calculations, the Nova Core's energy shield blocked the auxiliary cannon's attack again. But the price was total annihilation of the Nova Core. The sole military force of Xander became history at that moment. And it wasn't over yet. The auxiliary cannon, now extremely hot from continuous firing, began charging again. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the kneeling warden. "Mr. Zane, please wait. If you have any demands, just let us know. We will do our best to satisfy you." Zane waved his hand, signaling Skynet to halt the attack temporarily, and used his power over death to retrieve the communicator from the warden. "Tell your highest leader to come here and speak to me. Remember, I'm giving you only 5 minutes." With that, Zane crushed the communicator, not giving the other side a chance to respond. During this time, Rocket learned from the unlucky girl about everything Zane had done after they were captured. His first reaction was deep gratitude. If someone was willing to threaten an entire civilization for you, you'd have to be incredibly ungrateful not to be moved. At this point, if Zane asked Rocket to single-handedly challenge Ronin, Rocket would pick up his gun and charge in without hesitation. The feeling of loyalty to a benefactor wasn't something everyone could understand. Rocket's second reaction was shock at Zane's power and audacity. It seemed he had underestimated Zane's prowess. For one man to oppress an entire cosmic civilization alone was something Rocket had only heard in legends told by drunken ravagers. But now, it was happening right before his eyes. He couldn't help but be astounded. As for whether Rocket thought Zane had gone too far. Sorry, that wasn't a concern at all. Rocket wasn't sentimental. If someone sentenced you to death, why would you sympathize with them in return? That would be utterly foolish. 4 minutes later, an ornate ship arrived above Zane and his group. A middle-aged man in luxurious attire appeared before them. "Mr. Zane, I am the highest leader of the Xander civilization. What can we do to quell your anger?" The highest leader approached Zane respectfully. "I want nothing from you. There's nothing in your civilization that interests me," Zane said calmly. The highest leader was left speechless. This was awkward. He had hoped for some demands. How was he supposed to respond? "It's actually quite simple to end this," Zane continued. "Mr. Zane, please tell us. As long as it's within our power, we will make sure you are satisfied." Seeing a chance for negotiation, the highest leader's eyes lit up with hope. If the city was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to remain the highest leader. During his tenure, such a disaster would make him a notorious figure in Xander's history, condemned by future generations. People live for fame and fortune. He had reached the peak of power and wealth and now sought lasting fame. He couldn't let this happen. But he failed to notice the malicious smile on Zane's face. "All right, since you're so sincere, it wouldn't be fair to make things difficult for you," Zane said, smiling brightly. The nervous highest leader nodded quickly, waiting for Zane's demands. Chapter 197, Ronin. He was prepared to make major concessions, as long as Zane, this great demon king, would not pursue the matter any further. He would comply with even the most demanding requests. "Kneel down and apologize to them now. Then this matter will be settled." As he spoke, Zane pointed to Rocket and Groot standing beside him. "What?" The highest leader couldn't believe what he heard and instinctively questioned. He had expected Zane to demand resources, technology, or the execution of those who captured Rocket and Groot. But he never imagined that Zane would demand he kneel and apologize to a genetically engineered inferior creature and a mere sapling. "I won't repeat myself. You have 10 seconds to prepare." With that, Zane started the countdown. 10. The highest leader's eyes showed a struggle. As a self-proclaimed superior being and the ruler of a civilization, how could he kneel, especially to 2 creatures he considered monsters? 9. A voice came through the highest leader's communicator. "My lord, just kneel. We're talking about millions of lives." 8. His pride began to waver, and his knees started to tremble uncontrollably. 7. His knees began to bend slightly, but he still did not kneel. 6. The communicator now echoed with the voices of many people. "My lord, please, just kneel." 5. Under Rocket's expectant gaze, the highest leader of Xander suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud. I'm sorry," the highest leader said, utterly defeated. As for Groot, he seemed to have no idea what had transpired, still reveling in the joy of being back with Zane. Rocket, on the other hand, felt like he was living in a dream. Who was this person kneeling before him? The leader of a civilization. Someone he couldn't even dream of approaching was now kneeling and apologizing to him. For a moment, Rocket felt an urge to cry. Damn, there must be dust in his eyes, because how could the strong Rocket be crying? But the tears still fell, hitting the ground and shattering into countless tiny droplets. It represented all the hardships and grievances of Rocket's past life. Finally, Zane looked down at the highest leader of Xander, then turned and boarded the Ark with Rocket and Groot. Under the hopeful eyes of those on the ground, the Ark broke through Xander's atmosphere and sailed into the vast universe. Just as Zane said, the matter was settled. In fact, the whole affair went smoother than Zane had anticipated. It was hard to imagine that an entire planet's military strength consisted of only a few thousand small ships. To Earthlings, who are constantly at war, this was simply unbelievable and illogical. Perhaps the Xander civilization had been at peace for too long. Or perhaps civilizations like Earth, which are obsessed with destruction and the frenzied development of weapons, are a rarity. Meanwhile, shortly after Rocket and Groot left the prison, Ronin arrived with his army, following a lead on the orb. They missed each other by less than a minute, narrowly avoiding each other. Had Ronin arrived a little earlier and intercepted Rocket and Groot, Xander might have already become a dead planet by now. From this perspective, the Xander civilization's luck wasn't so bad. Ronin, the radical from Kree, had a simple reason for pursuing the orb. He had made a deal with Thanos. If he delivered the orb to Thanos, Thanos would help him destroy his ancestral enemy, the Xander civilization. Ambitious Ronin seemed diligent in searching for the orb. But knowing that the orb contained the Power Stone, he had no intention of being Thanos' pawn. He was only using Thanos' name to openly claim the Power Stone for himself. Once he had the Power Stone, the fate of the Xander civilization would be in his hands, no longer needing Thanos' help. After destroying the Xander civilization, he planned to challenge Thanos and become the new ruler of the universe. A bold plan, very ambitious indeed. However, even if he could fully control the Power Stone, could he really defeat Thanos? All of this was moot unless he could find the Power Stone. Now that the Power Stone had fused with Zane, it had vanished from the Marvel universe entirely. So everything Ronin was planning was a fragile bubble ready to burst. Unfortunately, by the time Ronin traced the source, he would find not the Infinity Stone but the Scythe of Death. Unaware of all this, Ronin continued his relentless search for the Power Stone. Sometimes, the asymmetry of information leads to a series of tragedies. After easily conquering the prison, Ronin found Gamera. In a way, Ronin saved both Gamera and Star-Lord. If the guards hadn't killed them during their escape attempt, the prisoners would have done so by nightfall. The difference being, Gamera would be killed, while Star-Lord would meet a brutal end. Gamera, where is the orb? Ronin, his face dark and menacing, asked. I don't know, Gamera replied as she was brought before Ronin. She was telling the truth. She knew the orb was with Zane, but had no idea where Zane was. Ronin stared at her silently for a long moment, then said coldly. Then you are useless. Die. He moved to kill Gamera. Though she was Thanos' adopted daughter, Ronin, who sought to break away from Thanos, had no qualms. He would simply claim that Gamera died during the prison riot. He figured Thanos, focused on the Infinity Stones, wouldn't turn against him over an adopted daughter. But he didn't know that although Gamera was just an adopted daughter, she was the only person Thanos truly loved in the universe. If he struck her down, both he and the Kree civilization would be engulfed in Thanos' wrath. At this critical moment, a voice called out from the corner. I know where the orb is. Star-Lord, who had been held by the soldiers, broke free and shouted, seeing Gamera about to be killed. Ronin stopped his hammer just before it smashed Gamera's head, the hammer's wind blowing her hair back. 1 second later, and her fate would have been a cracked skull. Where? Ronin retracted his hammer and turned to face Star-Lord. Chapter 198, New Task. Xander. Star-Lord, who once again had a gun pointed at his head, quickly spoke up. When the warden was escorting Rocket and the others out, Star-Lord was not far away and accidentally overheard that they were returning to Xander. Moreover, on the way to the prison, he heard Gamera mention that it was Rocket and his crew who had taken the orb. That's why Star-Lord gave this answer. In such a life-and-death situation, he dared not lie. But Star-Lord still underestimated Ronin's brutality. Their only value alive now was the information in their heads. Once they revealed it, Ronin would have to kill them to prevent the news from leaking. Since I know the answer now, you are of no use to me. Ronin said, signaling the soldiers surrounding Gamera and Star-Lord. I know who has the orb. Gamera said, looking deeply at Star-Lord, the men who had helped her several times. Who? Ronin turned and asked. Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell you now? Gamera, knowing Ronin's unpredictability, of course, wouldn't reveal Zane's existence at this moment. If she did, no one in this prison, including her and Star-Lord, would survive. In the end, Ronin had to take Gamera and the pointed out Star-Lord and set off for Xander. Meanwhile, Zane, who had just left Xander, suddenly received a message from the system. Ding, a special event detected, releasing optional tasks. Task 1, destroy the Xander civilization. Task reward, 1 skill lottery draw ranging from B level to SS level based on participation. Failure penalty, none. Task 2, destroy the Kree civilization. Task reward, 1 skill lottery draw ranging from A level to SS level based on participation. Failure penalty, none. Only one of the 2 tasks can be chosen, the other will be automatically forfeited upon selection. Hearing the system, Zane instinctively looked back at Xander. The task seemed a bit late. If it had been 5 minutes earlier, he wouldn't have had to choose. Zane, being a person who keeps his promises, felt it wouldn't be right to go back on his word now and return to Xander. I choose task 2. Task 1 is being eliminated. Elimination complete. The only difference between these two tasks was the initial reward, one was B level, and the other was A level. It was likely because of Ronin. Zane remembered this villain who died in the original story because of Star-Lord's awkward dance was from the Kree civilization. Seeing the tempting SS-level reward in the task, a gleam of heat flashed in Zane's eyes. Indeed, to obtain SS-level skills, one must seize opportunities in the vast universe. This opportunity was one Zane had been waiting for a long time, and finally, it appeared for the second time. The first time was when the task to destroy Asgard appeared. Zane gave it up considering they were allies. This time, Zane was determined to get the SS-level skill. Skynet, broadcast our location on all channels, and add an additional message. What message, boss? Say that the orb is in my possession. Anyone who wants it can come and get it. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Zane's lips. Got it, boss. Yes, Zane's purpose was to lure Ronin over. Zane had no time to search for Ronin everywhere, having him come to die was the most efficient method. Since Task 2 had a completion requirement, Zane aimed to do it to the utmost. This meant that anyone aligned with the Kree civilization had to die. This included the main Kree civilization, its subordinate civilizations, and the radical Ronin causing trouble everywhere. They were all Zane's targets. Billions of lives unknowingly were placed on the death list. Otherwise, simply going to Kree and launching a star-destroying cannon wouldn't earn an SS-level lottery chance, at most, it would be an A-level. However, Zane was a bit conflicted. Not because he couldn't bring himself to kill those billions of lives. After all, Zane's hands were already stained with blood, and he had no hypocritical savior complex, especially since they were all aliens. There's no point in playing the saint now. Zane wasn't that pretentious. Anyone standing in his way would be killed without hesitation. Being called a demon or a butcher didn't put any pressure on Zane. Getting the SS-level skill was the real goal. Zane's conflict was that his death power was less than 2 days away from complete transformation, already on the edge of metamorphosis. If billions of souls suddenly joined the death domain, the time for the death power's complete transformation would be significantly delayed. But Zane, who was impatient for the SS-level skill, couldn't wait any longer. Delay it then, after all, it would only bring benefits, not harm. As the saying goes, a tall building starts from the ground, the foundation is the most important. Zane used to wonder how the old bastard god managed to become a deity with the not-so-pure power of faith from a few million people. Zane's current followers already far exceeded the initial number for God, and the purity of their faith was much higher than Jehovah's. Yet, there was still no sign of igniting the divine spark and achieving godhood. It wasn't until the death power was about to complete its transformation that Zane suddenly realized. The reason he hadn't become a god yet was simply because he developed too fast. So fast it was frightening. Jehovah didn't have the realm of dead to harvest faith. His faith was gathered bit by bit through trickery. Zane even boldly speculated that his reserve of faith couldn't keep up with the conversion speed of divine power. So once the faith reached the minimum threshold for becoming a god, Jehovah immediately succeeded. Thus, stepping into the realm of 5-dimensional beings, but that was the weakest of the 5-dimensional beings. That's why the Ancient One could expel him from the human world. Now, after thousands of years, Jehovah had finally grown strong enough to defeat the Ancient One. But the Ancient One had anticipated this long ago, which is why she established the 3 sanctums. She set up barriers across the human world to prevent beings from other dimensions from descending into the human world. One wrong step leads to another. Now Jehovah could only watch the countless lives on earth with drooling desire. Therefore, a solid foundation is indeed crucial. Chapter 199, Reaper's Scythe. If Jehovah had Zane's current foundation, Earth might have long become a massive pasture for Jehovah to harvest faith. So, Zane had already reached the standard for becoming a god. He just needed to wait for the death power to fully transform, and then he would certainly be able to become a god in one fell swoop. Now, Zane was prepared to wait a little longer. After all, under the skill, Death River, he and Lorna had infinite lifespans, so he could wait as long as needed. It was hard to imagine what the scene would be like for a god with billions of followers before becoming a deity. After becoming a god, it might be even more spectacular. He might even ascend to the top tier of 5-dimensional beings, possibly even stepping into the realm of 6 dimensions. While Zane and his team were quietly waiting, Ronin's spaceship also received the message from the Ark. Immediately, they rushed to Zane's location. In just 20 minutes, Ronin's necrocraft appeared within the Ark's line of sight. "Boss, someone is requesting to communicate. Should we connect?" Skynet looked at Zane and asked. "Connect. Let's at least hear their last words before they die," Zane said with a smile. As soon as Skynet got Zane's permission and connected the communication, Ronin's raspy voice came through. "Hand over the orb, and I will spare your lives." Zane shook his head in regret. As a last word, Ronin's statement was quite unsatisfactory. He wasn't angry, who would get angry with a dead man? In the next moment, the Reaper's Scythe appeared in Zane's hand. This artifact, which had never seen blood since its creation, was about to have its fill today. Sensing the impending slaughter, the Reaper's Scythe began to emit a low hum. Zane didn't have a habit of talking trash, and Ronin wasn't worthy of it either. Against Ronin's warship, there was no need to use the arc. So, this time, Zane decided to handle it personally. In an instant, Zane teleported into the void between the arc and the necrocraft. Already half a step into the five-dimensional realm, he could easily operate in space. Zane stopped himself from instinctively activating God's absence by holding his breath. Against this kind of weakling, Zane didn't need to be evasive. Inside the necrocraft, after receiving no response from the arc, Ronin spoke again, this time with a tone of impatience. "This is your last warning, hand over the orb, or face annihilation." Embarrassingly, just as Ronin finished speaking, Skynet cut off the communication, leaving Ronin fuming. Both Star-Lord and Gamera, held by soldiers behind Ronin, showed schadenfreude expressions. No one noticed Zane raising the Reaper's scythe in the void. After all, a human figure in space was too small. Even if detected by radar, it would be mistaken for a meteorite fragment and ignored. In the next moment, the Reaper's scythe slashed down. Simultaneously, as if mortally insulted, Ronin ordered an attack on the arc. As the Reaper's scythe, infused with a massive amount of death power, slashed down, a huge grey blade tens of meters long appeared out of nowhere, charging towards the necrocraft at a terrifying speed invisible to the naked eye. Space is silent, but the power of the blade could be seen from the space fragments that sparkled like stardust along its path. The necrocraft's crew couldn't even react before the blade cleaved a massive gash in the ship. Under the immense pressure, countless soldiers were sucked into the vacuum, their faces twisted in agony before turning into frozen corpses. It wasn't until the massive breach, almost spanning the entire ship, was sealed that the necrocraft stopped hemorrhaging personnel. At this moment, the necrocraft finally noticed Zane's figure in the void. Amidst Ronin's furious roar, hundreds of ships flew out of the necrocraft, targeting Zane in the void. Zane sneered, tightening his grip on the Reaper's scythe. From the depths of his soul, the death power surged into the artifact like a torrent. As the Reaper's scythe absorbed the massive amount of death power, the skull eyes on it suddenly glowed brilliantly. Several soldiers in the ships instinctively glanced at this scene, unable to look away. In the next moment, their souls were forcibly pulled out by the Reaper's scythe, crossing the void directly into the artifact. Then, their souls were shredded into pieces by the circulating death power on the Reaper's scythe, becoming its nourishment. The pilotless ships veered off course. Some collided with other ships, becoming two bright explosions in the void. Others drifted aimlessly into the boundless space. "Don't look at his weapon, just open fire," Ronin shouted on the necrocraft's public channel. But it seemed to be too late. As the death power input into the Reaper's scythe reached its limit, a look of anticipation appeared on Zane's face. In the next moment, the skull on the Reaper's scythe seemed to come alive, opening its mouth to unleash a silent roar. A massive skull phantom, tens of meters tall, emerged behind Zane. This skull, exuding a suffocating aura of death, moved forward under the fearful gaze of all. Ronin finally realized that Zane was far beyond his capability to handle. But by the time he reacted, it was too late. Facing the imminent crisis, Ronin gritted his teeth and ordered, "Fire at will." Hundreds of small ships outside the necrocraft fired countless red energy beams straight at the giant skull. Facing the overwhelming energy beams, the skull phantom formed by the Reaper's scythe didn't dodge but met them head-on. In the next moment, the energy beams passed through the towering skull as if passing through an illusion. The giant skull then grinned, and although sound couldn't travel in the vacuum, everyone heard a soul-chilling, terrifying laugh in their minds, conveying mockery, disdain, and a craving. The advancing skull finally reached the nearest small ship. Chapter 200, Scully. The ship immediately tried to turn around and flee, only a fool would want to collide with such a bizarre entity. But as it was turning, the skull head glanced downward strangely. Although its eyes were just two hollow skull sockets, everyone felt a cold gaze sweeping over them. After locking onto its target, a tentacle tens of meters long suddenly extended from the skull and shot out rapidly, passing through the small ship that was trying to escape. Strangely, the ship remained completely unharmed. Then a human-shaped phantom was pulled out by the tentacle and brought to the mouth of the skull. Accompanied by a horrifying chewing sound, the skull showed a look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, all the life signs of the pilot inside the ship remained perfectly normal, except for his brain waves, which had turned into a straight line. His soul had been devoured. This gigantic skull's ability was intrinsic to the Reaper's scythe, and Zane speculated that it came from the death pearl he had acquired from Odin's private vault. The primary function of this ability was that as it devoured more souls, the Reaper's scythe would grow increasingly powerful. It would also feed back to Zane with incredibly pure soul energy. Zane had long wanted to test this, and now Ronin's crew would serve as his test subjects. Although the souls devoured by the Reaper's scythe would immediately be obliterated, not even entering the realm of dead, the prospect of consuming the billions of souls in the Kree civilization made Zane view this current number as merely a drop in the ocean. As the first soul was consumed, the gray glow in the skull's eyes intensified, showing a look of hunger. Then, countless tentacles extended from its body and shot out, advancing while turning the people inside the small ships into soulless husks. Inside the necrocraft, Ronin broke out in a cold sweat from the skull's eerie display. He no longer cared about Zane wanting the Power Stone, no treasure was worth more than his own life. Quick, turn the ship around, activate the main engine, and get us out of here, Ronin shouted frantically to the crew. Immediately, the Necrocraft's thrusters, along with its modular components, rotated rapidly, completing a 180-degree turn. In the next moment, the drive engine spewed out scorching flames, propelling the Necrocraft away from the skull at high speed. Nearby, Star-Lord and Gamera, seeing Ronin's panicked state, lost any sense of schadenfreude. That skull was heading towards the Necrocraft, and it was clear that its target was everyone alive on board, including them. Now they were in the same boat as Ronin, not naive enough to think that the skull would spare them. Even if it did, they were not exactly friends with Zane. Gamera was even his enemy. Seeing Ronin's behavior of trying to flee after showing off, Zane didn't stop him but instead smiled disdainfully. Trying to run now. Too late. With a scornful smile, as Zane watched his prey start to escape, the giant skull roared silently. In the next moment, it suddenly collapsed like a sand sculpture. From a distance, it looked like sand blown away by the wind. Up close, one would see that each grain was a miniature skull. Immediately, these countless small skulls, each the size of a fist, with grey phantoms trailing behind them, sped towards the interior of the Necrocraft far faster than it could flee. Inside the Necrocraft, gunfire erupted as countless soldiers scattered. But against the carpet-like search of the numerous small skulls, there was nowhere to escape. They could only watch as their souls were forcibly pulled from their bodies, then torn apart by swarms of small skulls and devoured. Zane, confident, teleported back to the Ark and instructed Skynet. Chase that ship. Yes, boss. The Ark's thrusters emitted blue energy streams, and in just 30 seconds, it was alongside the Necrocraft. By this time, there were few living beings left on the Necrocraft. As the small skulls continued to feed, they began to self-replicate. With the souls of tens of thousands of people, the countless small skulls overlapped, resembling a grey tidal wave. Able to pass through walls freely, they easily found every living being on the Necrocraft, devouring their souls. In Ronin's eyes filled with despair, skulls began appearing in the main control room. Ronin tried shooting them with energy guns and striking them with his hammer, but all attacks passed through them as if hitting air. Only soul attacks could slow them down, but even those couldn't completely destroy them. The only way to eliminate them was to destroy the Reaper's scythe in Zane's hand. However, after being augmented with the branches of Yggdrasil, the Reaper's scythe had become nearly indestructible. It had clashed with Thor's hammer countless times, reducing it to scrap, but not leaving even a scratch on the Reaper's scythe. Destroying this artifact was an impossible task, especially with it in Zane's possession. Ronin could do nothing but struggle futilely. With dozens of small skulls biting into him, Ronin let out a horrific scream. Ronin, being a semi-powerful being, was different from his minions. In the original story, he could hold the Power Stone without dying, showing his strength. Thus, his soul was much tougher than the others. The small skulls could easily pull out the souls of ordinary soldiers, but Ronin's soul was immovable. This was proof of Ronin's strength but also his endless torment. What to do if the small skulls couldn't pull out Ronin's soul? Simply bite it off and eat it. The pain of having one's soul gnawed at was unimaginable. These small skulls, visible but untouchable, like a virtual image, caused excruciating pain that assured Ronin this was all too real.